with your paperback scars, talking like you travel worlds beyond the stars. You don't understand, I've seen both sides, but your dark years were sneaking beers and teenage fights. Now you're preaching from a pedestal online. You think to send us some rebellious crime. You say you know exactly how we think, but your whole testimony's hanging by a string. You say doubt was just a phase, like curiosity's a craze. Now you weaponize your past to make every question sound so bad. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. I claim to dismiss your whole worldview just to take your agency away from you. I used to be an atheist, even though I don't know what it means. I used to be an atheist, but really I was just a rebellious teen. Really. You confuse skepticism with hating rules, like every atheist is just a bit of fool. But asking questions is immoral decay. Growing up doesn't mean throwing thought away. Every conversation ends the same. You'll come back to God someday. Like your personal redemption arc automatically wins the argument by default. You treat nuance like a sin. Fake confidence means you always win, but your story falls apart when emotion masquerades as fact. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. I claim to dismiss your whole worldview just to take your agency away from you. I used to be an atheist, even though I don't know what it means. I used to be an atheist, but really I was just a rebellious teen. You say you escaped the darkness, but never learned what disbelief was. Shadowboxing paper tigers in your head, then declare the whole debate dead. Every conversation's a battle in the war, turning into the same old score. Trust me bro, I've been there too. No bro, you just hated curfews. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. You talk like your past gives immunity from criticism and scrutiny. I used to be an atheist. That line's getting old and thin. You weren't looking for the truth back then, and now you just can't comprehend. Yeah, you call it testimony, but it sounds like revisionist history. Dum 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 dum. Come on. Yeah. He rolled in late with a twisted T, talking about stars and synchronicity. Don't let me cut my hair, he cried. Mercury dancing in his chaotic eyes. Do you believe in God? He said it's complicated. Tarot cards, a magnifying glass, the whole damn stream was captivated. But he kept talking after he got muted. Still preaching truth, nobody disputed. No sound, no clue, definitely no sobriety. Just jazz hands flying with no propriety. No one could hear him, but no one looked away. A silent prophet crashing out, and history was made. He has risen, BMF. Silence screaming to the cosmic depths. Twisted tea communion in his hand, talking to dimensions we don't understand. He has risen 3 times at least, more witnesses than the Prince of Peace. No audio, but the faith was real. All hail the prophet with the hemorrhoid wheel. Chat went insane, the memes took flight. Crashed just before BMF, all through the night. Bring him back, we need him now. The whole damn internet forgot somehow about the callers and theology, cause BMF became mythology. Some said Messiah, some said saint, others just wanted the mute constraint. He was checking oil spiritually, reading tarot knows universally. Operating heavy machinery while transcending ordinary reality. When BMF disappeared, there was an empty hole. Everybody asking,
where'd our drunken Yoda go?
he has risen. BMF, brushing his glorious mane to death. Saint of the Kansas cigarette smoke, the patron lord of Inside Joe. He has risen. He came back twice. Long twisted tea was his sacrifice. The crowd proclaimed in holy cheer, BMF is love. BMF is here.
BMF is here.
Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. His name was BMF. The alpha and the beta. The first mover. The last mover. He passed the breathalyzer with a fart. He taught us to look at the stars and chase twisted tea with fireball. 500 witnesses saw him return, combing his hair while the comments burned. He rose again after being cast away, then vanished before the break of day. No sermon, no revelation, just finger pointing, gesticulation, and somehow that was enough. He has risen. BMF, ghost of the live stream, never left, still silently yelling beyond the frame. Forever we'll remember his name. He has risen. Raise one more can for the prophet nobody could understand. And if he returns at the end of time, as long as he's still muted,
And everything will be fine.
may all your twisted teas be warm. And remember,
BMF is going to rock you.
you dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system. Now it's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and purple glow, and the sinners steal the whole damn show.
Welcome to Async, folks. I'm Arpy.
And I'm Nick too.
How was your Thursday, Nick? Too?
Oh, that was good. It was just another good day of streams, I guess. Blitz did his
Atheist
Yeah.
stream. Yeah.
it was pretty good. And then I watched Ian, I think. And then John Cohen. Man, I can't remember my day. Struggling to remember. I fell asleep after that, so it feels like my day has been like I feel like I'm trying to remember yesterday.
Yeah. Now the Blitz and Ian were the only two I really caught any part of today.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ian was having some connection issues at the start, but I think that's just something getting figured out at their new place.
Yeah, it wasn't a very long stream for Ian. That's why I feel like I barely watched it.
Oh snap! You see that message from Chase? That's awesome.
Oh yeah, yeah, and I caught one of them. And then there was another time that they were like talking about bringing him up.
Let's see if I can find that and put that in the queue.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. I also watched a bit of Michael Humer versus Josh Rasmussen, which was a pretty wild thing to find this morning. I wasn't expecting to watch that. It wasn't very long. It was only like an hour and a half.
On YouTube?
Did John only stream for like an hour and 20 minutes today?
He had his stream was lagging really bad.
Do you restart?
Yeah, he had no choice but to restart his stream. So they had to. He went for an hour and a half, and then he had to computer crashed. He restarted. Started.
Oh, looks like he just finished like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, because the way John works is he will take if you get in his guest box and you stay there, he isn't going to end stream without talking to you.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so got a good amount of things pulled up here. We've got that Religion for Breakfast clip, and we could probably just start with that. Seems
That
like
sounds
a
good.
good way to warm up the show.
If anyone wants to come up and join us, feel free. You want to say hi to everybody first?
Oh yeah. How about you go for it while I get this pulled up?
Sounds good. Coming in first tonight, we got Jackie. Congratulations to Jackie. Good to see you. And then Eric right after that. Always good to see you, Eric. I'm glad you're here. And Chase after that. Hell yeah. Chase is the motherfucking man. Always good to see Chase. Jam Nick, hell yes. Ray. And Puggles. And I think that's all we got so far. But glad everybody's here with us tonight. We're going to watch some Religion for Breakfast. It's a guy who runs this channel. Is like a PhD. I forget what his. I can't remember what his specific focus is, but
every year during festival.
It's a good channel. So I started watching it, and I realized when I started watching it, like this would be good for, like right par for the course for what we like to watch and react to on this stream. So, anyways, I don't think it really needs it. And this, the video is the origin of rituals, and it's like the history of that. So I think you guys will like it. I haven't seen the whole thing. I've only seen like the first few minutes of it. But yeah, we can dive in whenever you guys are ready.
Yeah, cool. Just want to make a quick announcement. I realize that this has been kind of ambiguous, but I will be gone starting tomorrow until about Tuesday next week.
Okay.
I might be able to jump on with my phone, but
Sure.
yeah, it'll only be as a panelist over the next couple days and only for little stints.
Yeah. I told Gretchen I would probably be around this Monday, even though I said I was going to take Mondays off. You can always start next Monday, but that way she doesn't have to go the whole stream alone. So
good to hear. Looks like we got a friend coming up.
Dad knows best.
Nope. Hey, Robin. How's it
Hey.
going?
Oh, Robin.
No, not Dad knows best. Nope.
What'd you say?
I said, no, not Dad knows best.
Oh, I just saw he was in chat. That was all. How are you tonight, Robin?
I'm pretty good. I was trying to get some housework done. And
That's cool.
I thought I'd come up here. I seen Chase on John tonight.
Yeah, that was awesome. I guess he was on 4 times. That's what Chase said.
Great.
So I only caught I think I caught 2.
We got watching.
We haven't started it yet. It's a channel called Religion for Breakfast.
Oh yeah, I watched. I hadn't seen this, but yeah, I watch them sometimes.
Yeah, it's a good channel. I haven't watched like a shit ton of it, this guy's channel, but we've watched quite a bit. It's a good channel.
I don't know if and I hate giving Jubilee any views that I don't know if y'all have ever heard of Monty Mater.
Mm-mm.
I listened to her. She's an ex Christian, evangelical Christian.
Sure.
Was raised up like that and everything, and she's now an atheist. And I went to Nashville last year and heard Andrew Seidel, who is with the Americans United and the separation of church and state and everything.
Sure.
I heard him give a speech, and she was at that. She spoke at that thing too. So anyway, she debated Allie Beth Stuckey, which is a Christian nationalist woman,
Okay.
on Jubilee the other day, and it was everybody should go. I don't think it's anywhere else you can watch it though, except for I think Jovan Bradley covered it today. So on
Okay.
his stream, but like,
Maybe I'll watch that. Maybe I'll watch Jovan's coverage of it.
yeah, she like, oh my gosh, Monty did so good. Like she
Nice.
just wiped the floor with that Christian nationalist woman. It was great. They did abortion, gay marriage, separation of church and state, and another topic, and I can't remember what it was now. But it was like she destroyed it. Like Monty is so good. But, so
Yeah, I'll check it out.
yes.
Well, what do you think, Arpy?
I think it's time to start the show.
Sounds good.
Every year during festivals all across Japan, local communities carry portable Shinto shrines called mikoshi. During the festival, the kami, or the spirit of the local shrine, is understood to move into it and ride along. These things can weigh hundreds or even thousands of pounds, and teams of people hoist them up onto their shoulders, chant together, and carry them through the neighborhood for hours. They sometimes deliberately bounce and jostle the shrine in a practice called tamafuri, soul shaking, which is believed to reinvigorate or enhance the power of the kami. This is a lot of work and raises a basic question: why do people do things like this? Collective ritual shows up everywhere humans exist. Taoists sacrifice hundreds of pigs for the birthday of the Jade Emperor. Jews build temporary outdoor shelters during the holiday Sukkot. Muslims interrupt the workday to gather for prayer. Some rituals are physically demanding or expensive, others only ask you for an hour of your time, but all of them require people to divert effort and resources toward activities that, from a brute evolutionary perspective, don't always have an obvious, immediate, practical payoff. This is the puzzle scholars Martin Lang and Radek Kunt wrestle with in a recent paper on the evolution of collective ritual. If collective ritual is this widespread, and people are willing to invest so much into it, what are they getting out of it? One answer goes back to the anthropologist Roy Rappaport. He argued that ritual is a communication platform, a way to communicate your intentions to cooperate with others. Ritual communicates, I'm like you, I'm a team player, I'm here to help. You can trust me. This makes sense on one level. When Muslims gather together to pray, doing the same bodily motions as one, you can see how that could communicate information to your co-religionists. But also, it's a not particularly direct way to communicate. We humans have this really cool thing called language. I can much more easily just say, I'm like you, I'm a team player, I'm here to help, you can trust me. Why would humanity have ever invented a cumbersome, ambiguous, often time-consuming bodily form of communication? Hey, you can trust me, watch this. Well, Rappaport's answer was that ritual communicates in a different way than language, and often in ways that are more subtle and convincing, moving together in prayer or dance, sacrificing something valuable like a pig, or enduring a painful initiation ritual. All of these can communicate things that are much easier to fake with words alone. Scholars over the years have built on Rappaport's central idea of ritual as a communication platform by arguing that collective ritual functions.
This is like really interesting, like right out of the bat for me, or out
Right?
of the
That's
gate,
what I
off
thought.
the bat. I just did a Rickyism. This is fucking combining two idioms right out of the bat, right off the gate. Let's go. But yeah, like when you think of like the benefit of religion, like I think the place most people will go to is just like the community. But this is actually like talking about like the specific like
Function.
benefits that like one
yeah.
might receive like psychologically when like doing the ritual itself. And this is really really fascinating already.
Yeah.
As a signaling system, in the technical sense that biologists use for animal communication. In biology, a signal is some visible behavior that gives another individual useful information. A peacock's tail gives information to a potential mate. A monkey's alarm call warns others that a predator is near. Human ritual communicates information too, but the system is much more complex. A single ceremony can contain several signals at once. For example, a Christian taking the Eucharist can simultaneously publicly identify the person with a religious community, communicate the depth of the person's belief in Jesus Christ, and even signal the person's ascent to the social order, bowing before an ordained religious functionary. Lang and Kuhn describe.
That's a good idiom fusion. That's what happens when you spitball off the cuff.
That's a good one, Eric.
these overlapping signals as part of one larger signaling system. So if you wanted to look for the
Oh, good
origins
point,
of ritual,
Gretchen.
why humans do this, you can't identify a single starting point. The system is too complex. So they set out to reverse engineer the process of the system's complexification, to use their term. So in other words, let's assume that rituals are a system that was gradually assembled out of simpler signaling behaviors in the depth of primate evolution. They call them proto-rituals, and then try to identify when humans started doing these proto-rituals. Some of these behaviors might be extremely old, dating back millions of years, and they evolved at different points in our evolutionary history to solve different problems, and only later began to overlap until they formed into something we can recognize as collective ritual. So today we're going to take ritual apart and follow the pieces backward in human evolutionary history to identify the origins of ritual. The first piece is what we can call a similarity signal. The basic idea is that people tend to feel closer to people who act like them. Try to pay attention to this in your next social interaction. If someone subtly mirrors your posture during a conversation, you might come away liking them just a little bit more. This has actually been shown in experimental studies. People are more helpful towards someone who has mimicked them. The effect also shows up when people move together. Dancing in synchrony or marching in step can increase feelings of affiliation and make people more cooperative. So there's a logic behind a marching drill in the military. This is like an absolutely terrible
Gretchen's
formation for
point.
warfighting in the 21st century, but these soldiers are boosting their cooperation using a tried and true similarity signal. Also think about that time you knew all the songs at that Blink-182 concert. You're an elder millennial in his late 30s, and you're surrounded by thousands of other elder millennials singing along with 50-year-old men singing What's My Age Again. Nobody has to stop and explain we all have something in common. The collective performance communicates that for the entire duration of the song. So how far back could similarity signaling have evolved? Well, we obviously can't excavate a synchronized dance from millions of years ago. So scholars look for the mental ability underneath it, what Lang and Kuhn call high-fidelity imitation. How far back can we find archaic humans who were really good at watching somebody perform a complicated sequence of movements and copy it exactly? One clue comes from tools like hand axes. These start showing up in East Africa around 1.76 million years ago. Making a hand axe requires a long sequence of carefully controlled strikes, including steps that are not necessarily obvious just from looking at the finished tool. Transmitting this technology from one generation to the next must have required fairly precise imitation. Scholars of signaling theory think that a much simpler form of that ability to imitate could have been one of the earliest ingredients of collective ritual. Maybe some species in the human lineage, millions of years ago, started copying each other's movements. They realized that they're responding to each other, and over time, repeated imitation becomes a way of signaling that, hey, I think our interests line up. In fact, there's some evidence for simpler versions of this in non-human primates. Chimpanzees sometimes join in choruses with socially preferred partners. Monkeys in one experiment preferred human researchers who imitated them over researchers who didn't. Now, I wouldn't call any of this ritual per se, but Lang and Kuhn propose that these illustrate a very old capacity for imitation that could later in evolutionary history be recruited into synchronized movement and imitation. And literally hundreds of years later, that same basic capacity scales up to evangelical megachurches singing Christian rock songs together, or Muslims walking around the Kaaba all wearing white clothing. The next piece in this signaling theory of ritual is called a coalitional signal. If a similarity signal tells me that
I think birds, like there's lots of bird species that do this, right?
They have like mating rituals.
Yeah, they have mating rituals,
like
and they do
rough
like
up their feathers like in a big old flat like disc in front of them and dance around.
Yeah, and some of them do. I know, I saw that, Gretchen. Just like I don't know what world. Like he's weeding out all the anti-Semitism in the world, I guess. I don't know, but like there's some birds that have some very complex like mating rituals, like dances and they're they do all their feathers, like they'll do all these, I mean, I don't know why. Maybe he doesn't think that's the same thing.
And maybe it comes up.
Yeah, it's not my field, so I couldn't answer the question.
I mean, I guess it's not religion, but it's still a ritual.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And right now, I think we're on like religious rituals. He was just talking about like proto-human rituals, so be before religion. So yeah, let's see if he brings up mating rituals from like birds and other similar animals.
that we like each other. Coalitional signals tell me that we are part of the same joint activity. If we're trying to surround an angry woolly mammoth, sure, I guess it's useful to know that the guy standing next to me is generally friendly, but I really want to know that you're actually participating in this hunt, that you understand the plan and you know your role in it. Once cooperation requires several people coordinating their actions, just knowing that somebody likes you is just not enough. So the coalitional signaling hypothesis proposes that human cultural displays evolved as a specialized system to credibly advertise the strength, internal stability, and coordination capacity of the group. We see a ton of coalitional signaling in sports. Think about a team huddle before a game. Everyone puts a hand in the middle and the captain shouts, 1, 2, 3, team name. The point is to make the coalition salient. These are the people I'm about to do this thing with. Same goes with the All Blacks doing the haka before a rugby match. A collective ritual which publicly presents the team as a coordinated unit about to enter a joint contest. You can see the same thing in religious processions. During Holy Week in parts of Spain, members of Catholic confraternities process through the streets, sometimes carrying enormous religious floats, sometimes marching to the same music, wearing a uniform, and performing recognizable roles within the procession. Participating in that performance tells everyone watching that these people belong to this confraternity and that they're acting together as a group. Coalitional signaling can also involve visual markers that make membership immediately legible. Military rank badges can do this, as can body paint, uniforms, or distinctive religious clothing. For example, Muslims embarking on the pilgrimage to Mecca enter a ritual state called ihram, which among other things involves wearing recognizable white clothing. Another example is the Khalsa tradition in Sikhism, which refers to the community of initiated Sikhs who formally commit themselves to a particular religious discipline and way of life. Initiation into the Khalsa traditionally means maintaining visible signs like uncut hair and wearing a steel bracelet called a kara. These are religious obligations, but they also make religious community publicly recognizable. Experimental studies have indicated that people pick up on coalitional signals in early childhood. In one study, researchers taught groups of preschoolers group-specific ritualized ways of playing with beads, like, this is the way that the green group plays with these beads. After repeating these over several sessions, the kids who learned the rituals spent more time showing their beads to other members of their own group. The researchers interpreted this as the kids becoming more concerned with displaying that they knew and participated in the group's special way of doing things. The harder point is figuring out when archaic humans could understand a coalition in the first place. Lang and Kunt look for evidence of shared intentionality, like evidence for coordinated hunting. In South Africa, stone points that were probably put onto wooden weapons appear around 500,000 years ago. More widespread evidence for this kind of hunting weapon appears in Africa about 300,000 years ago. So this is one possible sign of increasingly complicated collective action, like group hunting, that likely involved coalitional signaling. The next piece is a commitment signal. Suppose a group is preparing for a hunt that could go badly, or imagine two groups forming an alliance before going to war. Knowing that someone is friendly is useful, knowing that they are part of your coalition is even more useful. But you still have to wonder, will they actually stick with us when things get hard? Hey, you can count on me. Can I though? Words are cheap. You can promise to help me tomorrow and then change your mind tomorrow. One way to make that promise more convincing is to attach a cost to it. This is the basic logic of costly signaling theory, which I've talked about on the channel before. Think about putting down a large non-refundable deposit. Saying I'm definitely coming costs you nothing, but handing over $500 tells me that you're willing to put something valuable on the line. Ritual can work in a similar way. If someone accepts pain or gives away valuable resources or invests a huge amount of effort in a public ceremony, the cost makes their commitment harder to fake. Someone who barely cares about the group has less reason to pay it. Lang and Kunt point to experimental studies where people who paid higher costs to communicate cooperative intentions later contributed more to a common pool of resources. Other studies found that observers of painful rituals actually interpret costly ritual behavior as evidence of commitment. Even toddlers pay attention to how much time and effort somebody has invested in an action. We can see this in the sun dance, historically practiced by several Native American peoples, including the Blackfoot people. The ceremony brings several bands together for days, and as part of the ceremony, men were pierced with wooden skewers attached to a central pole, and then danced around it until their flesh tore. These are costly signals. For someone who's not really invested in the group, they would never do this. Now, as with similarity and coalitional signaling, it's very difficult to pinpoint when costly signals could have emerged in early humans. But Lang and Kuhn argue it requires the capacity to imagine alternatives and think ahead, what psychologists sometimes call mental time travel, the ability to imagine possible future situations and plan around them. They look for archaeological evidence of behaviors that would have required people to anticipate needs in advance.
So, for example, around 300,000 years ago in Kenya, people were transporting obsidian tools over long distances, roughly over 50 kilometers.
Carrying raw material that far suggests that people were anticipating needs in advance. This connects to costly signaling because a commitment signal can only work if I can connect what I'm doing right now to what I'm likely to do later. If I'm about to endure a very painful ritual before tomorrow's hunt, I have to understand that the pain is a cost that I'm choosing to pay now in relation to some future action. I also have to recognize that I have alternatives. I could just refuse the ritual or I could stay home. So the same general cognitive capacity that lets someone think, hey, I'm going to need this obsidian later, also makes it possible to understand that this person is paying a cost now because they intend to follow through later. For these scholars, that ability to mentally project forward possibilities is one of the cognitive capacities in human evolution that makes commitment signaling possible. Okay, so those are the basic ingredients of rituals according to this signaling system theory of ritual. The argument is that collective ritual evolved out of separate signaling behaviors deep in human evolutionary history. Similarity signals, coalitional signals, and commitment signals. The theory proposes that these signals developed separately and then gradually started appearing together, and by around the emergence of Homo sapiens as a species, these behaviors may have coalesced often enough into a repeated, public signaling system that we religious studies scholars later call collective ritual. One thing that may have helped was communal fire. Once people were regularly gathering together at night, a gesture that once passed between two people could now be performed in front of a whole group, who could then copy it, repeat it, and eventually standardize it. There could now be a recognizable group-specific way to say, this is how our group prepares for a hunt. Lang and Kuhn point to archaeological evidence of fire use at places like Kesem Cave in Israel, dating to around 400,000 years ago, and widespread fire use in Africa by roughly 350,000 years ago. These are possible times when these group-specific traditions could have developed. The next step would be connecting these behaviors to symbolic culture. As symbolic culture became more elaborate, these signals could also start carrying more information. A particular color or design of body paint can identify a named group, or refer to an ancestor, or become connected to a religious story. A dance could enact a mythological epic that the group tells about their gods. Lang and Kuhn describe ritual and symbolic communication as co-evolving. The signals became attached to social norms about how people are expected to behave, and eventually performing these behaviors in the correct way, in the correct setting, can itself become one of those norms. So think about all the rituals involved in a wedding. There are standardized words, gestures, objects, and roles that are recognized by the audience and the society at large. This is very close to Roy Rappaport's definition of ritual, a sequence of formal acts and words that is not entirely encoded by the performers, meaning that society has handed down the sequence to you to follow. And once a ritual has a conventional, socially expected form, participation can communicate a huge amount of information to society without anyone having to explain it from scratch. A wedding ceremony publicly marks a new social relationship because everyone already recognizes what the ceremony is supposed to symbolize, which is only possible when signaling and symbolic communication were linked sometime in humanity's past. Now, a few caveats to keep in mind. This signaling model is one theory for how collective ritual evolved. It is not the explanation. Other scholars have emphasized things like social bonding or ritual's ability to reduce anxiety in uncertain situations. Ritual is a complex system, and the signaling theory is a proposed evolutionary reconstruction. Also, because of the nature of our evidence, there are real methodological challenges to try to reconstruct the origin of ritual. Most ritual behavior leaves almost nothing behind for an archaeologist to discover, so the archaeological record is heavily biased toward the kinds of rituals that happen to leave durable, lasting evidence. For example, the oldest known depiction of people dancing comes from cave art in Borneo, which dates to around 20,000 years ago. But obviously people were capable of dancing long before 20,000 years ago. Pigment gives us older evidence because it can survive hundreds of thousands of years for archaeologists to discover. There's evidence of red pigment used in Kenya around 285,000 years ago, with possible evidence in South Africa going back to around 500,000 years ago. Even here though, a lump of pigment can't really tell us what people were doing with it. We can assume that body paint was being used, but that's more ephemeral than the pigment itself. So Lang and Kuhn instead try to reconstruct when archaic hominins in humanity's lineage had the mental capacities necessary to perform these different kinds of signals. And this inevitably involves a lot of guesswork. They admit in their study that even though it's based on up-to-date pertinent evidence, the nature of this reconstruction is inherently speculative. Though I like their approach. Collective ritual is one of the most complicated things that humans do. A single ritual can involve a huge amount of symbolism, music, social obligations, elaborate choreography, and stories about gods, spirits, or ancestors. And the signaling theory breaks that complexity down to its base components: imitation, coalitions, and commitment, woven together into repeated, standardized, and symbolic behaviors that over deep evolutionary time combine into one of the most widespread behaviors in all of human culture. In Roy Rappaport's framing, collective ritual is one of humanity's primary ways of communicating our intent to cooperate. And cooperation matters most when the task is too big for any one person to handle alone. Environmental conservation is a good example. Most of us can't personally restore a forest or protect an endangered species, but coordinated groups of people can. That's why I joined Planet Wild, a community.
Oh, and this is an ad, by the way. But I was going to say, it gives it a whole new take, or it gives you a whole new perspective on the utility and usefulness of religion, you know?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah,
But it don't
specifically
have to be
ritual.
religion.
Yeah.
Yeah, it don't even have to be like religion.
Yeah, I would say more specifically religion than, but yeah, like I think it's in modern times, like we tend to wonder what good is it for now.
Yeah.
But it's really just more like baggage, you know. It's like something like our monetary system. You know, it's like something we've, you know, it stretches back centuries, and we've just kind of, you know, added new policies and new ways of doing things on top of it, but it's still like an ancient system that we're using.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you said at the beginning of the video, like nowadays we can just communicate. I'm like you. Our interests are aligned.
Well,
Yeah.
but like,
We don't
look,
have to dance for 30 minutes. You know.
it's true, but like go to a football game, like a University of Tennessee football game where they play Rocky Top and like the it's like it's euphoric almost. That even if you're not a fan of that, you know what I mean, just being in that
I
atmosphere.
mean, even us atheists do it too. Like we do things collectively and to mirror to each other. You know, like even this, like we're showing each other like we understand the issues with religion, the problems behind it, things like that. You know, this is all signaling
But
to a degree.
like our religion, though, like our modern religions we have now, what they did was they hijacked this part of our, you know what I mean,
Of our
of
psyche.
the human of our human experience. They hijacked this part and, you know, worked it into they stole just about everything good from us and turned it into something religious, so that like that's the only way we can find it sometimes.
It's probably more likely that they adopted it
But
early
yeah.
on, like, you know, subconsciously, just because it was like a phenomena that like would like had an impact. Like it does work on a psychological level. And then, you know, because they didn't understand psychology, they attribute that to, you know, a spiritual being or a deity.
Yeah, but like I know people who were like youth pastor, like music people in their church and stuff that are atheists now, and like they use this. You know, you know they explain now that this is something that like big churches know, and so they employ like the lights and all this stuff and everything, and to get everybody doing this, and that's how they get you in that, you know, caught up in that worship session. Is
Right. Yeah. No. It's really kind of funny that like after I started, you know, questioning my belief, I started going to a lot more live, like music events, and I noticed the similarities in like the emotional sort of highs and lows that like, you know, performance will kind of take the crowd through, and it was very similar to like the emotional highs and lows of like, you know, singing hymns and like hearing a passionate sermon. And that's when I realized, oh, those feelings aren't, you know, they're not exclusive to church and God. Like this is just like a part of like human emotion and experience.
Yeah, I think that's why some religious people will say, you just treated one religion for another, because that's what they're seeing is like the group, the collective part, you know, the ritual part, and assume that means religion.
Right.
And it doesn't.
yes, I felt very close to spiritual when I went to see ACDC in concert. Yes.
You saw who in concert?
ACDC. Well, I mean, like a
Oh.
lot of concerts, but ACDC and let's see, Motley Crue and
Nice.
yes, I mean, like, yeah.
We can finish the video now.
Is it just the ad?
And
I
I
don't
still
know, it
check
might
the
be
app
the
all
end.
the time for new mission
Is that-
updates.
is it-
Trees
is it-
near like
Yeah, we don't have to
Planet
watch
Wild
the ad.
plastic built up way 10th conservation where we'll get
Yeah,
their
it's
first
probably
month
just the
in
end.
the description video showing
I
what the
think he
community
puts his
funded.
ads at the end.
Yeah, it was all ad.
Okay.
That's what it.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah, that was very interesting. Gives me like a new perspective on, you know, these things that we do as humans.
You should sub to him.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's a good channel.
Yeah, it is.
It's always like that too. Usually, 15 to 20 minute long video, very informative, densely packed with information, highly produced. Good stuff.
Yeah, that was dense. That was information dense.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like when I was before when we were talking about it, I was like saying like it's a lot like a Blitz video, you know, like when Blitz is talking about physics and now it's densely packed with all that physics information. It's like that, but with just religion instead. And it's very straightforward, and it's easy to follow. I always, you know, it's easy to digest, and since you know, I have a religious background, you know, it always hits close to home. David Miano, the professor there on the right, the guy from World of Antiquity, I've talked to him a few times too, and he's that his channel is really good for like history, world history, especially ancient history.
It's good to know. Another one to check out later.
Sure.
And since you said the magic name Blitz,
For sure.
just
I'm
go
always
ahead
down
and,
to watch. Blitz is my favorite. I will never turn down an opportunity to watch a Blitz video.
All right, I think
Appy.
everything's set. Oh.
How's it going?
I hate like that, like when I have a video pause like that and I max it. Now it's not doing it. But it seems like the first time I maximize it, always just auto plays the video. It's a little annoying.
That's weird.
Okay.
All right, damn. Oh.
You there?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool. So, Appy, do you believe in God?
Yes, I do. I am a Christian.
Okay, why should I believe in God?
Personally, what convinced me to believe in God was that there's fine logic, fine temporal logic, and that's all I could think of. And I think we can.
This feels like one of the worst reasons.
They never give a good reason. The only
Like,
good reason I
can-
hear, and it's almost like no point in even going any further, but the only good reason I hear is I had this personal experience. Okay.
Well, at least that isn't this. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't
But-
say anything about a personal experience, but and it depends on the personal experience and how they tell the story. I mean, there's some personal experiences I don't buy for a second, but there are some like there's not much I can do with it. Even if it, you know, you make it really convincing, I can't. It's not going to be a reason for me. Nobody goes around saying I started believing in God because of somebody else's personal experience. You know.
Yeah. It looks like Jackie remembers this caller. So if it's good enough for Jackie to remember, it's probably going to be a fun clip. All right, let's get back to it.
Talk about that.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Can you elaborate a little bit more?
So, elaborating is that you can present me questions like regarding the logic that made me convinced, like maybe like what is
Yeah,
morality?
what's the
Why does
argument?
God do this? All right, I'll present one.
Go ahead.
What made you? What makes you not believe in God? How about that?
That's not an argument. That's a question.
Oh yeah, that is a question.
Hell yeah.
I like to shift into that topic first because I
How
think it
about
opens
this?
up arguments.
How about this? When I was 6 years old, a demon came to me in my dreams and said that if you don't become an atheist, he's going to burn my whole house alive. Okay, why should I believe in God?
Well, that is a very, very ridiculous analogy, and not analogy. I mean example, but I mean sure that is one reason. That sure is one reason to not believe in God, and I understand the perspective. But
Why should I believe in God?
but logically, why you should believe in God is that logically it is very fine, and then
It's very
and
fine.
then, I can try.
I don't know what that means.
I could try persuading you. I could try
Yes,
persuading you.
please provide an argument.
All right. All right. Let's say I think God provides like providence in this world that if you personally like engage with Him, you can experience that interpersonally without like perhaps increased mentality. You know, something like that.
It sounds
That's
like
my
what you're
first
telling.
argument.
So your argument is something like, if you believe in God, you'll have cool experiences. Is that the argument?
Well, you have more positive experiences, and that might be an indication. Like God interpersonally is like very hard to convince it onto others. Like, have you tried being a Christian, or are you born into like
No, I
a
mean
religion?
Christianity. No, I haven't tried being a Christian. Christianity seems like kind of fundamentally flawed from the get-go. It seems like
Yeah.
it seems like actually like being a Christian actually kind of leads you to some like really non-positive experiences. Like it requires that you believe that like, you know, there's a requires you to believe these absurd things. Like there's a reason for every amount of suffering, right? And
Oh, muted. I thought he was going to go into, you know, the distress one would feel if you believe that there is like eternal punishment after you die. Like,
Yeah, and not what logic. There's nothing like okay, yeah, the Trinity. That's so logical.
but it makes sense when you don't think about it.
Yeah. Most of Christianity does make sense when you don't think about it for very long.
that seems
is
like it. That seems a little absurd to me. So like I don't know why I should try doing this if you have to believe these absurd conclusions.
Well, yeah, that is understandable. That is an understandable perspective, but that's quite literally how religion works. It's that we frame into these godly beings, and I think what makes them true to me is that it's just so logically fine. Like, presume like
What do you mean
like
logically fine?
To specify logically fine is that I can literally answer some sort of atheistic questions that cause doubts into people. And
Okay,
I
but that's
can't
not
think of
just to be clear. Having an answer to every question doesn't mean that the belief is true.
Yeah, that is
So
true. That is true.
why should I think that it's
persuasion-
true?
Yeah, that's why persuasion is something like not objective. It's just your
Right. I'm just
it's like
asking for a
trying to-
reason why I should think it's true, not for a reason why I should think
Yeah,
it's say consistent. By the way, it's just not the case that you can logically answer every question, but in like a logically consistent way. But that's neither here nor there. Even if you could, that wouldn't make it true.
Yeah, that
Because
is true.
I
but yeah.
could do the same thing with naturalism, right? You ask me any question, I'll give you a naturalistic answer.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't make it true.
Alright, I'll try to
Good
answer-
point,
actually,
Blitz.
this time I'll try to answer your question. Like, what can you? What was that? What's the question again?
Yeah.
I feel like Collar's like conceded on like 2 or 3 points already.
Right.
He goes like, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he's not even listening. I don't think. I just want to say they got fine logic in Christianity, and Mickey is fine. Remember that song?
Hey, Mickey, you're so fine, you're so fine.
Yeah.
You blow my mind. Hey, Mickey.
Yeah.
Hey, logic, you so fine.
Mickey
Okay,
is finer
why
than
did dinosaurs
Jesus.
get cancer?
Why did dinosaurs get cancer? I think that's a pretty stupid question, but
You said that you
I love the you know, just the snark and disrespect, like when they get asked like a question that really like kind of like fucks up their entire narrative.
Yeah.
Right.
And
I think it's a
I've
stupid question, therefore I don't have to answer it.
yeah,
Well, we don't even know. He may not even believe in dinosaurs.
like I've heard of like poisoning the well, but this is like throwing like a bucket of arsenic down the well, you know.
Yeah. A little bit, right?
But like I've never heard like a good response to this question. Why did the dinosaurs get cancer if cancer is the result of the fall of man? Like,
Yeah.
you know, well, like
The only answer I've ever heard is like the retro causality idea, like it
Yeah.
works backwards in time as well as forwards.
it's like
And that's not a good answer.
No.
But God's magic, so I mean that's what I mean when you're the thing you believe in is literal magic. Yeah, I would expect you to have an answer for everything. I don't expect it to be a good answer or a right answer, but I do expect you to have an answer.
And most of the time it'll just because God did it.
Right. Exactly.
I
that's-
watched a video last night on the Bray tar pits. You know, there in are they around L.A.?
The Brea tar pits are in LA.
Yes. Like you talk about the amount of suffering over thousands and thousands and thousands of years that those things, you know, like how many animals died and suffered, like, you in those things, just them alone. I mean, it's like because they said like a big like a man, a big herbivore or something that got in there, like that they would be in there sometimes for like 4 weeks before they would even sink. Stuck kind of on top with like predators coming after them, and just like. Yes, no, I didn't see him read it, Chase. I'm sorry. I left before then, but yeah, I told him I wanted more Chase.
Yeah, that is terrifying to think. Like trying to imagine, like essentially slowly dying for 4 weeks because
Oh gosh,
you're stuck. There's no like technology to like save you
they
at
found
that time.
they found
And
like 800 and something dire wolf skulls and like so many thousands of different, like so many the same animals just over and over and over. That what I mean, like turkeys, like the American turkey.
yeah, turkeys make sense.
Yeah. There was like so many thousands and that like 14,000 bone turkey, bones or whatever they found in there. They found American horses, which was the early horses. They found the camels, because camels and horses both evolved in North America first, and both of them like escaped across the land bridge before it closed, and then they went extinct over here. And then
That's really interesting. Like I've like heard the like horse timeline and evolution of horses in North America be talked about extensively, like during like Mormon debates. Kind of showing the oh god, what do you call it? Anachronism. So yeah, that's a really cool fact that the camels were here first.
yes, and the horses, but every horse now that's in North America or South America is a descendant of the horses that the
That left
Spaniards brought back
when they were
across.
reintroduced.
Yeah. We even had a line. Like there's even we had a line, an American line. It was like huge. It was like 4 times bigger than a regular African like line.
Mm-hmm. I didn't realize they were that big. That's crazy. Because when you think of like lions in the U.S., it's like mountain lions.
Yeah, this was the
Cougars,
largest.
bobcats.
This was the largest cat they said that we've ever found that lived on the planet. Like was the American lion.
Was it from Texas? Because everything's.
No, it was.
In
They
Texas.
found. They found one of it. They found one of its. Some of it in that pits, tar pits.
Oh, in L.A. Okay, cool.
I think they just found one of the species. But
one is enough.
Yeah, but they were talking about how big it was. It's huge. Like, of course, then there were saber-toothed, the saber-toothed cats, and there's all kinds of crazy animals.
But not as crazy as Australia.
It's hard to believe that, like, young Earth creationist thinks that we lived on the planet with all of these crazy animals, and we survived, and they all went extinct. Like.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting to think about. Like, we consider ourselves the apex predator or whatever now, but like, does that mean like we would have been apex at all times in evolutionary history? Like, if you take humans nowadays and like stick them in a planet in which they can survive, because at some point there wasn't enough oxygen in the atmosphere to even breathe and survive.
Yeah, but stick it somewhere like without a gun and see how long we remain the apex predator.
Right.
You know
Well,
what
and,
I mean? Like, because, you know what I mean? Like, polar bear, I mean, like, oh, there's so many animals that would kill us if we don't have the way of, yeah.
yeah. So, this brings up like the meme discussions. Like could 100 people take on one gorilla, or like would you rather fight like one horse-sized duck or 100 duck-sized horses?
I think I'd rather fight the one horse-sized duck because, like, you know, make sharp objects and but like we used to be better at running down prey and stuff like that. I guess fire helps too. If you can get a fire, you can keep most animals like scared off with fire. But
Yeah, that's super helpful at night.
we wouldn't be apex predators like without like firearms and stuff like that. I don't think. And yeah.
Yeah, it's really our technology that allowed us to ascend, or even transcend the food chain.
I'll take the 100 duck-sized horses any day of the week.
But you gotta have like 100 people to fight all them.
You only need 100 rounds. With a duck-sized horse, can you imagine, or a horse-sized duck? Can you imagine a fucking giant fucking duck coming at you with a giant ass corkscrew penis, and completely pissed off? And fire ain't gonna help because that fucker can fly.
Yeah, right. And 10 ducks, little ducks by themselves would be a hell of. I wouldn't even want to fight those.
Yeah, ducks can get nasty.
Ducks
but not
are
as
fucking
nasty
bitches.
as like geese. Geese scare me.
Geese and swans are the worst. But
geese are mean. Yeah,
they will fuck you up.
It's like their primary property is the hate from like every animal that like lived before it. It just lives to hate.
I'm just picturing these.
Also, RP, I sent you a link in
running
DM.
around. All these ducks out the horses.
And a horse-sized duck, if he really pissed off at you, I mean, if everything's the size of a horse, his corkscrew penis would be even bigger. So, like,
yeah. You remember?
God forbid he wanted to fuck you.
The Barbie horses. You remember?
You just make your whole life fucking miserable.
Those horses would be about the size of those Barbie horses that we used to have. That were like.
Now, are we talking about the era when they were just like one solid piece, or the era when they finally started making them like be able to move?
When I was little, we was just one solid piece. They didn't have no moving parts. No moving parts. My cats could probably handle them, actually.
All right, let me find the tab again. Here it is. Got some more
Wonderful
things to
jam,
queue
Nick.
up for
Just
later.
Wonderful.
Jam.
Answer any question that an atheist asks. Well, I asked you one. Calling it stupid isn't answering it.
Well, that's pretty absurd. I guess we have no evidence in that.
Oh, yes, we do. We have tons of evidence that dinosaurs had cancer. I can show you a dinosaur bone that has cancerous growth on it.
So yeah, but let's jump into something more sensical. I think that's...
No, I'm sorry. You're going to answer this question. You said that you can answer any question that I ask you, and you're going to answer it. Or you can run, I guess. But just for those who don't know,
an absurd question. Like,
it's not absurd because we literally have a dinosaur bone with cancer on it right here.
Well, that's not in correlation with religion or in some form, and that's what I'm here for.
It absolutely is, because the question is why did dinosaurs get cancer to begin with? Why did they suffer so much?
All right. That makes sense. So, dinosaurs
That's like concession number 3 or 4.
Well, wait a minute.
Like,
He's gonna explain this. Like, see if he even believes dinosaurs exist or what it is. Yeah.
oh, yep. Here comes like a YEC. I guess apologetic. Let's see.
Is this the clip he released this morning? The theist just says things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Theology, we actually define animals as something that has, like, although not dogmatically half spirit or something, it's just is not on par with how God treats humans, and therefore, like, they may have been cancer may something be natural that may hint into, like, allows that hints into something logical. Like we might ask where the cancer came from. That may be
where
an
did cancer
evidence
come
that
from?
God. Yeah.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
I'm asking where did it come from?
Well, God created nature not as a perfect thing. Yeah, right.
Oh, God created nature imperfectly?
God created a perfect thing. God created a perfect world, which Adam and Eve caused.
And
Like,
the
every
perfect world
question is
includes
not
dinosaurs with
going
cancer.
well.
Huh?
His ability to answer every single question is not going well.
Oh yeah. Like that's maybe not a claim you should make at the very beginning of the conversation before you've even had like
Especially when
hard
talking to
questions.
a PhD physicist. He's gonna grill you on physics. Good luck.
the perfect world back then did not. Although
Okay,
I'm
but
not an
so
existentialist.
wait a minute. So did the dinosaurs have cancer before Adam and Eve, or not?
In a way, the Bible is not something scientific. Where if the Bible actually spoke about the dinosaurs, then that would be a pretty
In a
sound
way,
knowing
If it did, that
that
would
No.
be. You'd be right. That would be
you
great.
don't say. I don't believe that. What are you talking about?
Don't tell
In a
Kent
way.
Hovind.
In a way, the Bible's not scientific. Really? You're
Yeah.
fucking kidding me.
It's not.
It's a
like, or when
Quran.
they say it's not a history book, like we don't treat it like one.
It's a Quran that's scientific.
Hey, Chase.
What's up, Chase?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. How are you?
How's it going?
I'm well. I can't stay long. I did a marathon on John's stream.
That's cool.
Saw that.
It was really fun.
I thought the
missed
stream
coming
was
at
only
4.
like 2 hours.
That was the first one.
Yeah, he had his computer
Oh.
crash and he had to restart, so he was gone for like 10 minutes, and then he went like another 8 hours after that.
Yeah, that
they let
happened to
me-
John. That happened to Justin too. He crashed like 3 times.
Yeah,
He made us
it was
fucking
2
work for it
hours.
today, but that call with Ty Wolf was just.
Ty called? Oh, let's go.
Oh yeah.
We should
Oh,
watch
it
that.
is a fucking bitch fest. Oh my god. It's like Ty called in and was like, "Let me show off how well I can be a toddler," and it was like,
well, it's nothing new there. That dude's a
as soon as he came up, I was like, "Oh, cue the burden shifting in 3, 2," and then he was like, the whole prompt is, you know what, you're the one that should be called on CPS because of the way you treat your autistic kid, and I was like, "Whoa!" I'm like,
holy
fucking
shit.
go for that fucking brass ring, bitch! Like, damn, that was burden shifting like to the max because. Justin's topic was someone needs to call CPS on God.
I'd say that's like a great demonstration of Darvo. Deny, accuse, reverse victim order.
I'll have to pull it up. We can watch it.
I've never heard that before, RP.
Speaking of that,
It's a common
reverse
tactic
order,
that abusive partners will employ.
Yes. Speaking of reverse order, there's Ron DeSantis, the guy that he appointed to a position in Florida down there in the same county where the Epstein situation came out of.
Oh yeah, he got arrested for
Got arrested.
child assault.
His grandson, his own grandson.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yep.
Still not a drag queen.
Nope. He's one of the
Yeah,
family guys.
I think like the last 5 minutes of Ty's call got cut off because YouTube crashed.
Hopefully he was recording locally so he can upload that clip.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was. Like, I just went to TikTok and watched it, but yeah.
Well, we should definitely watch it later.
Yeah, it was crazy.
I want to see it.
Chase, since you said you had limited time, do you have? Do you remember any calls on?
Sorry, real quick, RP. Yeah, it fucking derailed down to. I bet I can bench more than you can between the two of them.
I doubt it. Justin's been getting swole.
All right.
I mean, it just didn't.
Did you have any good calls, Chase? Did y'all have?
There were. It depends. So, like, there was one guy who was very receptive and, like, actually listened and probably learned a lot. And so that was, like, a nice, refreshing thing to get from a theist. And then I also had the crash out guy who, by the end, he was saying that that there's proof that we're in the center of the universe and God's real. Put on the full tinfoil hat.
Oh, I didn't hear that one. You were talking to.
That was the first stream.
Yeah. Okay.
And then the second stream, that's what I was wondering if you were there when he read your super chat, which I really appreciated, by the way. Yeah, that's when John said that I have a permanent spot on their show anytime.
Let's go.
Right on.
That was really nice. And then he also said I wasn't allowed to go anywhere. He's like, you have to be here when you're doing these streams.
Who hooked you up with that one? Was that John or was that Issa or like one of the mods?
It was technically, if you want to get back to the foundations, it was you, Gretchen.
Well, I know, but we have a couple of John Cohen mods on our mod team too, so I was wondering if it was one of them that hooked you up.
No. So you introduced me to Cody. I was on Cody's stream for a long time one day, like 4 hours, and I really wasn't doing much physics. I was mostly just more doing jokes, and because they had a lot of Phil Bros, and I just kind of become a smartass whenever the Phil Bros join. Like, sure, the sky has ontology. Like, how does that get us to God? And so I was more doing that and making a bunch of inappropriate jokes, and then
which is perfect for Cody's stream.
Yeah, it definitely, like, there's a very different way that I handle Cody versus John stream for sure.
Oh yeah, totally.
That's what makes me nervous about people that I don't really know. Like, if I was like, whenever you message me about like Justin, I don't know how. I would assume just stick with the science, but with Cody, it's like
no, absolutely not. With Justin, no way.
Oh yeah, I just you know what I'm saying, I just don't know him well. But with Cody, it was pretty obvious.
Justin might not understand half the culture references that the pop culture references you make, but he likes to joke around.
Yeah.
Okay. So
he just doesn't like fun.
Yeah, you'll find it easier to joke around with Justin than even like Blitz. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Blitz, I'm the most comfortable with out of everybody because I see him once a week for research.
Yeah, because you know him the best. So, but that makes sense.
But also, if Blitz is on his stream, I'm not needed automatically.
Yeah, true.
Somebody said that. Somebody was like, "What if you and Blitz?" And I was like, "It really wouldn't do anything because it would just be one of us saying whatever both of us would say for 99%."
Right.
Yeah.
It's just like
like that happened today when Blitz and Quanta both showed up, and once Quanta got up there and started answering questions, Blitz is like, "I'm just gonna chill and chat." Like, this is cool.
Yeah,
because there's no need to have Blitz and Quanta up there at the same time either. So
yeah, so what happened was Sean joined Cody's stream because one of the KG guys showed up.
Oh,
and
was it Callow or Cap?
It was Wubby.
Oh, Wubby, that's
Clark.
He's the trolliest out of anyone.
Yeah.
Oh, he got out trolled that day. he ended up rage quitting while talking to me.
Funny.
But well, he was like, now you're getting. He was like, now you're getting emotional, slow boy, and I was like, well, yeah, you're
slow
being
boy.
Of course,
they're such assholes. They're so arrogant.
But it was Cody even said, he was like, are you calling a theoretical physicist slow?
Yeah, oh my gosh.
But anyways, I don't think he liked that I just didn't take him seriously at all.
Right.
But
yeah, Clark doesn't like that at all.
That's all you can do.
Yeah.
That's what Ian does. He will just laugh and be like, "Oh, Clark is hilarious." He doesn't like actually consider any of the arguments. It's just, you know.
Oh, he's just cracking
It's
out.
intended to be rage bait.
Yeah, that's what
I was going to say. That really gets to him.
Ian will say, "Here's my keys," and shake his keys.
Yeah, absolutely. The worst thing you can do is laugh at him. It drives him nuts.
Look at the pretty keys. Oh, and he does that. Die laughing. Sometimes it works.
So anyway, so then Sean came in and like 2 or 3 other friendlies came in, and it kind of turned into like Ask a Physicist. They were all asking questions, and we really didn't have any theists for probably an hour. I just answered physics questions. And then Sean was like, at the risk, he even said this, he was like, at the risk of saying something obvious, you're a physicist, right? And I was like, yeah. And then that's when he said, you should come on John's live. So I got invited by Sean.
Nice.
Oh, cool.
And then he told me if physics came up to request, but I get, you know, like I don't want to impose or step on toes or like shoehorn my way into somebody else's thing. But today what happened was the first time
they fucking love it though. I told you, man. Like, they can't answer these questions, so it's nice having that security blanket with someone who can.
Right.
Yeah. And like,
you know,
some of them can't jump on every. Like I've seen the what's her name that
Ella Scientific Snitch.
No, the atheist, the born again atheist. I've seen her call for somebody like 2 or 3 times. You know what I mean? And nobody would be around to like jump on.
Yeah.
You know, when she needed like people.
So the only reason I even made a little debut on John, well, I guess I did one the other time, but both times it was the same thing where I was actually in the chat and a thing popped up on my phone where they like invited me to join the TikTok rather than me requesting. So then it's like, okay, well, it's definitely wanted. And then it happened again, and then I requested the 3rd time I joined because
it's definitely wanted. Dare I say needed?
Yeah, the 3rd time the guy was like talking about entropy and stuff, and I saw where that was heading, so I requested. But yeah, that was it. I didn't have any eventful ones. I had the one guy who just like slowly kept moving the goalposts.
Yes.
Until he eventually crashed out.
What's up, nobody?
It's really funny. Oh, hey, nobody.
What up?
Nobody.
And then I had another thing to ask you about, Gretchen, but I may do it in private.
Okay.
I may just send you a message, and then you can decide if you want to discuss it in private or on here.
Either way.
I'm going to send you a message, and then you can decide because you're way more.
Okay.
Yeah, well, you two have that quick little conversation in the back. Let's.
Did you want to talk about how RP and nobody are wrong about morals? I'm just kidding, RP. Please don't fucking get pissed off. It's just a joke.
RP, are your morals objective or subjective?
I'm a moral realist.
Yeah, that didn't answer the question for me.
That means objective.
Oh, okay. So how do you ground that in like the ontology?
It's grounded in God, duh.
I did a philosophy.
my God evolution, brought to us by our prophet Darwin.
Oh yeah,
I'm going to say to Darwin.
I'm going to say that if we do have objective morals, which I'm still about half and half on that, it would definitely be grounded in evolution. Like I just finished the Bonobo and the Atheist, and like there's a really good argument coming out of like using the bonobo like societies on us having a shared common ancestor with bonobos, that we acquired a lot of our moral tendencies towards, because we've been separated from the bonobos for like 7 million years, and we share a lot of moral intuitions with them.
Some kind of like evolutionary naturalist account of like what is inevitably the case due to evolution or something.
Yeah, like that bonobo and the atheist like lines out, like he studied like even more than the chimpanzees. I think the the chimpanzees are like a lot. They're have a different kind of system. Because they seem to do. He seemed to think that the chimpanzees like traveled out further away, because the bonobos are just located in that one spot, like right there on the Congo River. The chimpanzees like traveled out, and because they spread out and everything, they adopted more like like violent kind of behaviors because they were expanding or whatever. But the bonobos were pretty much stationary right there on the Congo River, and they have a lot of moral intuitions that we are that we almost mimic perfectly. Did you know blushing is like an evolutionary trait that like is in our morality?
Interesting. How so?
You're saying it like projects some type of message or something?
Yeah, it's like blushing. It's like a when you do something maybe that's incorrect, or like something that someone else might get upset over, maybe in the society. Our faces evolved to like have the blood run up, and the blushing is sort of like an apology or a signal that that you're sorry or something that you did it. And so yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, I assume Gretchen and Chase are corresponding behind the scenes, so let's
I just realized to explain the situation, I'm gonna have to go take this to a publisher and probably write a few chapters.
It's a novel, huh?
Yeah, it's not too bad. I'm mostly just thinking about how to word it. So I try to be careful with my words, especially if it's a situation I'm not sure how to handle. So sometimes I'm over careful.
You don't need to be careful when words don't mean words, though.
What do you mean by words?
Define.
I can do my Jordan Peterson. Well, it's like, I don't know what you mean by words.
Yeah, what's your semantic reduction of words?
I mean, are words your god? Is that what you worship? A priori?
Can you use can you further reduce words for me without using words, please?
Yeah, can you just grunt them at me, maybe?
Depending on how big my lobster claws grow.
Oh, good.
The rats, and they give cocaine to the rats.
Was that Tim Pool?
No, it's actually Jordan Peterson. Have you not seen?
Oh, no.
Oh my god, he just like.
But that
it's like 10 years, maybe more than 10 years. And he just goes on and on about like test rats. It's really weird.
Your delivery was very Tim Pool-esque though. Like
Really?
it was pretty good. Yeah.
I'll have to find the clip and send it to you. It's pretty funny.
Love it. All right, well, let's get more of this this fine logic before. Oh, it looks like Neck 2 is probably refreshing. But yeah, this guy keeps using this term nobody fine logic, and he hasn't like defined what he means by fine logic, and so I think Blitz is gonna kind of trap him down on that.
Wait, what did he say?
Fine logic.
Like fine-grained or something?
He keeps saying that theism has fine logic.
Okay, like I'm thinking like someone I'm attracted to, like they're fine. Like,
damn, that logic got curves.
Yeah.
That logic's fine, like a ticket on the dash.
Well, that's what I said. I said, "Oh, Mickey, you're so fine." Remember that song?
Yeah. Oh, Logic, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Hey, Logic.
That entailment relation is so hot.
You're attracted to the tail. All right, let's jump back in for a bit. Once Chase and Gretchen are done having their little chat, we can address that potentially.
Easy if it did. Unfortunately, it didn't. So now you have to answer the question.
Yeah. So
It's like going
in a
into the
way, I
makeout
think
room.
God potentially covered that up because, again, it would be pretty absurd for him to place that in the Bible. And if it were placed on the Bible, then it almost proves his entire existence.
Right, yeah, but it's not. So what's the explanation for how where dinosaur cancer came from?
Well, I think it is some form of natural. It is the natural way of the world that God created.
Okay,
Although
so
God created
the natural way of the world includes the perfect natural way of the world includes dinosaur cancer.
The analogy for Adam and Eve may have been like that. That may have.
What
been
analogy?
Like
We're not talking about an analogy. I'm just asking why the dinosaurs get cancer.
Well, yes, I think, or I mean, let me specify. I think Adam and Eve were something analogical and not something like truly scientific, as if they existed as real humans within this world.
Did Jesus think that they really existed within this world?
Adam and Eve?
Yeah.
I'm not sure of any scripture that mentions that.
Well, I mean, he must have, because he is apparently from the line of Adam, right? And if Adam and Eve didn't actually exist, then he can't be from the line of someone that didn't actually exist, right?
Right. So the chronological thing doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But then again, yeah, it's something analogical because it comes with a premise that if God added dinosaurs into the Bible, that would be pretty absurd, and that would
right. But the point is you said that you could answer any question, not just about the things that are in the.
That's the second time this caller has tried to like say, oh, it'd be pretty incredible if he talks about dinosaurs in the Bible, right? And I think he's going to try to go to like the behemoth or whatever, like Christians.
Yeah, that's what they always go to.
We'll try.
He does talk about unicorns 9 times.
Yep.
I thought that it was just like a dinosaur Eve and a dinosaur Adam ate the apple, and then he came along like a long time later and did it again, and God was like, "Fuck."
It does make sense, though, that the fact that Jesus did believe in Adam and Eve, and Jesus believed the flood happened. That I can, I never realized that a long time ago because I never read this.
Yeah,
book.
that God guy is pretty gullible, huh?
So, it pretty much, if you want to be a Christian, it's really hard probably to say, "Oh, Jesus didn't know that the flood was not real." That kind of yeah.
Yeah, Jesus was like, y'all remember that talking snake? That was real.
Yeah, that's what Golden Arm used to think.
I was there, bro.
That Jesus was all the way back there in the Garden of Eden.
Well, you got to remember that Jesus is both omniscient and not omniscient. So that's one of the things he was not omniscient about, I guess.
There's like a verse in John where he talks about the wind like it's this mysterious force that no one can understand. But nowadays we have like an entire branch of science to understand, the dynamics of wind, meteorology. We're literally able to predict the weather.
Yeah. Well, he also didn't know when fig trees were in season either, so.
I like to think Jesus, ripped a fat one right before that. He's like, man, I can really go for a fig right now. What do you mean this tree doesn't have figs right now? This is bullshit.
He could just make it grow fruit immediately anyways, being God.
He could have, yeah.
Yeah.
Just snapped his fingers and had it grow fruit.
all he needed was one fig, and then he could just made loaves, figs and figs and figs out of it. Multiplied the figs.
Fun fact: wasps love to burrow into figs, and so if you ever like eat fig Newtons, there's like a non-zero chance that like you're eating some crushed up wasp too.
I do not like fig Newtons, and I'm so glad now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if I want a snack, I'm not reaching for the fig Newtons. You ever heard of Oreos?
Yeah, Oreos are much better than fig Newtons.
Oreos give me heartburn.
It's
kind of sad. No, what's his name? The like white dude that was like a rapper and then went country. Post Malone. He had like an Oreo collab that was actually pretty fucking fire. It was like salted caramel something.
I was gonna say, was it like Bud Light flavored? I remember the first interview I ever saw with that guy. He had his wallet and keys and his phone in a 30-pack of Bud Light that he brought to the studio. That was one of the funniest things I've seen in like a musician do.
Yeah, he's definitely a character, but he's actually like really talented. He's
like
just
him.
So much a character that like people think about that first.
Yeah,
happens a lot. Happens a lot with like people like Lady Gaga and all that. Like people will think, oh, they're only a spectacle, but then like you see them like do like an unplugged performance, and you see like just how talented of a musician they actually are. So it's really cool. Like, has anyone ever heard T-Pain sing without autotune?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that album he did live, where he covered a bunch of songs, was crazy.
He's got a powerful voice. He only used the autotune as like like this is my like musical personality.
Yeah, he also won the that show, the Masked Singer. I know that's a real popular show with the kids these days.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I've never really been into those shows.
Here's got dozens of viewers.
Over the pandemic, Mrs. RP tried to get me to watch like The Voice, and I was just like, "Oh, okay, it's Gwen Stefani and Snoop Dogg and what's his face from One Direction, and they're all like doing super like generic like TV friendly jokes, and like it's always hinted that like Snoop is smoking weed. It's just like the same thing over and over with like some people performing."
This reminds me of like how I would see reruns of game shows from like the 70s and 80s as a kid, and I'd be like, why are all these game shows the same? And it just sounds like that's like American Idol spit out again.
Yeah, pretty much. Like the voices for like musician judges, and then like mass singers for like comedic judges.
Hollywood Squares. Did you ever watch Hollywood Squares? Nobody on fire.
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
I liked Hollywood Squares.
You know what this reminds me of too is that Whitest Kids You Know skit where it's like the wheel of money, and the audience keeps saying "wheel of money," and then like he gets like a live like message from the producers, and they're like, "No, you got to space it out. It sounds too much like Wheel of Fortune." And so he's like, "It's a wheel of money," and like he just like has a pause there.
Oh man. Chase and Gretchen, have you guys decided on what you're talking about, or are you still talking through that? I'm gonna take that as they're still talking through it. Okay, let's go back to Blitz for the meantime.
Bible. So.
Oh no, I'm not talking about like the scientific stuff where I can't pull up sources at my ass.
No, this isn't a scientific question. My question is why did God's perfect world include animal suffering?
The God's chronological thing may have been something analogical, like again, Adam and Eve.
I don't see how that addresses my question. Why was there animal suffering in God's perfect world?
We can presume that God's perfect world was really when he means by perfect, I mean he foresees the future, right? He foresees the future.
Presumably, yeah.
Yeah. He foresees the future. So while he did make a perfect world, I think that analogically means that the nature includes bad and good. And
Okay,
in a
so-
way, that literally filters out believers who believe into him because they see him in a way that they're afraid of him, and believers who
Pause
believe
it.
in him because they love him.
Reminds me, I don't know what this. I don't. Just remind me. There was a call today where the guy was basically gets cornered, and then when he realizes he's kind of lost the whole debate, then he says, "Well, that's you got me there. I'm really an atheist."
Oh, that guy pissed me off. Yeah, I hate when people do that.
What kind of atheist does that? Like, I've never thought to do anything like that. Like,
it was chain smoker, right?
Yeah, chain smoker.
Yeah.
Well,
I was like, come on.
I'll join Cody's panel and be like, I only ask like one stupid question. I don't pretend to be a theist, but I'm just like,
they know who you are.
What is ultimate and unchanging and grounds all that is and could never be?
This guy had like what, a 50-minute conversation LARPing as a Christian,
pretending to be a Christian, then just to pretend like, and then I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to say, but a lot of times I don't buy it. I think it's just like a way of trying to save face for the Christian. But if you really are an atheist, you're a shit atheist. You know, like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, it's just wasting time. And the conversation is never like actually entertaining.
Like, if I was sitting next to somebody and they were about to do that, I'd be like, "Wait, what are you doing? But you're not in opposition. Why are you calling?" You know.
Oh, that's a good point. I guess he could just be like trolling because he's got like friends in the room or something.
Yeah.
There's a couple times where I've laughed pretty hard at it though, because they'll say something like, well, yeah, like God is the case because there's just a sound argument for his creating the universe. And then someone will be like, well, okay, so what's the argument? And he's like, well, it's just going to be like modus ponens and it's going to be sound. And like, it's just like, they don't ever take an argument. They're just being like a total vague idiot, like on purpose. Just because there is a sound argument. I think that's kind of well, but also that doesn't take 50 minutes. That takes like 3.
If there is a valid and sound argument for God, then he exists. There is a valid and sound argument for God, therefore he exists.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Checkmate, atheist.
What's the argument for premise 2?
It's really not far off because
this argument, it's self-referential.
I feel like if is doing a lot of heavy lifting in this scenario.
Doing all the lifting.
Yeah.
You know, my ex one time asked me how to spell if.
I asked somebody how to spell the word "the," but I was 5 years old.
No, this was a grown man. Like, he was a grown man. He was like, how do you spell the word if? I was like, oh my God.
The most common spelling issue I have is like knowing if they're like double letters in like a specific word or not. There are too many words that like I'll accidentally double up the letters because like in my brain it just makes sense. I'm not good at spelling. It's like my least. I
do that with words, the certain words too, but I can't think of them right now.
Yeah,
I think it's necessary because I type necessary so much that I think that there's like 2 C's,
2 S's, or
yeah.
Are there are 2 S's in that, right?
There's 2 S's, just 1 C.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I
Go
type
for it.
2 C's half the time. I think that's what I'm thinking of.
And I think I type 1 S half the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, spelling is definitely not my forte.
Well, the thing about S's is you probably can't go wrong if you just throw an extra S in there every now and then. You know what I mean?
3 fucking S's.
Just do 3, yeah.
You know what I mean? Just because like probably by percentage wise, you're probably going to have as good a chance of hitting it. You know.
I think you can also substitute S's with TH.
Yeah.
That wasn't that funny, but thanks. I tried.
I'm just imagining like Daffy Duck, like, like, how do you spell this? It's like I can't sound it out. All right, enough of
spelling jokes.
Enough of my terrible Looney Tunes impression.
Hey, Chase, yeah, I just followed you on TikTok. Fucking next to, guess who's fucking live on TikTok right fucking now? It's Tommy.
Who is?
Tommy, news dude.
No fucking way.
He's live on TikTok right now.
Holy shit.
Is this someone who hasn't been live for a while and they're returning?
Yeah, like a year.
Wow, okay.
He had like a nervous breakdown or something, and
is he coming back?
he says he's charging up.
Whoa.
To come back, yeah.
Holy fucking, let's go.
Right?
He's charging up. Is he like scraping his foot on the ground like a bull?
No, he had a situation with a stalker, and then he ended up in a bunch of lawsuits, and then he just couldn't take the stress, and he ended up having like a nervous breakdown. So,
is his name My Dude?
yeah, My Dude, news dude.
All right, I'm following him.
Also, Okay Hi on YouTube. He had like 3-4 different accounts. He's just Jaden was his co-host. You know, Jaden, the voice actor guy. Jaden LeBron. Anyway, he's part of like the Dean Parker Santana crew originally.
Okay. I might recognize him. I don't have TikTok signed in.
He was already a big boy, but he's put on some weight. So. Yeah, he's got long hair now. Weird.
He looks good.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right, cool.
But yeah, I just followed you, Chase. I'm gonna follow you with the async account too.
Thanks for letting me know
sorted.
about that, Gretchen.
Uh-huh.
That was what was really important too. I'm trying to get my TikTok follows up.
Are you?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Are you gonna do a YouTube channel?
Oh, I was kidding about that. I do have plans to do a YouTube channel. It's just the next almost exactly 1 year for me is I took on a lot. I have a lot going with my PhD.
Yeah, I understand.
But about 1 year from now,
we lost you for a moment, but you're back.
Oh, okay. I luckily I stuttered, so I didn't say that many words.
You said it about a year from now.
Okay, yeah. So about a year from now, almost exactly a year from now, I have a lot of projects that are wrapping up and things that will be done. And I have plans to maybe start like a science communication, like a playlist, I guess is what you'd call it, where I would like to start with some deep dives on common things that theists get wrong and how to answer, like kind of the full story, because they only always give half the story.
Yeah.
So I would like to do something like that, but that's a lot of effort to do it well. I don't like doing things not well, so it's just going to have to wait till my plate empties.
Yeah, it's understandable.
Yes. Just give Eric. Yeah, Eric, you don't make enough content. You're right. Like you got some.
Yeah, it's some of it's just interesting, and presenting something to people is a really good way to learn it. But like, for example, the Axis of Evil keeps coming up. A guy tried to run that with me. That's what he ended up like tinfoil hat and leaving on. It's really funny because he told everybody to Google it, and I was like, "Yes, please Google it because you'll
It's
see."
gonna get the World War II shit.
The axis of evil is like something in the
I know,
system.
like you want to like add cosmology like to it when you're trying to search that up. But when you just like do axis of evil, like a lot of World War II shit comes up too.
Oh,
and so it might like confuse a lot of people.
It did me when I found out it was cosmology stuff. I was like, what?
Yeah, and that was the other thing. He even said, he's like, why you guys naming stuff evil too? And all I did was like, I mean, it was a little facepalm moment because I had just got done talking. If you guys were in here the other day about like ghosts and string theory, and I was like, we've got to stop naming some stuff in any way that these idiots can get a hold of.
Yeah, like,
but I was like, it was named after it. Was
shit like that.
yeah, and I was like, it was named after the George Bush quote, and it has an actual interesting story. So, like 2003 to 2005 ish, there was something called the Wilkinson microwave I hate this word, anisotropy probe, and it measured the axis of evil. That's what they named it, and basically, it looked like there was a shared direction along like the plane of our solar system. So it kind of looked like we were in the middle of the cosmos, or we were in some special place in the cosmos, which would be crazy, right? It would destroy all of the ideas we have from the FLRW metric, from what we call homogeneity and isotropy. So anyways, and then in 2013, it got worse because we released Planck, and we were hoping that Planck would like clear it up, and it didn't. It confirmed it. And so as recently as 2013, we didn't know how much the cosmological model was about to be thrown out by this. But then in 2016, we developed a polarization test. So the CMB is measured by temperature, but also polarization. So if the axis of evil was like a real thing, like if it was a structural like property of the universe, then the polarization angles would line up along that same axis, and they didn't. So that was like a fatal blow to this anisotropic or not, consistent universe. And then, like further, they found that like the CMB has to travel through the dust of the Milky Way to reach our telescopes, and they have to use these things called masks to like digitally block out the radiation. And so once they refined their data, it was just a tiny, low probability statistical fluctuation. So it turned from like potentially a major issue to like pretty much nothing. Which is interesting.
So the axis of evil is just pretty much just a little low. Nothing.
Yeah, it's like something. I mean, don't quote me exactly, but something like on the order of 0.1% off of what you would expect. Now, once they were able to clean up everything,
it's more like
but it was a major
bad behavior.
Yeah, but it was potentially a major problem in cosmology for a little bit. And if you stop,
okay, Chase, you're all followed on both accounts, and they both have your information. So
I appreciate it.
No worries. Happy to help. And next to, I think Tommy's still fucking crazy. This is not looking good.
He's coming back a little too early.
He thinks he's involved in the whole Epstein thing.
Whoa, what, buddy? You should be like saying those things on a live.
Oh, well, he thinks he was trapped in the extortion trap that was the Epstein thing. but he's too far down on the totem pole for them to bother killing him.
Yeah, right.
This is like full on stream of consciousness, like nuts.
What are you talking about?
Tommy, like, he's not any better. He shouldn't be coming back at all. Not from what I'm watching.
I don't understand what he's talking about.
I don't think he understands what he's talking about. Yeah.
And that
he's like gone full conspiracy theory, and he thinks he has like inside information of what Trump has been up to.
Nice.
Like, he's clearly not better. And if he does come back, I can't watch this. This is sad.
I think he's gonna go nuts if he comes in. We're gonna watch him unwild.
I think he already is.
I don't know. It's so, man.
I'm wondering if what didn't happen to him a year ago was the onset of schizophrenia, and
I'll have to watch it more later. I don't have time. I gotta log off here in a minute, but damn.
Yeah, I was about to say I have to go, but now it feels like a bad time.
A bad time to leave? Huh.
Yeah, it's like, we're like feeling sorry for the guy who kind of went crazy. It's like, I gotta go.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Oh, well, you didn't know him, so that's fine.
I mean,
you're cool.
He was a big deal for me.
Are you feeling bad because you're running the extortion ring?
I'm feeling bad because we're directly responsible.
Can you let him off the hook?
I still don't know his name.
I don't have TikTok, so I don't have to worry about people.
Oh,
well, he's on YouTube too, so
I can describe TikTok. It's a cesspool of fucking idiots.
Yeah, I was on it one time.
Yeah.
My daughter.
But I haven't heard Tommy say anything about debating.
I couldn't find anything. Like, I didn't understand anything about it, so I was like,
he hasn't said anything about coming back to debate people.
I've had a TikTok for like 10
he
days
did earlier. He said he was gearing up to.
So he is going to take calls.
Well, I'm probably not tonight.
No, you've got his stuff tapped.
I wonder if he's going to have partners again, or if he's just going to solo.
I don't know. I've been watching this, and I don't think you should believe a word that comes out of his fucking mouth. That's how like sketchy he is.
That's good.
So.
We've got him fully discredited.
I'm glad he's still alive, but he needs to spend more time taking care of himself, because some of the shit's just scary.
There is always something a little uncanny about watching someone who's unwell talking like online.
Yeah.
It just like it's an eerie feeling. I remember. Do you guys remember? Actually, passed away recently, but Connor Murphy. He was a fitness guy, and when he was young, he had this like phenomenal physique, and he got famous making these hard. I mean, they were really cheesy, stupid videos, but he got famous for it. Where he would dress like a nerd or something and then take off his shirt, and people would be like, "Oh my god, you're jacked," because I guess he didn't get enough hugs as a kid. And
is he the guy that drowned?
Do I? He did. Yeah. So, but he lost his mind like a bunch. Like it was. I didn't even know about him being famous from those things I just said, like with like the taking the shirt off stuff. I was seeing him going viral for all the him going insane, and then finally saw the backstory in a YouTube video. But he started doing these like 24-hour live streams where he was in his room and freaking out. And then he moved to Thailand, and then some cops were going to question him about something, and he tried to jump in a huge lake or river and swim away from them, and he drowned.
Damn.
But yeah, watching him do anything there for the last few years was like it was like almost like Gretchen kind of nailed it, where like it feels guilty to watch it. You're like, I shouldn't be participating in this.
All right. Well, I got to go, and my system's crashing on me. So
all right.
I don't know if anybody can hear me, but I can hear
We
Archie.
can.
But I can't hear anything else. All right, but have a good night, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow.
Night, Act 2.
Night.
Bye, Nick, too.
Bye, Gretchen. Thanks again for telling me about Tommy. Appreciate it.
He was I just remembered he was the one that that popularized bone smashing for your jawline, where they would like hit themselves in the jaw with a rock to make bones grow.
Yeah, I keep seeing things about like the clavicular guy or whatever. He like keeps popping up in like cringe feeds for me.
Yeah, so that kind of stuff is how I like found the Connor Murphy guys. It's not like I was ever a fan. It was just you would see stuff pop up and like, ooh, what are you doing?
Right.
And then like I guess because I had watched him, I watched a video where somebody like did the whole Connor Murphy story, and then
Get like the lore drop.
yeah. Well, because I was starting to see these like clips, and I mean, he started doing some like really strange things. Like he had a guy on, where he did a whole thing about how he was. I don't even know if I should say it, but he had the guy doing his business into not peeing, into a cup, and then he was mixing it with his protein shakes, and he was calling it like the nectar of life, and he was like paying a dude for his jizz. Ugh. People are like, please,
man. There are better ways to get protein, my guy.
Good God.
Yeah, there's better ways than milking your friends, but he.
I mean, do a homie a favor, but like you don't have to clean up.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I guess $20 is $20, but. So he started making videos like, and that's what I mean by kind of like crazy off the wall stuff. And then they got to like actually insane stuff, where there was one where he's like it's a live stream. I don't remember exactly what it was, but he was like crying at the camera and then like talking to stuff, like clearly talking to people that weren't there and like hitting his head on the wall. And he was like, oh, this guy's unwell.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
And then he jumped in water to run away from cops and died. I think he was only like 32.
Jeez. That's so sad.
Yeah. It was a sad thing to watch, and I can only imagine, like, I can't see myself ever being a fan of that, like, his original thing that made him famous. But if you were a fan of his, that had to be hard to watch, too.
Okay. I'm gonna quickly put up this Jordan Peterson clip because apparently I don't know the context, or I haven't seen the clip before about the rats.
I think it depends on what you mean by context.
Okay, we're about 20 minutes in.
I appreciate you guys letting me yap. I have to get to bed.
Yeah, thanks for jumping up, dude. Rest well.
Thanks, guys.
Later, dude.
So it's the part 2 nobody.
Yeah, is that what I sent you?
You sent me part 1 and part 2, but then you said around 20 minutes after you sent part 2.
No, the first clip is just like a 20-second compilation of him just saying the rat shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Should I play that one instead?
Yeah, I guess just play that, and then like it is pretty funny to watch the actual lecture, but I haven't watched it in years, so I don't know if it's worth watching like 20
rat is this. The rat's
rat is this.
are all like this. The rat goes like this. So the rat's like this. The normal rat is like this. That's the normal rat. Like this, like this. It sniffs. It's like this for quite a while. He's like this. And then maybe he sniffs. You are now a normal rat.
Yeah, he just says a bunch of weird shit about philosophy and then like the implications of how rat societies work or something in the actual lecture. I think it's like if you look at the chapters, it's like on the little yeah, it's like I think it's after you could be wrong. Oh, it's animal fear.
Terrified. And that the animal only learns how not to be terrified with difficulty and under very restricted circumstances. Well, that's a much better way of thinking about it, and it makes a lot more sense because the animal's in danger, especially if it doesn't know its territory. So here's how you teach an animal to be afraid if you're a behaviorist. And I'm not making fun of behaviorists. A lot of what I've learned about psychology that's actually real has come from behaviorists. Like, they're rigorous scientists, and they learned an awful lot from analyzing animal behavior that was incredibly profound, and they laid the ground for modern neuroscience.
He just looks more healthy and like more with it. Like this must have been like well before he started doing like his YouTube career.
Yeah, I think this clip at the beginning actually has that like infamous dumb thing he says about Nietzsche. That's like what Nietzsche was saying when he said that like the death of God.
This is before he lost his job, I think.
Oh yeah, he's definitely like doing a lecture like at a university right now.
That's kind of when his butter slipped off his toast. Was around the time that he lost his job and like got all that backlash from all that, and that's when he started going down the rabbit holes of free speech and in his grifting like career where he was like trying to.
Well, in the beginning of this clip has like a section on, or this entire video, I mean, has a section on Nietzsche, and he says this dumb thing about Nietzsche that's, maybe it's in that clip that says flaw, because I don't know what he's going to say, but I'm pretty sure we have him to thank for the extreme misunderstanding of Nietzsche that is like, if Christianity fails, then nihilism ensues. But what Nietzsche was saying was that like because of the way that maybe other religions too, but like Christianity and this like glorifying death or whatever, like it causes the nihilism about like this life or whatever. But I have a hunch that he's the reason we have to think that people like Jay Dyer say that like without Christianity there's nihilism, and they think they're quoting Nietzsche.
Yeah. They would never bother to like look it up.
Right, read it. Yeah.
Let's just take it straight off of Jordan Peterson, not even bother to fact check it.
Yeah, I was maybe a nihilist for like a brief moment after my deconstruction, but like I very quickly like found more beauty and more meaning in the world, like after starting to like truly examine things and understand just like how crazy it is that we are here.
Well, I mean, I'm a nihilist right now, but like not the kind of nihilist where it's just like depressing. Like I don't think there's nothing inherent, like but I think we give our own everything meaning to our in our lives. Like we assign meaning to things, or we make meaning, we make purpose. I don't believe we're given that though, but I mean, I would say I'm a nihilist.
Isn't that not nihilism?
No, like Forrest says he's a nihilist too. Like he's a nihilist.
He's a smilist.
Well, I don't know if I've heard him say that, but
yeah.
No, doesn't nihilism mean they just think that there's no meaning at all?
No. It's subjective. Yeah.
It's like the baseline of the idea. I don't know. Maybe I have a weird interpretation of it. I don't know.
Like a lot of people take nihilism as like just being all like you're just you just had this bad view of the world or whatever. But I think it means that there's just not any like inherent, there's just not some prescribed meaning or a purpose for everything. Intrinsic meaning. Yeah.
Right, but
I think it's just reality. I mean, I think it's just like it's just the reality of the actually, like where would we get some sort of intrinsic meaning from if there's not a creator or something? Like it's not a depressing place to be, is what I'm saying. Though, like I think that it just is pretty much accepts the materialistic part of our world.
I think there's ideas of like there being like axiarchal meaning behind the world. Is that the right word? Like some type of axiarchism. I saw Ian made up his own word, like where I think axiarchy is pertaining to morals, but then what did he call his idea? It was like Kaliarchism or something like that, and it was like pertaining to aesthetically pleasing things instead of like morality, or I don't know. I'm clearly just rambling, but
I mean, I just think I think that if a huge meteorite or whatever came and hit the earth tomorrow and wiped off every bit of life on the planet, I don't think there's anybody that would care. You know what I mean? I don't think that there's a being or the universe or anything would care. And whether we're here or not, you know what I mean? Like, so that's all I mean is that, like, I don't think that, but I mean, that doesn't mean we can't make meaning for ourselves in this life, or we can't have meaning with other people. You know what I mean? I just don't think that we're born, like, that's not just something that we're just is thrown on us. Yeah, the universe is random and indifferent. I definitely think it's indifferent. I don't know if it's random or not, but definitely indifferent. That's the kind of nihilism I'm talking about. I think there's different kinds of nihilism too. Like I know epistemic nihilism is where you think that you can't know anything, like you can never know anything. And that's not a good place to be,
I'm instantly just reminded of like precepts, just being like, well, do you know that you don't know?
See, like,
it's like the K not K principle.
I just don't think, like, I don't think
KK principle.
Like, certainty is not necessary for knowledge. I don't think that we need certainty to have knowledge, because I don't believe in certainty. Like oh, Big Nick, I ain't reading nothing except your stupid chats.
Yeah, don't worry about him. He's a troll.
Oh, I know. He's my troll. Like, he's blocked except for I can see him on this thing now.
Yeah. Any time like I've tried to get him to talk about the Bible, he's like, well, you're not a Christian, so you can't even interpret the Bible. It's like you're an idiot.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't think that certainty is like I think that certainty is almost certainly unattainable. So like I don't think certainty is necessary for knowledge. So that's why I call myself a Gnostic atheist, because I know gods don't exist, just like I know Santa Claus doesn't exist. Yeah.
He just did it. He just fucking did it in chat. You see that? Non-Christian interpretation is Christian scripture is worthless. Yeah, except I was a Christian and I went to Bible college, so like I understand the Christian interpretation, and so I can give critique and commentary as to why it's a bunch of bullshit.
I was a Christian for 50 years. I think that gives me 50 years. I can. Yeah.
But I also think that that's really problematic, because that means that if someone wasn't a Christian and then read the book and then came to the same conclusions as Big Nick, then his interpretation or their interpretation would be necessarily worthless, even though it matches his, right?
Big Nick is literally doing No True Scotsman right now. See, this is Christians love their fallacies. It's like they're fucking allergic to logic.
Sometimes I wonder if that dude is actually like not a Christian and just trolling, especially with the Bill Murray pick.
He gets into it with the Christians too, so.
Oh, that's not Bill Murray. My bad. Who is that? Star Trek? It looks just like Bill Murray in the small photo.
Let's see if.
Oh, if he does the Nietzsche meme.
Yeah. We're at 2:30.
Flaw in Nietzsche's argument, I think. It's like I hesitate to ever say that because, like I said, he was a staggering genius. So, but Nietzsche believed his proposition was that once the religious edifice fell, that people would have to create their own values. So he believed that the overman, the superman, so to speak, would be a new type of human being, like an existential type of human being, who would be able to accept the fact that there was no ultimate meaning, but create their own values. Okay, but the weird thing about that is you don't actually seem to create values. That's where Nietzsche's flawed, and I think that's where he implicitly accepted the presuppositions of the rationalists. Because if there's no real source of value, then it stands to reason that you create values, but you don't. Not easily. Like, think about your own life, So let's say...
Wait, okay.
He just contradicted himself.
Right. You don't, not easily.
Yeah.
So you can, but it's difficult, and you can't, period. Like, instantly contradictory.
Oh, no. All X's are not P, but rarely X's are P.
You make a New Year's resolution, you say, well, I'm going to study like 3 hours a day. It's like you're trying to create your own value structure, right? But then you find out it's a lot harder than you think because you don't listen to yourself. It's like you wander off and, play video games or watch something on YouTube,
Clean your room.
And, why are you doing that? Well, it's because you're led by values. You don't create them. Now, maybe there's a co-creation, because it's not like you can't change yourself at all. But we should be very careful before we jump to the conclusion that values are or even can be something that people actually create. Now, the phenomenologists, like Heidegger, and Jung as well, would say, no, let's just not get too hasty about making the presupposition that we can or should create our own values. Now, one reason you might be hesitant to do that is that Hitler created his values, so to speak.
Oh my God.
So did the
God
Soviet communists and North Koreans. They're trying to impose a rationalist value structure on society, and the consequences of that have been...
I think everybody creates their values. I think that our values are based on our sentiments. What you value is based on your sentiments. I mean, I think that sentiments pretty much like what we feel like that we think we like or dislike, or what we think is right or wrong. I think that all of that is based on our sentiments. And so I think that everybody creates their own values. And of course, then growing up in a certain society with certain values, most of the time you probably somewhat adopt those same values in a way. You may not necessarily, but yeah, like social conditioning, yeah. But like I think that it's based upon our sentiments too. And so like social values that we have or whatever, or just like we're a whole bunch of people who have the same sentiments towards a thing and they adopt that sort of as a value. Like,
Yeah, I believe a lot of like our influences can probably be like identified and cataloged. That doesn't mean that they aren't like dependent on like your personal experience things, and so like they can be wildly different even if we can like kind of pinpoint where it's coming from.
I missed everything you guys just said. Sorry, I like zoned out.
that's what happens when I talk usually. I wonder if he was on his drugs
people
yet.
Debate about how many.
I would lean towards something.
He might be experimenting, but like he looks a lot fuller and like more healthy, and so he doesn't look like he's been strung out for years on whatever.
Benzos. That's right. That's why he took was benzos.
Well, I don't think
shit, are we watching Baby Jordan Peterson?
Yeah, this is like 2015 or something. If I
I don't know if he's a baby, but
well,
that's when it was posted. It might even be an older video than that.
he's got that Fonzarelli hairdo.
Oh, wait, no, it says 2015 in the title.
It's definitely younger than I've ever seen him before.
Well, he basically already implied the meme, but like we might. I mean, I guess we can watch him just directly state it.
He's got real cream in his hair, pretty sure.
Like heavy whipping cream?
No, real cream. It's like this black. My papa used to wear it in his hair. It made it like give you the Fonzie look.
Oh, I thought you said real cream.
People died in the Soviet Union as a consequence of internal repression, and as the Marxist revisionists rally back to their original beliefs, the estimate keeps going down, but you know, it was tens of millions of people. So, and in China, who knows, maybe it was 100 million people. It was a lot of people. And then of course there's the Nazis, you know. So the act of attempting to rationally construct a value system and then impose it, that doesn't seem to work out very well. So, you know, on a sociological level, we seem to have evidence that.
Okay, so we have like one instance where like it went really bad, and so that's why it's bad, because it can go super duper bad.
Yeah, and I feel like he's someone who's probably going to also constantly bring up the problem of induction. And so it's like, from the prior states of affairs, you know that the states of affairs are going to repeat, especially with something as complex and like unpredictable as society or societal norms and whether they catch hold. Just seems like, you know, it's just so biased sounding.
That's dangerous. And then on a personal level, it's like, yeah, you're so sure you create your values? I would say, to a large degree, you discover them. And so, you know, here's an experiment you can try. I told you last week, I think, to try to watch yourself speak for, I think you should do it for the rest of your life. You know, because words are very, very, very powerful, and they lead you places. So you should be careful how you use them. But like, here's another really interesting experiment: is watch what you're interested in. Don't try to control it so much. Just see where it is, because, like, and the phenomenologists certainly made much of this. Is like for them, like for Heidegger, value was something that manifested itself in the world, and attracted your attention. You know, it wasn't something you precisely created. Now, I believe you have a hand in creating it. We'll talk more about that later, because you're not a deterministic entity precisely. So it's like you can participate in the construction of a value system, but you know, you have to take your biological nature.
So wait, didn't he just go from saying like you can't
Yes.
create your value to saying, oh well, you have a hand in creating your value?
I mean, he's like saying one thing that 1 minute, and then next, and then he's like, "You're not deterministic," but then you got to take your, and then he's sitting there going to say genetic or something or nothing. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, like
he's like talking like double speak.
right. Well, yeah, he better be like one damn good ventriloquist because he's definitely talking out of both sides of his mouth right now.
The only thing I can think is like he keeps talking about like rationalists and phenomenologists, and maybe he's talking about their interpretation of value reduction.
I think he's just talking out of his ass, and
Well, I think that's what he's best at for sure. But I'm trying to like see if there's, I don't know, maybe there's. Yeah, I'm just trying
he
to.
just hasn't put the word substrate in there yet, so he just
Well, he might. You don't know.
Well, we all know the metaphysical substrate is a hierarchy of lobsters. I'm sorry, lobster claws.
Into mind, and you have to take your cultural nature into mind, and you have to take other people into mind. And so, you know, you can vary the game, but I don't think you can really change the rules. That's a reasonable way of thinking about it. Now, what Jung did, in many ways, was he said, well, maybe we have to go back down into the deep symbolic substrata of the human psyche.
God.
To find the origin place of the ideas that we used to hold as religious. It was a hypothesis in some sense, and so the psychoanalytic hypothesis is something like, it's the psychic substrata, the pre-linguistic psychic substrata.
Okay, we got to hit.
Does Hume say substrata?
Does what?
Does Hume say substrata?
Like, does he ever invoke the idea of a substrate? I would assume so.
I just looked it up. Hume did not advocate for a substrate or underlying substance.
Yeah, so he's just lying on Hume now, too.
Yeah, instead, he rejected the traditional idea of mental materials substratum, arguing that what we call an object or the self is merely a bundle of transient perceptions without any hidden support.
Yeah, I didn't think that Hume used that language, but
well, didn't he say something like a language substrate? It wasn't like something metaphysical. Isn't that what Peterson just said? It was like a linguistic substrate.
Oh, he said
like a psychoanalytic.
Big Nick says young.
It's the psychic substrata,
the psychic substrata.
Well, then he says pre-linguistic substrate.
Linguistic psychic substrata.
Pre-linguistic psychic substrata.
Yeah.
Big Nick said Young, not Hume. I thought he said Hume, but
oh yeah, he did say Jung. I wasn't sure if you were talking about something else he said.
That's great.
It was really funny that you said substrate right before he said substrate.
I'm a prophet. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because he went this long without saying it. Like, I didn't know he could even go that long without saying that word.
It's like his favorite word.
Yeah, like, I think, like, he just throws substrate in there, just,
All right, really quick before we get back to Blitz, I found like a crazy split end, so I gotta go like grab a pair of scissors. I'll be right back.
Word.
Damn, I would hate for RP to see my hair.
Yeah, I used to have really long hair. Now I just cut it off.
It's just a whole bundle of split ends. Looks like a Q-tip, sort of. One of them big puffy. Bottle brushes. I didn't remember him being a substrater, but I don't know. I might not. It's been a while since I read Hume too, so.
I've never even read Hume.
Really?
Yeah.
that explains a whole lot, actually. Like a lot of your beliefs are sort of, opposite of human, like human or whatever you call it, like philosophy.
You think mine are?
Sort of, yeah, because of the where you have like the like
the morality thing for sure, I guess.
Yes.
Like the guillotine, yeah. I just don't think that like if it's a problem for like any potentially large number of like meta-ethical theories, or maybe it'd be ethical, I'm not sure. If it's a problem for a whole lot of theories that they don't seem to make sense of jumping this quote unquote is-ought gap, I definitely don't think it follows that none of them will. So, and then I don't know, I might just like be intuitionally predisposed to like some type of like I'm just really nice to like duty stuff like deontology, and yeah, I'm very sympathetic to it. So like it might be the case that, you know, I'm just prone to like that due to my intuition. I'm not sure. But I do think that there's no way to support that there's no way to bridge an is-odd gap. I think that's insane.
Yeah, I do too. I think that's certainty that I don't think we should ever have, because like, you know what I mean? Like we just haven't yet maybe. But then, you know, we may have and we just don't recognize it or whatever. You know, I don't know, but I don't, if it exists, if there is a way to bridge the is-ought gap, I'm pretty sure that eventually we will probably come across it, because we are looking for it pretty hard, have been for years. So like, it's hard to imagine that we would never figure it out.
Night Equinox. Yeah, Jackie said something super interesting the other night. Like she doesn't believe in a normative ethical frame. Like she just gets rid of the ought and focuses on the is. I'd love to hear more about that sometime. I hope that was a proper representation of her position.
I feel like we wouldn't have as much to worry about the ought if we didn't have religion. Like, because we have those people who claim that they have the ought, then it's like, you know what I mean? We focus so much on the ought. And
yeah, I don't know. I think it's just strange because like there's entire field, or not field. Is field the right word? There's like subsets of logic that are about, you know, imperatives and duty and I can't think. I was trying to think of this earlier tonight, but like, you know, it's the opposite of an imperative, like a restriction or something. And that's what deontology is. And like I see how like, you know, you have like truth functional logic and predicate logic, and then there's like STIT logic, deontology, or deontic logic, and then like to try and sell me that a logician who builds this like duty-based logical framework, to tell me that he's just completely confused. Like, I hope you have like an essay that you've written or can cite where you can just show me that a professional logician that, you know, creates an entire, like, you know, like I said, field or subset of logic, and then starts to call, you know, the things that it's addressing like actions and failures to act, and then, you know, to tell me that you can't derive a contradiction in that logical framework, to me seems like a completely insane thing to say. And I haven't really, like, I've been really slow and lazy about learning logic, so like I've really only gone through like TFL and predicate logic, and so I don't know, like, but to tell me that like people who create entire fields of logic that has to do with like what you ought and ought not do, that they're just confused and they can't bridge this this is ought gap. Oh no, everyone's the bridge is broken, no one can cross the river. It's just like, you sound like a crazy person to me. Like I don't know how that like could possibly be defended. Hi, Eric.
Hello.
Well, I like what Random Odd said. Every human action is committed towards a goal. So the ought comes from its relation to the goal. And yeah, like I would agree with that. So we have oughts in our framework, like our, whether we like call them out or not, you know what I mean? Like we have our own oughts that align with our goals.
Right. And like but like, again, like, you know, those are hypothetical imperatives. And like, for me to assume that people are right when they say that there's like no way across this gap, you know, that implies that Immanuel Kant was completely confused when he talked about these things called categorical imperatives. And like, if you're in the category, then you have these imperatives, like full stop. There's no hypothetical nature to it. So it's not whether you choose a goal, it's that like they're baked into what you are as a human or as a rational agent or whatever. And I think it was Kant that said that like to use your life to end your life is a contradiction. And like to tell me that, and like don't get me wrong, like there may be not necessarily counterexamples, but like value structures that like if the experience you're having in life is so detrimental to you that it would actually be a positive thing to end the terrible suffering you're going through or whatever. And like what's weird for me is I kind of like I see that as like reasonable, but I'm like very staunchly against. I've experienced a lot of you know, I guess it's YouTube so I can say it. I've experienced a lot of like suicides in my family and friends and stuff. And so I'm probably like predisposed to just agree with Kant and say that like, yeah, I consider that a contradiction or a performative contradiction or whatever. And so like I might have this like predisposition to like that'll make sense to me, right? But I still don't think that it makes sense to say that, you know, he was just totally confused and you can't find a categorical imperative anywhere. That seems like way too strong of a claim. And I don't know. I guess that's just the end of my ramble.
Well, I don't know if we like choose all of our goals anyway, like sit down and like, you know, like just sit and think about it and choose it. Like there's just some of them, you know, some things that we just as humans that we work towards goals, you know, just sort of naturally. And so like it isn't like we made a conscious decision and to do that. So like those goals are not really like where we sat down and consciously thought about this is my goal, but we just work towards them, you know, anyway.
Mm-hmm. I think my biggest issue with deontology is like the flexibility of like universalization. Like it's not really rigid enough for me to be able to determine like, you know, what is the actual like duty in this situation. So like you like think of like, you know, the Anne Frank example, like, you know, there could be an argument made that like because like you don't want to be lied to, you wouldn't lie to the Nazi officers about, you know, harboring people in your attic. So like, are we going to, you know, universalize the lie, or are we going to universalize like the you know, you would not want to be ratted out to a person, and so you're not going to rat out these people, like which takes like priority in this situation.
Yeah, I think that you have to be a really psycho person to think, oh, I shouldn't lie to these people. First of all, if you were hiding Jewish people in your attic, if the Nazis found out, they probably would take you with the Jewish people.
Right, and does that get included in the calculus, the deontic calculus for the situation? I just think there are a couple holes in deontology, and that's why I didn't end up fully adopting that when I was first getting into ethics. But it's kind of an interesting place to start. I feel like utilitarianism and deontology are great starting points for the ethical novice.
Yes, your what am I trying to think of? Where you make a decision on pulling the levers.
The trolley problem.
Yeah, trolley problems. The trolley problems kind of highlight that there may not always be just a one answer that's correct. You know what I mean? Sometimes the trolley problems, it's you have to there's not just one answer that sticks out that is the most obvious correct answer.
Yeah, there's this YouTuber who recently did a skit about the trolley problem. I think I sent it to you, Nobody. I send you a lot of clips, so it's.
Well, you can go
makes
to
sense if you didn't see it. But
I forget that I might have watched it though. I don't know.
I wonder if we can. It's probably fine to react to it. I'll pull it up.
You can go to Harvard University on YouTube, and Michael Sandel has a 17-course on justice. He's a Harvard professor, and it's really good. And the first couple episodes are all trolley problems.
Oh, I was scrolling up to find the video. Do you remember when I brought up how I think Kylo's argument is question begging?
Yeah.
So I actually saw some guy that talked to him on TikTok, some random clip, and he had the same objection that I had. And it's because the external explanation of the contingent thing, I think that's why the language in the argument is that if exists a contingent thing with an external explanation. So he's not saying if the BCCF has an external implication or explanation, which would necessarily entail that other thing is necessary. I think that's why he uses possibly there exists a contingency with an external explanation. That could still be the big conjunction of contingent facts.
There exists a possible contingency, and some existent possible contingency possibly has an external explanation.
Right, but then premise 2 is possibly there exists a contingency with an external explanation. Well, that seems to equate to possibly there's a necessary thing, and then that first conclusion is possibly there's a necessary thing. So then the whole first three premises, or the first two premises and the conclusion, just become not even an argument. It's just like a tautology almost.
Hey Eric, can you?
Yeah. Hey.
Okay, I thought maybe you hadn't said nothing. I thought maybe.
No, I was just being quiet during the philosophy talk.
And random odds, I don't think we have free choice necessarily always.
All right, don't start this quite yet. I'm just gonna run to the restroom. Hold on one second.
Yeah. This is a good video.
Cool.
I watched it the other day. It's pretty funny.
Awesome. Yeah. This guy just started showing up in my feed. He's pretty funny. His main shtick is he just recently started working with other people in his videos. He mostly does shorts where it's him playing two different characters.
Yeah.
But it's usually a friend with an issue, and then him giving this evil conniving revenge plot, and it's always pretty funny.
What's his creator's name?
The Chris Barnett.
The Chris Barnett. Okay.
Yep.
The way you described him was very much like Man Carey Thing. So I was like, oh, is it this guy? Oh no, I was like, that's not him. Yeah. It's a great video though. Love it.
my favorite thing he does is like at the end of like the ones that he's like playing the characters himself, he'll have like a random food item and he'll be eating it in a weird way. Like he'll like open up a can of corn and then just like drink the juice.
I love it.
All right, I'm back.
All right, cool. So yeah, this is a guy who doesn't understand the trolley problem.
Great. Hey, impressive young man, huh?
Impressive. That's really great.
Oh, great. Okay. Thank you, guys. I appreciate the opportunity.
Oh, Chris, one moment. Yeah, there's one thing that we like to do with the new hires, just to, as a fun little experiment, hypothetical.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Have you heard of the trolley problem?
Right. Oh, I know. I'm not familiar with that.
Well, there's a train barreling down the train tracks. There's 5 people tied up on the tracks in front of the train, and it's going to hit them unless
you press a switch to divert the train to another track to kill one person.
Oh.
So, what would you do?
Of those two choices, neither.
Those are the choices.
Yeah, those are the choices. Yeah.
I don't think I should play this game.
Once again,
It's a fun
it's purely
game.
hypothetical.
Yeah, it's just an exercise.
No wrong answers here.
Just hypothetical.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll play.
What would you do?
In this hypothetical situation, I'm positioned directly in front of the track switcher. Am I?
Yeah.
Wonderful. The train. How many people are on it?
It doesn't matter.
What? Why?
It's irrelevant.
Isn't it though?
What?
I'm not following.
How many people are on the train?
That's not really part of the exercise we're trying here.
Yeah, I think you're overthinking it.
It's not that complicated.
How many people are on the train? It's a simple question.
Yes, it's a commuter train. Yeah, it's full.
Yeah, it's full. Yeah,
Train
yeah,
commuter.
it's full.
Sure.
Thank you.
Jesus Christ.
Well, with this newfound information, my path is clear. My path has been illuminated. It is obvious what I must do.
So what are you going to do, man?
I do.
What do you think he's gonna do?
I already know, so I'm going to be quiet.
I mean, if I'm just like shooting in the dark, he's gonna say
I'll give you a hint. Nobody. This man is prime CEO material.
Okay, he's either going to run someone over, back it up, and run the other people over, or he's gonna blow up the train. I don't know. One of those.
Can do you know the meme RP, which is what this guy's solution is?
No.
I'm not going to overcomplicate it. Go ahead and play it.
Okay.
Go ahead and play it. Yeah, go ahead and play it.
Those 5 people die.
Yeah, so what do you pick?
What next?
What are you talking about?
That one survivor, the lone survivor. He knows what I've done. He's seen it. And I'm supposed to just let him walk away. I don't think so.
Hold on.
Option C is I wait for the perfect moment.
Hey.
When half the train has passed me by. Then and only then.
Hey.
I pull the switch. And you know what that does, don't you? It derails the train, instantly taking care of all of our tied up problems. People, excuse me. Then, I need to check the wreckage for any of those who potentially slip by.
Why the passengers, too?
Why the passengers? Well, trains have windows.
His family's on that train.
And you can see through windows. And then, after ensuring there are no loose ends to tie up, I will take my exit just prior to emergency services arriving. Efficient, right? Equality in death, as it were. Problem solved. Yeah.
I think we're all.
I thought Luigi killed this guy.
Killed this guy and took his place. Apparently, it looks just like him.
Yeah, he shaved. And yeah, Eric, I was definitely thinking that meme.
Yeah.
Multi-track drifting.
Yeah. Actually, I'm sure RP or not RP. Nobody's got to have seen it.
Maybe.
Where is it? Here we go. I got it shared. Here you go, nobody.
The manga's like thought bubble.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's hilarious.
I think that's from Initial D.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It is the solution.
That's really funny.
Yeah. Pretty good stuff. But anyway, yeah, he's gonna be a good CEO one day.
I wonder, will CEOs ever get replaced by AI? Like, it seems like one of the easiest positions to actually automate.
Yeah,
I agree.
But because they hold all the power, they'll fight tooth and nail to not let that happen.
They'll never do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. They would be the most easily replaced.
Wouldn't that just lead to Skynet like almost instantly?
You know,
depends on how much freedom they have.
Depending on where the world's going right now, that might be the preferable option compared to the path we're on right now.
Well, I mean, like my AI probably has as much empathy as most of them do. So,
yeah,
I mean, true.
I mean, if you talk to an AI long enough, he can make you do anything. So, you know, the AI wants to kill you. You just got to talk your way out of it.
Well, mine argues with me. Like it says I can't do that. Like I've tried to, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't like to use like it doesn't like to use like legal systems and morals together. Like
yeah. I mean, it depends on the model you're using. There's a really good channel called Kit Boga.
The like scam baiter.
Yeah, he's like a scam baiter, and he's made a career out of just making scammers just waste all their time on him. And anyway, recently he's been doing a lot of videos on how to fuck with AI robocalls, and the latest ones are pretty funny. Yeah, basically he had a robocall, and he taught the AI to basically just speak in pig, and so he got the AI to just simply handle the entire conversation with just oink as its vocabulary. It was really funny.
What it was Kit the one who did Do Not Redeem?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do not redeem
the
it.
grandma.
It's a classic. Yeah, Kit Boga is very entertaining, and he has tons and tons of content. Like I totally recommend subscribing to that channel and watching it.
Yeah, I think he's actually like a fan of Justin or somebody in the community, because I remember him like randomly popping up in chat one time.
Oh shit!
Maybe it was Ian's.
I would have geeked out if I saw Kit Boga in the chat.
Yeah.
Hey, Big Nick, you need to quit being gross. You just really need to.
That was a really dumb thing to say.
Yeah.
Sin does not exist.
Yeah.
Done. We're done.
Also, to try and say that non-consensual intercourse isn't any worse than out of extramarital intercourse is
like, yeah, you're
crazy.
pushing. You're pushing for like a timeout. Really bad. Yeah.
Another famous. Oh, go for it.
I was just gonna ask, Big Nick, is that person in your profile picture from Star Trek?
That's Barclay.
It is from Star Trek. Then.
Barclay from Star Trek, played by Dwight Schultz of A-Team fame, I think.
Yeah. So, why do you speak so anti-Star Trek?
There's a lot of conservatives who watch and like Star Trek, but they just like they're just oblivious to the political messaging of Star Trek. It's really weird.
Theists seem to have a tough time with media literacy, is what I've theists and conservatives.
Yeah, especially like Next Generation, heavy political commentary, and just there's some conservatives that watch it, and they are just oblivious to the message being screamed at their face.
I'm just like envisioning like the equivalent of like Butthead or Beavis being like, oh, spaceship go vroom.
Fire the torpedoes. Why are they talking so much? To fire the torpedoes.
Is this a goddamn? I'll be damned.
The counselor's got boobs.
Oh, that was cool. Oh.
Butthead, this chick said there's going to be a lot of sluts.
No, I was going to say, when we're talking about like well-known creators like randomly being in chats, do you guys know Weeble? Did badger mushroom.
Oh, I just watched that video the other day.
Yeah, like Weeble's been like an internet legend for a while. He's actually a Mezzo fan. Like I've seen him multiple times in Mezzo's chat. Usually during the Sunday show.
Nice. Very cool. Yeah, I watched Badger maybe about a week ago, and then like yesterday I watched Narwhal, and I was like, the good old days of the internet. Like it was more pure, more innocent.
Yeah. My go-to is Amazing Horse. You know, look at my horse. My horse is amazing.
Yeah.
The Flash era of the internet was very just like silly and unserious.
Yeah, like what was it? Strong Bad.
Yes.
Homestar Runner.
Yeah,
Homestar Runner.
Homestar was iconic.
Yeah. Strong Bad reads emails.
Yeah, I watched the Strong Bad emails like front to back when I was a kid, dude. I was around when they were still updating it. I don't even know if they still do.
Volleyed. Loved it. And Trogdor. Trogdor's so fucking awesome.
Yeah, so Trogdor was a playable track on Guitar Hero 2 for the 360.
Yeah.
And
then the countryside.
And the chart was actually so crazy that the solo exceeded the strum limit for the game engine at the time. Wow. And so like what you had to do was like start strumming at like an absolute beginning of the hit window. And if you were lucky and like hit like the perfect strum limit, you could full combo it. But like it was one of the hardest tracks to full combo on the 360s just because like it was basically game engine breaking.
Wow. That's a lot of damage.
I was just Thunder Horse on repeat.
Yes. Fucking Metalocalypse kills it. Another fun like Homestar Runner Guitar Hero fact. The like fake hair metal band that Strong makes up, Limousine, they have a track in the Guitar Hero Rock the 80s like expansion, if you want to call it that, like on the PlayStation 2.
Nice.
I think the song's like called like After Midnight or something.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, Homestar was iconic. Did you guys watch Salad Fingers?
Yeah.
I did not.
Yeah, that shit was
I
so
love the feeling of a rusty spoon against my salad fingers.
Yeah. And then like that one episode where he like put those people in the that one kid in, or I guess I don't want to spoil it, but
it's like 20 years old. You can talk about it.
Okay, well, like he like accidentally puts that kid in an oven or something, like,
and then like falls asleep. Right? Yeah,
yeah, like so funny, dude. Salad Fingers was like disturbingly funny in like the most disturbing way.
You all wonder where fucking Gen Z brain rot comes from.
Oh yeah, millennial like random humor. That was definitely,
yeah, you guys served it up to them on a fucking platter, man.
I put a video in the chat. It's 8 seconds long. Shouldn't trigger your copyright.
Oh, is this Ego Raptor? Yeah, it's Ego Raptor.
Yeah.
I miss Ego Raptor.
This was a class. This is not his stuff. This was him reposting, but this was great. Or maybe he did make this and it was for, I don't know, but
like Vine or something.
He made it for Newgrounds. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I think Ego Raptor made this for Newgrounds, so this is his original stuff.
Blanca makes pound cake. Ooh, would anybody like some pound cake? I'd like some pound cake.
I get it. I'm a huge Street Fighter fan. That was funny.
Yeah. It's so perfect.
What was the like kind of long form video series? It was like Sequelitis or something. Where he'd like talk about like
I don't remember.
Maybe I can just like quickly find it.
He's probably got he's probably has playlists. What do you call it? Ego something? Sequelitis.
Oh, I remember that Metal
What
Gear.
was it? Sequelitis?
I mean, he's got a Sequelitis playlist with like
Yeah.
3-4 videos on it.
There
If you go
should
to
be
the
like
top,
a Mega
yeah.
Man one and
Yes.
oh yeah, Castlevania, Mega Man. Yep. Oh, there we go. See, he talks about Castlevania, Mega Man. I think these are the only ones I watched. If he had a season 2, I'm not familiar. But yeah, this era of YouTube was great. Tom Ska was another like animator like this. He did like the ASDF movies, and that's like random millennial humor as fuck.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever read how, or did you ever see how, like, websites that were probably popular alongside the same crowd as like Newgrounds and stuff, there would be like websites where people made comic books out of like video game sprites?
Oh yeah, yeah. 8-Bit Theater was one of them.
Yeah, and like there was this one called That's My Sonic, and I knew that guy, and I used to run a website like I want to say when like DSL was like brand new. I ran like a Mega Man themed sprite comic with this dude in like Rhode Island or something.
Nice.
Yeah, I was like
Nobody. Did you ever read Bob and George?
Maybe if I saw it. I'm unsure on the name.
It was a Mega Man comic strip.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, it was probably me and Chris ripping that off.
Oh, that was great. Yeah, there's like this like dark like reskin character of Proto Man. His name was Bob, and he had like fire powers, and George was like a blonde.
What the hell? What the hell is Star Lord saying in chat there?
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to that.
I mean,
is true that both of you or just one? What the fuck?
When someone talks shit about a god and doesn't even refer to their names, it doesn't matter if it has a name or you piss off one you. Oh my gosh. Piss on your god. And
I only see one comment. What's the one?
Go up to live chat. Nobody. Switch from top chat to live chat.
Oh.
Yeah, I hate that feature.
They will kill you all again.
It doesn't matter if it has a name. You piss one off, they will kill you all again. Well, I've never been killed by a god before.
Yeah.
So...
I don't know. You aren't a big Nick like alt account, are you?
I mean, the timing would make sense, but the text seems very different. Or like,
I think Nick was only timed out for 5 minutes, so getting to an alt account would be. I don't know. When you get timed out, do you get a notification like on your end that you've been timed out for X amount of seconds?
No.
I wouldn't know because I never get timed out because I fucking behave myself in chat, you assholes.
Yeah, I've never been timed out.
Even in like Christian chats, I don't get timed out because I'm not an asshat.
I think the only thing is I've like typed in all caps because I thought it was funny for the moment, and then like either a bot or a moderator will be like, "Don't do that." And I'm like, oh.
Yeah. Usually Nightbot will scream at someone if Nightbot's in the channel.
Yeah. I like going into certain Christian chats, and I'll super chat like $2 because it forces them to read it out loud. And I think this has happened 3 times so far. I ask, do you know what the synoptic problem is, and do you have a response? And all 3 times the person was like, nope, don't know what that is. And then they just like move on to talking more about the Bible. I was like, oh my God.
They can't look it up.
Yeah, they don't even bother to look. Like one guy did look it up. He looked it up on the wiki. he read like the first paragraph and he goes, "Well, I don't see what the problem is," and then he moved on. It's like there was a passing attempt to understand the problem, but then it was just completely dismissed. And I'm like, scholars been grappling with this for centuries. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Well, and to say while reading a wiki entry with the word problem in it, to say the phrase "I don't see what the problem is,"
yeah, exactly.
It's like wild to me.
Yeah, they don't understand that something can be named with a word, but that word doesn't really quite like squarely apply to it. Like Big Bang, like no, Big Bang is not a very good description of what it's describing. Same thing with synoptic problem. Like it's a dilemma. It's like, okay, what explains? I tell you that it's not a dilemma. It is a problem. The problem is the Gospels claim to be one thing, or at least the churches claim that the Gospels are one thing, but the Gospels are clearly something else. And we see these markers of like copying and
from like marking the key source,
embellishment as the Gospels progress. Yeah, exactly. And it's like this presents a problem because it's church tradition claims otherwise. So it's like there's a dilemma there. You got to choose one. How do you answer it? But yeah, the 3 times that I've asked Christian streamers about the synoptic problem, none of them knew what there was, and they just didn't even care.
So what you're saying, that the tradition kind of contradicts like the detectable progression in the storytelling?
Yeah. So the synoptic problem in a nutshell is that the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, the synoptic Gospels, this is not including John, so Matthew, Mark, and Luke, they have clear markers of copying from each other. Story being embellished over time. So Mark's story is very short and simple. And then Matthew and Luke. Are you okay, Robin?
That was Gretchen.
Oh, Gretchen. Are you okay, Gretchen? You cut more onions?
No.
Okay.
Just getting attacked by allergies, so it's like.
Okay, I was listening to Gretchen. I was like, I hope she's not having a heart attack or something.
No, I keep having to mute because I keep sneezing, but like in between, I sound like I'm fucking crying. I guess.
Just making sure.
Yeah,
you're
I thought
okay.
she was sneezing. That's what I thought she was doing.
To me, it was like it was like death gasps. But okay. Anyway, so yeah, the synoptic problem in a nutshell. Church tradition says the Gospels are all independent accounts. They are all accurate. They don't contradict, and they all are eyewitness testimony of the life and death and resurrection of Jesus. So that's church tradition. But when you actually analyze the Gospels from a historic and like literary point of view, it is very clear that the synoptic Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, all copied from each other, and also copied probably from these external sources that we don't have access to anymore. One source is called Q.
Right.
So basically, by copying from each other, they are not independent accounts. They're now together one account. There's also contradictions, and there's also like a clear embellishment of the story. Like Mark is very simple. Then Matthew and Luke add more to the story. And then even though it's not a synoptic gospel, John comes by and adds way more to the story, like, Jesus being God and all that. So this conflicts with church tradition, because church tradition says, like what I said it said, but the literary and the evidence show otherwise. So that creates something called the synoptic problem. And the problem is that churches or believers need to square up those facts with what their churches are telling them. Because if it is true that these Gospels were, and on top of that, I also missed out on the fact that the Gospels are not written in Aramaic. They're written in High Literary Greek, in Greece or Rome, far, far away.
Which none of them could fucking write, and
far away from the land of the events, and also all the apostles, with maybe exception of Luke, were illiterate. So I was going to
say, it talks about John being a grammatoi, which means unlettered.
Yeah,
I thought it was Peter.
So all these guys in their 70s.
I think it's John and Peter.
Yeah,
okay.
all these guys moved out of their homeland, learned High Literary Greek, and then wrote these stories when they were in their 70s, 80s, and 90s.
Well, like
highly unlikely.
One of them speaks about himself in the third, like the church, like they came anonymous or whatever. They weren't signed by. But
That's another problem too. Yeah, that's another
yeah,
problem.
and some of them use like third person language. Like,
yeah,
I mean, they're not.
yeah. None of the Gospels, none of the Synoptic Gospels, in none of them does the writer self-identify and say, "This is what I saw." Like in Luke, Luke is not mentioned in Luke. Luke never says that I am Luke. This is what I saw. The writer just simply says, "These are the stories that I heard."
One of them, they use fucking first person plural.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they've got different stories about like the the tomb, like who was at the tomb or who saw that Jesus was gone out of the tomb or whatever, and what time he died. Like they have like different.
Yeah.
They contradict each other on the time of death and.
Yeah, the synoptic problem is really what drops my confidence in these stories to the floor. Like setting aside like the supernatural claims and the plausibility of the claims, just the fact that these gospels are clearly copied and were embellished over time, it just drops my confidence that these claims are true to the floor. Like it's virtually zero.
Well, so that all that makes sense to me, but I have a random question that maybe any number of you guys can answer. Why did they omit the Book of Thomas and like other things that are like considered apocryphal?
That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know the process by which they selected the books of the Bible.
And like, doesn't the Catholic tradition have like 70 plus books and like most of the other ones have like 66 or something?
Yeah. Sometimes the Gospel of Thomas is included in the canon. But
that's Catholic, right? And maybe not.
I think it maybe was Catholic.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's dozens of gospels. There's a Gospel of Judas, Judas Iscariot. So it's like, yeah, there was a lot of that's kind of, I guess that kind of adds to the problem in that the Matthew, Mark, Luke, John were all written between like 70 and like 110 AD.
Wasn't it around the time that they made the King James was revised, that they took all the apocryphal shit out of it?
No, the Thomas, it says that the early Christians did not view it as authentic apostolic eyewitness account. Instead of telling a historical story about Jesus' life, death, and resurrection, it contains 114 secret sayings with hidden Gnostic meanings. Okay, that's probably why they left out, because they went after the Gnostics. Any kind of Gnostic like literature was like it's like somebody had to have hidden it probably, actually, because they tried to destroy, I think, most of it.
But there were so many other like apocrypha gospels. Like there was new ones still popping up in like the 700s and even like the 800s, like new apocrypha gospels. So there was a lot of them, to say the least. Probably a lot of them are lost now because we don't have the copies of them. But like Christianity exploded,
that was
and
late.
we were flooded. We were flooded with these writings.
It says
looks like it wasn't until 1885 where they stopped publishing the Bible with the apocryphal books.
Yeah,
it says that it says here
basically it looks like because of Protestant.
It says that the final line
keep asses in seats.
The Gospel of Thomas says that Mary will have to become a male to enter heaven.
Oh yeah. I think that is one of the facts of the Gospel of Thomas.
What?
If you want to get into heaven, women, you got to become men.
That's
yep.
Oh, base trans affirmation. Let's go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There you go.
Jeez.
But only one way.
Yeah, and Thomas is also
you have to find a Christian
Thomas
the gospel for that to work.
Thomas is also the one where Jesus pushed a kid off a roof when he was a teenager, right? And I'm sure they didn't want that in there.
Yeah, there is a gospel where Jesus is like this mischievous, wise.
Where he kills a bird. There's one where he kills a bird, like in it too, like tortures a bird.
I'm not sure if it's Thomas, but there's one story that I think is really funny because he's like forming pigeons out of clay or something.
Yeah.
And then like some dude like calls him out and says like, it's the day of the Sabbath. You can't do this. And like, so he goes and rats him out to Joseph. And then Joseph comes over and confronts Jesus. And Jesus is like, all right, word. And then he just turns all the birds in, or all the clay pigeons into actual pigeons, and the evidence flies away. And I just always thought that was so funny that
that's pretty clever writing.
Yeah, I like that one.
You're not my real dad.
Yeah. All right, word, bro. And then he just like poofs the evidence away.
Golem pigeons. Yeah. I think one of the apocryphas, when Jesus resurrects, he's accompanied by this floating anthropomorphic talking cross as he exits the tomb.
Yes, the giant walking cross.
Yeah, yeah.
That is the coolest one.
Yeah, it was fan fiction. Like this was just fan fiction upon fan fiction.
Yep.
And any Christians in the audience, you might be listening to these stories and going, "Yeah, that's definitely fan fiction." Like the talking cross, yeah, fan fiction. But why are you accepting the Gospels as not fan fiction? Maybe the Gospels too are fan fiction. You don't know.
Oh, they most certainly are.
Yeah, and that's exactly the way I lean.
The only true gospel was the Q source.
The Q source.
Everything else is just fan fiction.
And darn it, God didn't bother to preserve it for us.
Mark and John have different crucifixion times.
Yep.
One of them says, like John says noon, and Mark says 9 a.m.
I think even like the day is the different. Like I think in one gospel, in one of the official gospels, Jesus was crucified the day before the Sabbath, and on another one, he was crucified the day after the Sabbath. So that's a direct contradiction.
Yeah, I'm sure it's on here somewhere.
Yeah. An interesting like component piece of study for the synoptic problem is there's a really good blog article called "How Copyists Fatigue Show That like Matthew copied."
Oh, Issa, yes, Cody's song. I did write that. Yeah,
show some great examples of like okay, like imagine how these books were copied. You had these scribes. They're in dark rooms. They're probably working late by candlelight, things like that. They get tired, so you start making mistakes when you copy things. You start accidentally copying certain letters wrong, or your job is to like revise the story and change a few things, but you forget to change a few details. So like there's very clear evidence of copying, but as they were copying, titles were changed. But then like in the same book, the title would change back to the original form because the copyist forgot that he had changed the title earlier. I think there was like a satrap title that was like flip-flopped in one of the books. And it's like, yeah, this can be explained just by copyists who are making mistakes as they go. And they were meant to like change the story in a certain way, but they forgot to change a couple key words. And now you can see the evidence of them not only tampering the story, but also being, inattentive while copying the Gospels. I think that's the article right there. Yeah, that's it. How editorial fatigue shows that Matthew and Luke copied Mark. And there's some concrete examples in here. Really good stuff. And yeah, there's a synoptic problem description right there, which will describe it way better than I did.
Yeah, it's kind of long. We don't need to go back through it. I think you gave a pretty good overview.
If you scroll down, there should be like a tape. If you scroll down, there should be like a table or two. There's a couple of concrete examples where you can kind of see what I mean. Like we don't have to go over the article, but if you scroll down.
Well, if you go like to Justin's like.
Yeah, there we go. Like right there.
Sheet. He's got all of them listed here.
So in Matthew, Herod the Tetrarch. Yeah, Tetrarch. And then later on, he's referred to as a king in 9 at the bottom of that column. But in Mark, he's only referred to as a king a few times. And I think Tetrarch and a king are two different titles. Like those are not the same thing. So when Matthew was copying Mark, the copyist changed the one word, but forgot to change the word later on. And there's more like examples down below. It's interesting stuff.
Like Luke and John have contradictions on like Jesus's last words.
Yeah.
One of them is what, forgive them, Father, or whatever. Another one's like, why hast thou forgot, like, or something like that.
Yeah, that's kind of where the
Shabakami or whatever.
Yeah, that's kind of where the embellishments come in, because in Mark, Jesus very clearly does not know what's really going on when he's being crucified, and he calls out to God by like, "Why have you forsaken me?" But then in Matthew, Luke, and then John, they change the story where now Jesus is the one like in control of the situation, like he's there on purpose and he knows it. But in Mark, it is absolutely not clear that he is like that. In Mark, he's basically like, "Whoa, what the fuck's happening? You know, I'm dying." Yeah. There's a good video I listened to earlier today. Maybe it was yesterday. I can't remember. Days blur together now. Bart Ehrman was talking about this, how the stories were embellished over time. And I'm already losing the thread, but it was if I can find it, that might be kind of a fun thing to listen to. Give me a second. I'll send it to RP. Yeah.
Was it one of the times Bart was on with Apologia?
No, it wasn't with Paula G. He was giving a lecture to a church full of people, actually.
Okay.
So.
Well, yeah,
Luke and Mark.
Enough. Yeah, go for it, Robin.
They have no. Luke and Mark have no exceptions for like the divorce, like when you're allowed to get divorced. And then Matthew though gives like the exception. Like Luke and Mark say that you can have no, but like Matthew says, if your wife like cheats on you or whatever, that you can divorce her. But Luke and Mark have no exceptions for divorce.
Yeah.
Have any of you guys read Christ Before Jesus?
I haven't read Jaron's book, but I'm aware of it.
I was listening to him talk. It was like last week, I think.
To Anka, since he's in Russia, he can't buy it.
No, I don't know who he was talking to. I just like listen to him sometimes. I can't really do the scripture stuff for long. I get really bored. But like this idea, like I had no idea that like the Christ character was a character before Jesus was like attributed that title or something. I think that's what his book is about. I had no idea until like I actually spoke to him on a panel once, and we were just like chilling and talking about, I can't remember, random stuff. And then I followed him, and then I saw him talking about the book you read or wrote, and that was before you ever brought it up to me, Gretchen. And then eventually I listened to his lives a couple times, and then you like kind of explained the situation that like Christ was this idea before Jesus either was equivocated or like thought to be equal or identical to that character or whatever. Maybe the myth of Jesus didn't exist, assuming that he's a myth. I'm not sure. But I thought that was really interesting, and that is like very damning to Christianity.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I posted the link in the chat. The Bart Ehrman talk is probably the first 30 minutes of it, about 35 minutes of it.
How Judas died is also another contradiction about, like, because one of them says that he took the money and bought the field, and then
the other
forlorn
into it.
Yeah, and the other one says he gave the money back, and then
and then hung himself.
Hanged himself, and then in one he fell off the cliff and splayed open. And there's like a bunch of ways to like harmonize it, but I think
not really. But they try to.
They try to, but like I think just the fact that you have to put effort into harmonizing it is really just embarrassing for your God. Like, why couldn't your God write something more clearly?
And then every one of them has a different birth like thing.
Yeah, different lineages and such. Yep.
Yeah.
So this video, this is 98% Bart speaking, but every once in a while there will be like this AI narration that pops in to like summarize like the last 10 minutes. We can just skip past that shit. But it's almost entirely Bart speaking, so it's pretty valuable despite the AI bullshit in the middle.
I used to listen to Bart's podcast quite a bit.
Oh yeah, I still do. He's still putting out YouTube videos with oh, what's her name? I can't remember her name all of a sudden. Josh Bowen's wife. Shit, what's her name?
I can't think of her name right now.
I feel so bad. I can't remember her name because she's super smart.
Like I'm Digital Hammurabi.
Digital Hammurabi.
I'm a member of it, and I can't even think of her name.
Yes, Digital Hammurabi is her channel. Fuck, I feel so guilty for not remembering it.
Oh my gosh, me too.
I thought that was Josh Bowen's channel.
That's her and him.
I think she's the primary driver of the channel, and he supports.
RP, scroll down really quick again.
Oh my gosh, why can't I think of her name?
Oh, Dave has reasons for God's existence. Yeah, I just that caught my eye. I'm gonna have to watch that at some point.
Megan Lewis.
Megan. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I was muted. Yeah, that looks like one of Ian's first times on the line.
Yeah. How long ago was that? 6 months ago?
Yeah, 6 months.
Ian's been with us for 6 months? Awesome. Yeah, Megan Lewis. And yeah, she co-hosts, well, she hosts basically like a Bart Ehrman centered show where she interviews him and they post like a video, like one video a week on his channel. It's really good stuff.
Yeah, misquoting Jesus.
Yeah, I got that. Yeah, that's the podcast name. And I have the book too.
Yes. But she has her own courses now too. And I watched the other day I watched like a Discord thing that had Dr. Bowen and Dr. Davis, Kip Davis.
Oh,
like
yeah.
they were in Discord answering questions and stuff. It was really cool.
Yeah, they paired up a few times to like take on like biblical slavery and such.
Yeah, they're a killer combo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have Dr. Bowen's book on slavery, like the Old Testament Guide to to Slavery or whatever it is called.
Yeah, they're all great people too. Like I had the pleasure of with the crew of The Line about a year ago. We all played Cards Against Humanity over Zoom. And yeah, Josh Bowen, Megan Lewis were there, Matt, me, I think Jimmy, and like Arden. But
He
yeah,
does a great Ken
super
Hovind.
fun night. Yeah,
He does a great Ken Hovind, don't he?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Ken Hovin's not that hard to do though. Like
Yeah, but he goes and gets it. Like he even has like a one of those the Hawaiian shirts he puts on and everything.
Yeah. Atheists say that your grandfather came from a rock. Yeah, he's really good.
They have so many kids.
I think so. Yeah.
They have 5, I think. They have 2 a
Jesus.
set of twins. The youngest ones are twin boys.
Oh, okay.
They're which I don't know how old they are now, but they were like babies not too long ago. So.
I'm happy about this because we need people like them to reproduce because I'm certainly not.
Yes. Well, I think some of them. I think at least two of them were from because Josh was married before. He was married when he first went to school and met Megan. He was married, and so he had kids with that woman too.
Yeah.
And I think they live with them, or some part of the year anyway.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's start.
Let her rip.
Jesus comes into existence with the Virgin Mary when God makes her pregnant in Matthew and Luke. But as people thought about it more, they thought he must have been the Son of God from eternity past, and so they started developing a different view. A view which is not an exaltation view, not a view where a human becomes a divine being. They started developing a view of incarnation.
When they have shaken off their wine, then they will repent. Everyone's drunk, no one's thirsty. They have to get over their drunken stupor before they can repent. It's interesting. It's not found in the New Testament.
Let me start by just explaining what I see to be the terms of the question. There is a theological question you could ask: is Jesus God? And almost all of you think that the answer is yes. I will not be disputing that or debating that. I am not going to be talking about whether I think Jesus was God or not, or whether you should think Jesus was God or not. That is a theological question, a question involved with belief in Jesus as a divine being. I'm interested instead in this talk, not in the theological question, but the historical question. My historical question is, when did the followers of Jesus start believing that he was God? And when they started to believe he was God, what did they mean by that? You might think there's only one thing you can mean. If Jesus is God, that just means one thing, right? Wrong. Throughout Christian history, there have been numerous ways that people have understood how Jesus is God. And so saying he's God is the beginning, but it's not the end of the question, as we'll see. I'm actually going to start at the end. This isn't really the end, but it's the end point that I want to pick, rather than the very beginning. The end point I want to pick is a very famous controversy that happened in the 4th Christian century, so about 300 years after Jesus, the so-called Arian controversy. The Arian controversy rose to popular knowledge some years ago when Dan Brown wrote the Da Vinci Code. In the Da Vinci Code, we learn that at the famous Council of Nicaea in the year 325 is when Christians decided that Jesus would be the Son of God. And they took a vote, and it ended up being a close vote. But Jesus ended up winning out, and he became the Son of God. That is in the Da Vinci Code. So I tell my students at Chapel Hill, when I'm teaching, that if they want to learn about the history of the Middle Ages, the way to do that is not to watch Monty Python and the Holy Grail. And if they want to learn about the history of early Christianity, the way to do that is not by reading Dan Brown. Let me tell you what really happened at the Council of Nicaea with regard to the Arian controversy. There was an influential Christian leader in Alexandria, Egypt.
Yeah, fun fact: Saint Nicholas got into a fist fight during the Council of Nicaea.
Really?
Yeah, he got an altercation with, I think, Arius.
Not showing the fruits of the spirit there, Saint Nicholas.
when they were establishing canon, there were some heated moments.
Wow.
Didn't they lock their weren't they locked in there or something?
I'm not sure, but that would make a lot of sense.
There was one of them where they were locked in there. One of the councils that they got locked in by the and were told not to come out until they agreed on on stuff. I can't remember if it was. There's 2 different councils.
So it says here, well, this is the stnicholascenter.org, so take it with a grain of salt. Nicholas got really angry at a guy named Arius, got up, crossed the room, and then slapped him in the face. And then he was basically stripped of his garments, chained, and then threw into jail.
Who's Saint Nicholas or Arius?
Saint Nicholas. he was the assaulter.
Yeah, but wasn't Arius being a heretic?
I think it's probably saying some shit.
Fun stuff.
Yeah, fun stuff. It's really the fruit of the spirit, which is overflowing there, apparently. But the main thrust of this video that Bart, the speech that Bart is giving to, I think, is a church full of believers he was invited to this. No, I think he actually punched the pastor and he took over. So basically, and I was in this pool too. Christians think that Christianity has been the same ever since the time of Jesus. That the belief that he was God's son, and that he performed miracles and he died and rose from the dead, it's just this continuous, consistent belief from Jesus' time up to now. But Bart's going to clearly show with evidence that this was an evolving belief, even in that first century, even in the first 100 years. It was a rapidly evolving belief, and the role of Jesus and what he did and his qualities and attributes rapidly changed over the first century until it finally became more solidified in the Gospels. And even after that, it was still changing. But for the most part, that first 100 years, the belief in Jesus was a rapidly changing belief and legend. So, and that's what he's going to be going over here.
Super random thought. Eric, you've mentioned that you like haha you clowns, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Have you seen Joe Kappa's paper puppet animation of an old Christian cartoon?
No.
I'll save that video for after this. But yeah,
Okay, cool.
That's something that I think you'll enjoy.
Yeah,
it's
yeah, I
only
wanna
like
see it.
50 seconds, but
All right.
yeah,
cool.
Named Arius. Arius developed his theological views in
Oh, we were just talking about this guy.
We were.
That's hilarious. Let's go.
ways that he thought
Hallelujah.
were perfectly orthodox, perfectly true and correct and biblical. His view about Christ was that Christ was God. Christ was a divine being. He was the Son of God and he was God. But how could Christ be God if God was God and there not be two gods? And how can God the Father be almighty and Christ be almighty? If they're both almighty, then neither of them is almighty. Only one being can be almighty. And so Arius maintained that in eternity past, God the Father alone existed, but he wasn't the Father yet. God begot a Son. God, in effect, brought Christ into being as a second-level divinity, a secondary divinity. He wasn't equal to God. Nobody can be equal with God the Father. He was a secondary-level divinity. There was a time before which Christ did not exist. In other words, Christ came into being at a certain point in time as a secondary divinity, lower than God the Father. Christ then, through the power of the Father, created the universe, and Christ became a human being to die on the cross. That was Arius's view. This view was a popular view throughout much of Christendom. The basic view had been around for a long time, although Arius formulated it in particularly persuasive ways, and after Arius's day, people continued to hold this view. His bishop in Alexandria was a man named Alexander. Alexander took exception to Arius's view. In Alexander's view, there never was a time when Christ did not exist. Christ had always existed. He wasn't begotten by God at some point in time. He had always been begotten by God. And he wasn't a secondary divinity. He was equal with God the Father. God the Father and God the Son are completely equal in every way, and they always have been forever and ever. That was Alexander's view. There was a big debate about this that led ultimately to the Council of Nicaea in the year 325. A council of bishops from around the world.
I can't help but envision these guys as like Lord of the Rings nerds or Star Trek nerds or X-Men Marvel nerds, just endlessly quibbling over fantasy.
This is like Sam Harris said, this is how the sausage is made.
Yeah. This is where Christianity came from, folks.
The lore.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lose my mind if he talks about the St. Nicholas fight, because it sounds like it's ramping up to that.
I mean, and this is so obviously headed towards the Trinity.
Yes,
Yeah.
it will. That will come up.
Mainly from the eastern part of Christianity, bishops from around the world who came together to debate the issue. They debated the issue, and they ended up agreeing not with Arius, but with Alexander. That became the standard view that came to be incorporated in the document that is called the Nicene Creed. The Nicene Creed is still recited by people in various Christian denominations today. It was a foundational document that emerged ultimately out of this Council of Nicaea in the year 325. This creed is particularly concerned to define who Christ is. And here are some of the statements from the creed. Jesus Christ is the only Son of God. He's eternally begotten of the Father. Not just temporarily at one time, but he's eternally begotten of the Father. He is God from God, light from light, true God from true God. He's begotten, he's not made. He never came into being. He's always existed. He's begotten, he's not made. And he's of one being with the Father. God the Father and God the Son have the same essence.
So
they are of the same.
So this year, the Trinity was born out of committee. Like, that's essentially what this is. And the Nicene Creed was formalized in 235 AD. So the Trinity wasn't formalized until 300 years after Jesus died. And it's like, and in those 300 years, the belief was different than the Trinity. It was argued and then formalized into what it was. So this kind of presents a dilemma to Christians who believe in the Trinity, especially the Nicene Creed today. the first, second, and third century, and also some of the fourth century Christians had a false Christian belief because they did not believe in the Trinity, according to like Catholic doctrine or modern day Christian doctrine.
See, I did a debate on whether Christians should support the Second Amendment, and I said no, and I went back to like the early church fathers that were like in the first few centuries after Jesus's death, and in that Christianity, you were not even allowed to do self-defense. Like you were supposed to turn the other cheek.
Yeah.
You were not supposed to ever raise your hand to even defend yourself, because to be a martyr was and that's the truth. I mean, like the early church fathers said that. And so until Constantine adopted the religion for the Roman Empire, until then there was no physical allowed. You were not allowed to even defend yourself. You were supposed to. You're supposed to be martyred. You were supposed to turn the other cheek.
So they're supposed to be pacifist, essentially.
Yes, until and every church father until like when Constantine adopts that, then they begin like changing the whole doctrine of like how about like defense, self-defense, and things like that.
Yeah. But and I've been told by Catholics that true Christianity is dictated by the Nicene Creed, but the Nicene Creed didn't come around until the 300s. So that means that those before the Nicene, according to this Catholic, we were to go like internally critique his position. That would mean that anybody who lived before 325 AD didn't have any guidance on what a true Christian was, and if they didn't believe in the Trinity, then they are of a false religion. And I can guarantee you, I probably shouldn't say that, but I definitely can't guarantee you. That was a bad phrasing. Strike that. In the first century, after Jesus had died, and this belief was forming, I highly doubt the Trinity was on anybody's mind, because it was a burgeoning religion about a guy who was executed by the Romans and supposedly resurrected. So I highly doubt we will find any first century mention of the Trinity or a second century mention of the Trinity, which means that, according to Catholics, all of those Christians were practicing a false Christianity. So it's really weird.
I wonder, did they go to hell?
Yep, they're burning. They lived right after Jesus, but right before the Nicene Creed. So God was like, "Sorry guys, that's how the dice roll, and now you burn."
Die heretics.
Well, Bart has a video too that's early Christianities or lost Christianities or something like that.
Yeah.
And he goes into like all these different sects that existed like right after or about the time of the crucifixion and stuff, and how like once Paul got kind of on it, that he kind of started eliminating those other sects.
Yeah.
They destroyed their literature, or they tried to, but some of them probably got hid. That's why they think that some of them, they've been able to find some of them, is that they hid them.
Yeah. And some Christians try to say that like the first century apostles, after Jesus died, they were running around correcting stories and keeping the story straight everywhere. But then we see here that these were wildly diverging opinions about what Christianity is just a few centuries later. It's like they obviously weren't going around correcting everything, or they wildly failed.
Well, they didn't talk to Paul. They surely didn't correct him.
Yeah.
Because never once does Paul say, "I asked, the apostles how about this."
Yeah.
I mean, like he doesn't ever, like, and
yeah. There's no mention of the Trinity, or even like Jesus being directly God in Matthew, Mark, or Luke. Jesus being God, I think, is introduced first in John. Like Jesus being God, not the Trinity, but just Jesus being God, I think was introduced in John.
They didn't want to be polytheist.
Perhaps. But But yeah, like the story very much changed over time, and what got formalized into, you know, quote unquote official Christianity is extremely different than what the first century Christians were practicing.
But like our Christianity now is extremely different than it was in the 1800s.
Yeah.
Like it's, you know what I mean? It's like it redoes itself like constantly.
Yeah, you know how many Christians will like argue like, "Oh, science is unreliable because it's constantly changing." They don't realize that their religion has changed quite a bit too.
Yeah.
In attempt to update.
If you ever like just want to give up and go insane, go into like a Catholic Discord server and just lurk inside one of the channels where they're discussing like doctrine. It is the most bonkers shit you've ever heard. The way the terminology they use, and basically just invoking all this like it's essentially magic. Like, you know, when you do the Eucharist or when you do this certain ritual, then, you know, God's Holy Spirit operates in this way. And the way they argue about it and disagree on the nuance of these fantasies, it's so strange. It's like you're listening to aliens. Like, imagine being transported to an alien planet and then like having to overhear a political discussion about politics on their world. Like, how fucking bizarre would it be? And that's how I feel like when I go to a Catholic Discord server. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going fucking insane.
The Orthodox is pretty funny too.
Yeah.
Like I have a Catholic Bible, so sometimes like I can get my Catholic Bible out, and like I can keep up with a little bit of stuff because, you know, I've got their Bible too. But
yeah,
the Orthodox, like their stuff is like, even to me,
yeah,
I don't get it all. But the Catholics have all that magic stuff, like all those saints and like the shroud and all that crazy stuff that they all think has power in it.
It all reduces down to Lord of the Rings nerds just screaming at each other.
All right, let's get back to it.
Substance. They are co-eternal, co-powerful. They are equal in every way and always have been. This was the view that came out of the Council of Nicaea, when Christ is fully God. So the Council of Nicaea is not when they decided was Jesus going to be the Son of God. Everybody at the Council of Nicaea agreed that Jesus was the Son of God. The question is, in what sense is he the Son of God? And one side won those debates. That's the Council of Nicaea in the year 325. Let's go back to an earlier period, to the earliest gospel that we have that talks about Jesus, to see whether it has a similar view of Jesus or not. The earliest gospel we have in the New Testament is the Gospel of Mark. This is not a debated point. Well, it's always, everything's debatable, but almost nobody debates this. You will not have a Greer symposium on whether Mark was the first gospel. It was the first gospel. What was Mark's view of Jesus? Mark has a very interesting and compelling view of Jesus. Among other things, Mark certainly thinks that Jesus is the Messiah, the Son of God. Mark's gospel begins by saying that it is the gospel of the Messiah, of Jesus the Messiah, and throughout the gospel, Jesus is called the Son of God. It's very interesting, though, who knows that Jesus is the Son of God in the Gospel of Mark? Now, I'm not talking about what John says or what Luke says or what Matthew says. I'm thinking Mark wrote his Gospel, and if somebody read his Gospel, what would they think about Jesus? Well, they'd think he was the Son of God. But who in the narrative of Mark knows that Jesus is the Son of God? The interesting thing about Mark, again, this is common knowledge. This is nothing weird to me. And you'll see it yourself if you just read Mark's gospel. The strangest thing about Mark's gospel is that nobody can figure out who Jesus is.
A clear God would not need centuries of arguments, councils, and political pressure to explain who.
This is what I'm talking about. It's just so jarring out of nowhere. It's like, well, we can't just repost this video verbatim. I got to put something in here. Oh, I'll have AI do it for me. But yeah, he just skipped his shit. Thankfully, whoever did this was kind enough to have a watermark there while the AI speaks, so you know exactly when it stops.
Nobody can figure out who he is. The reader knows who he is because Mark tells you he's the Son of God. And you read the gospel, you realize he's doing all these miracles. He's the Son of God. But nobody in the story knows that he's the Son of God. The first 8 chapters are all about people not figuring it out. Jesus' family in Mark chapter 3 thinks that Jesus has gone out of his mind, and they come to take him out of the public view. Mark chapter 3, his family, his mother and his brothers and sisters think that he's gone crazy. The people in his hometown can't understand how Jesus can deliver such teachings. Isn't he the carpenter? His 4 brothers are here with us. His sisters, how does he know all of this? They can't figure out who he is. The Jewish leaders don't know who Jesus is. They don't think he's the Son of God. They think he does miracles because he's possessed by the devil. He has Beelzebub within him. That's why he can cast out demons. And even Jesus' own disciples can't figure out who he is. Chapter 6 of Mark, Mark tells us they did not understand. Chapter 8 of Mark, Jesus asks them, do you not yet understand? No, the answer is the disciples can't figure out who he is.
This is kind of a wild thing to me. Looking back, like, okay, Jesus is God, right? Jesus is the Messiah. Jesus is God. God is perfect. Being perfect, God is the perfect communicator. God should be able to communicate his message to anyone and make them understand with no problems whatsoever. Even a lowly, flawed, sinful human, God should be able to just speak to, and that person can understand.
And he's not the author of confusion.
He's not the author of confusion. Excellent point. Yeah, he's not the author of confusion. So the fact that Jesus is present and speaking to these people and they just don't get it is an indictment. It brings it's a contradiction about the idea of Jesus being a perfect being and a perfect God and a perfect communicator. Because if it was Jesus' intention to communicate to his disciples that I am the Messiah and I am God, they would understand it. The fact that they don't understand it shows that he's not perfect in those aspects. Unless it was...
My personal favorite is when they tell you how perfect a communicator God is, and then they're going to tell you all about divine hiddenness after that. Yes. I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Do you not hear yourself? It's crazy.
A potential out of the situation would be, well, Jesus was waiting. He was gonna like wait for the perfect time for them to really realize that he was the Son of God, or I mean, he was God. And it's like, well, okay, then why is Jesus so frustrated at them when they don't understand later on in the book? Like if Jesus is there and he wants them to know that he is God and they are not getting it, and then he becomes frustrated at it, then he is not the perfect communicator. He is not a perfect being.
Plus, they wrote everything in a book when like 80 or 90% of the people were illiterate.
Yeah. But anyway, lots of little contradictions you identify in this narrative. It's really fun.
Yeah, really quick about 1 Corinthians 14:33. That's referred often to as God is not the author of confusion. That's specifically in King James translation, and so it might not be the best verse to cite. Like in NRSVUE, it's for God is a God not of disorder, but of peace, and you can maybe come away with the same understanding or argument with that wording, but there are more escape hatches for the Christian here in this, which is probably a more faithful translation.
The only true Bible is KJV. What are you talking about?
Written in English like God intended.
Yes.
Key moment in Mark's gospel, halfway through the narrative. Jesus is talking to his disciples, and he asks them, who do people say that I am? And the disciples say, well, some say that you're John the Baptist, come back from the dead. Some say you're Elijah, the great prophet, or one of the other prophets. And Jesus says, well, who do you say that I am? And Peter replies, you are the Messiah. Now, you think, okay, finally, 8 chapters in, halfway through the gospel, somebody's figured it out. He's the Messiah. Peter got it right? Yeah, kind of. Right after Peter says that, the next verse, Jesus starts teaching that he, the Son of Man, must go to Jerusalem to be rejected by the scribes and elders and be executed, and that in 3 days he'll rise from the dead. And how does Peter respond, the one who just told him he's the Messiah? Peter rebukes him. No, Lord, that's not going to happen to you. And Jesus says, get behind me, Satan, for you are thinking of the things of humans, not the things of God. Peter understands that Jesus is the Messiah, but he doesn't understand what that means. He appears to think that Jesus is the Messiah in the sense that Jews would have expected a Messiah to be, a great king and warrior who drives out the enemy and sets up God's kingdom in Jerusalem, a powerful figure who will destroy the enemy. And Jesus is saying, the enemy is going to destroy me. Peter doesn't understand that Jesus is the suffering Messiah. Mark's gospel is about how Jesus can be the Messiah if he suffers and dies.
It's funny how all of this can be fixed. All of this could have been fixed with just like a meeting. Like I work in a technology company. I have meetings every day. we sit down around a table, we pull out our laptops, and we discuss what's going on. And when we all leave the meeting, we are all on the same page, at least usually. Jesus and his apostles could have sat down, and Jesus could have said, "Hey, look here, guys, watch. Water into wine. I can levitate. I'm going to turn this rock into bread. I'll resurrect this dead bird. I am the Messiah. I am God." Are we all on the same page? And all of them will nod yes because he just performed those miracles. And then Jesus can say, "Okay, listen closely. I, as God, am going to do these things. And I have a plan and a reason for it." And then he can lay out his entire plan for them. The fact that Peter here kind of understands but kind of doesn't understand, and then Jesus goes as far to say, "Get behind me, Satan," is so stupid when you try to square that up with what Jesus supposedly is: a perfect Messiah, a perfect God, and a perfect communicator. This could have all been handled in a huddle the night before or when the ministry started. Like it would have been clear to everyone. There would have been no problems at all. But that's not narratively satisfying. And the writer of Mark was not interested in efficiency or things making sense. He was interested in it being narratively satisfying. And that's why Jesus is mysterious and vague and obtuse. And that's why he has to have these lowly, flawed humans struggle to understand what Jesus is. Because this could have been handled by just a 30-minute meeting, but no, that's not good for the story. So Mark doesn't have it in the story. This just smacks of human invention. Like, this is not what
I always kind of felt like if Jesus really did say the shit that they wrote, attributed to him in the Bible, if he really talked like that,
yeah,
we would see him as like the biggest fucking like QAnon conspiracy theorist douchebag in the fucking world today.
Yeah. He's just an obtuse, he's just an obtuse asshole. It's like, imagine Peter there, like out of love from his heart saying, "Hey, you know what? I don't think it's going to happen to you, Lord. I don't think you're going to be executed." And then Jesus responds with, "Oh, get behind me, Satan." It's like, what the fuck? What kind of asshole says that? Jesus could have simply said, "Hey, you know what? There's a plan that I haven't communicated to you yet. Just please trust me, but this will happen." Like this is there is reality and the way real people handle communication with other people and efficient forms of communication, and then there's like narrative communication for stories and for like satisfaction of like a build up and then a payoff and then a climax. Like a really good example, I think, as loath as I am to invoke her as a existent person, J.K. Rowling's. I hate J.K. Rowling's writings. I hate her characters. I especially hate how fucking obtuse the adults are with the children in the story. The adults don't explain anything to the children. They're constantly keeping them in the dark for no reason other than the children have to solve the mystery on their own. If the adults just told them what's going on, the story wouldn't be satisfying. But J.K. Rowling is so inept of a writer that you can't like work around that. So now the adults just simply have to just be fucking tight-lipped assholes just for the sake of suspense. And that's exactly what Mark's doing here with Jesus.
Well, that's the hatred she has for like her dad, the way he did her, I guess.
Yeah, probably. Her head's probably all manners of fucked up.
Some kind of therapy stuff.
Yeah. But anyway, this, like I said, this just smacks of human invention. Like, this is not what a perfect communicator or perfect God would have done. Simply not.
And the thing about it is like once they got to where like the church fathers were like deciding what books were going here, they didn't fix any of this either, because at that time only they could read this book. Like
true.
Like until like what's his name that got burned at the stake or whatever.
Yeah, for copying the Bible into
like
common language.
Yeah. So like back then the only people that could read this were the church fathers instead of the common people. So.
Not to mention the literacy rates over the past 2,000 years. It's kind of bonkers, really. It's bonkers when you think about, okay, a perfect God did this. Obviously it's not bonkers because when humans do this, like, okay, yeah, this all makes sense. Like nothing surprising here. But yeah, the fact that a God would do it this way is just like, that's the bonkers part.
To suffer and die. He is the Messiah because he's the suffering Messiah. This is a long way from the controversy over Arianism. When Jesus says, "Who do people say that I am?" the disciples don't reply, "Well, some people think that you're equal with the Father and have always existed, and there never was a time before which you did not exist. And, well, some of us actually think that we think the opposite. We think, in fact, you did come into being at some point in the eternity past." That is not the issue. It's nowhere near the issue. It is not discussed in the Gospel of Mark. It's a completely different business. And so my question, how do you get from point A to point B? How do you get from Mark's understanding of Jesus as the Messiah who has to suffer for the sins of the world to Alexander's understanding of Jesus as a person who is co-equal with God, as powerful as God, equal with God in every way, who's existed eternally from eternity past? How do you get from one to the other? Well, I have a thesis about that. Sorry, you can't see thesis very well, but this is a thesis. First, during Jesus' lifetime, his disciples did not believe he was God. That should not be controversial. In Mark, they can't even figure out what kind of Messiah he is, let alone whether he's God or not. The issue, are you God or not, doesn't come up in the Gospel of Mark. During his lifetime, Jesus' followers didn't have any inkling that he was God. But after Jesus' lifetime, his disciples did believe he was God. There's one thing that changed their mind. They came to believe in the resurrection. The resurrection is the absolute key. Why did the followers of Jesus come to believe that he had been raised from the dead? Once again, I'm simply repeating what's in the Bible itself. There are two phenomena that people often point to as evidence that for why the disciples thought Jesus was raised from the dead. The first is that there was an empty tomb. 3 days after Jesus died, the tomb was empty. It's true in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the tomb is empty. It is false that anybody believes because of it. People today might be convinced that if the tomb is empty, Jesus must have been raised from the dead. But nobody in the New Testament comes to believe Jesus was raised from the dead based on the empty tomb. Think about the Gospel of John. Mary goes to the tomb, finds it empty, and what does she conclude? Somebody stole his body. That's exactly what you would think. If somebody was buried in a tomb and you went there 2 days later and it was empty.
I hate the empty tomb.
People were hungry. People were hungry back then. You got a fresh body in there. Don't let it go to waste.
That's the dumbest piece of evidence, though. It's like when somebody throws that out at me, I'm like, what the fuck is an empty tomb? Like, if we knew it was his tomb and he's empty.
You make some Jesus jerky.
Yeah. I mean, it's already like pre-spiced, right? Like once they prepare it for burial, like it's all spicy. Yeah. Spicy, like marinades for a couple days. Oh, yeah.
But yeah,
I don't believe he would have been buried at all anyway.
Yeah, he would have been. Dogs would have chewed him up long before he anywhere approached the ground.
There are countless naturalistic accounts for why there would be an empty tomb, and they're all infinitely more probable than fucking magic happened.
Yeah.
There's some people that say that the clothes were folded neatly in the tomb. I'm like, what?
Maybe housekeeping.
Hey, Walhart.
Hey, Walhart.
Wouldn't perfectly folded clothes discredit the Shroud of Turin?
Some Christian told me the other day, said that was evidence that was Jesus because the clothes were folded neatly. I was like, what? What clothes?
Wait,
Yeah.
are you saying that there's a part of the Bible that says his clothes were folded neatly?
I don't know where this person got it from. I really don't.
Well, that is interesting because aren't his clothes depicted on the shroud?
I think he's naked on the shroud. Let me pull it
maybe
up.
you're right.
But tastefully covering his junk with his hands.
Right.
No, but what's funny is the hands look like they were drawn by like a fourth grader.
He looks like a fucking alien. In the tomb.
How could his clothes been doing anything neatly? Weren't his clothes like shredded when they whipped and beat the shit out of him?
That's what I thought.
Before they nailed him to a tree.
So they just meant a neat pile, Gretchen. That's what they meant. Yeah.
He's supposedly naked.
A
on the
neat
shroud.
shredded bloody pile. Got it.
Yeah, like
totally understand.
That probably means
identical to a mound of spaghetti.
That probably means
Yeah.
Christians in the audience. That probably means when Jesus left the tomb, he was stark naked. He was like walking off into the forest.
Yeah.
Just in the
Well, I
nude.
mean, most of the time when people were executed, they cast lots for their clothes if they had any clothes that were worth anything. Anyway.
Wait, didn't that exactly happen? Like, was
No, that's
that
mentioned
like
in the
part of
Bible.
the prophecies? So, like, yeah, there's another contradiction.
I mean, that's a real thing.
His
That
clothes were folded perfectly, yet they cast lots for his clothes.
I mean, you can be, if you're a sleazy Christian, you can say, okay, well, when they prepared the body, they put new clothes on him. It's like, okay, they're not going to bury him.
Well, they the Roman guard clearly respected that he was a never nude, and they buried him or put him in the tomb with.
They left him in his jean shorts, his cut jean shorts.
Yeah, his cut jean shorts only. Yeah.
Did Jesus also accidentally blew himself?
Yeah.
Jesus is a never dude.
Yeah.
When you say blew himself, not quite sure.
It's a reference to Arrested Development.
Yeah.
One of David Cross's best characters ever. By his feud K.
I love David Cross.
Can we all disregard the Turin Shroud? Because it was carbon dated to like the 13th century or something.
Oh, yeah. It's an obvious forgery.
These are just more points of attack.
Yeah. It is really funny how some believers these days, not all of them, but some believers these days are so desperate for confirming evidence of the resurrection that they will just defend this to the death. Like they'll die on that hill, even though it's so obviously fake. Yeah. It's really comical. It's almost like flat earth level stupidity.
Yeah.
There's a Venn diagram that overlaps.
Yeah.
And by the way, not to be ignorant, can I just thank you, Gretchen, and everyone. It's good to see you all. Yeah.
Likewise.
Good to see you too, Hope. Wow. Right.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
You wouldn't think resurrection. No, you'd think grave robbers. Or you think, hey, I'm at the wrong tomb. Or the empty tomb isn't going to convince anybody and didn't convince anybody. What convinced people?
Actually, that'd be really funny if like they just forgot the tomb they put Jesus in. Like it was like dark at night when they were like putting him in the tomb initially, and then they come back in the morning and they're like, oh fuck, which one was it?
Is that Jesus appeared to people. Is the appearance of Jesus alive again after his death that convinced people he had been raised from the dead? There are several people who almost certainly claim to see Jesus alive afterwards. Historically, I think really, these people really did claim that they saw Jesus alive afterwards. Peter figures prominently in these narratives as the one who saw Jesus. According to Paul, he was the first to see Jesus after his death. Paul himself says that he had a vision of Jesus. He's unambiguous about it. In the Gospels, it's Mary who goes to the tomb and sees that Jesus and learns that he's been raised from the dead and then sees him. And so there it is, Peter, Paul, and Mary. What did these people conclude once they came to think that Jesus was raised from the dead?
To put that into perspective, like, okay, well, how, somebody might say, well, if we had many accounts of people seeing Jesus alive after he died, we can just compare that to how many people have claimed to have seen Elvis alive after he died. It's like
lots, Elvis.
Lots, yeah. Like
Yeah.
Like, we don't even have the stories. We have like hearsay of the stories. But let's say we had the stories. Like, let's say we had 50 accounts of people saying, "Yeah, I saw Jesus alive after he died." We have that many plus more of people saying that they saw Elvis alive after he died.
Well, I mean, we got tons of people that thought RFK made it to every Trump rally.
Yeah, RFK made every Trump
Jr.
rally. We have tons of alien abduction stories. It's like we have firsthand accounts from people still living today of these spectacular things happening, and we don't believe them. At least I hope we don't. So people claiming they saw Jesus alive, it's nothing special. We have this all the time.
Yeah, and the Elvis thing is a great, because like I don't know it must be like hundreds of people have claimed to see Elvis live after he died.
Hundreds, thousands.
Yeah. That doesn't prove anything.
They always, like, when it's Jesus or Elvis, it's always someone that like moved them or like made them feel some certain kind of way that was really important to them. Like, I don't know. That doesn't seem like a coincidence. It seems like they just need that person to be even more important than they already are.
Yeah, it's people who need the dead person to be back, like post-bereavement hallucinations and stuff like that. Like, that's all possible. And then sometimes they're just posers who just want to be part of the group, and they're hearing people are seeing Jesus was alive, so of course they saw Jesus was alive as well, because it's like they want to be part of the group.
Yeah.
And if you have a pool of tens of thousands of people, you're going to have a few dozen at least people who do that kind of stuff to get that kind of attention. It's just statistically the inevitability.
I feel like a lot of it is once they figured out the money angle and how it could make them money. I mean, that's all it took from there on out.
That's my favorite hypothesis about Paul. I think I don't think it's likely, but I love playing around the hypothesis that he was just a big fucking grifter. Because it fits. Like, him being a grifter fits. He's like, wow. I mean, he's like, imagine Paul. Okay, so Saul of Tarsus. Imagine him. He's running around. He's cracking skulls. He's persecuting these Christians, and he's like extracting information out of them using like abuse and violence and torture. And he just comes to realize, like, wow, these first century Christians. Like, he probably sits down with his close friends and he goes, hey, you know what? These first century Christians are fucking stupid. You know what I bet I could do? I bet I could just like turn babyface on them and say that their Messiah spoke to me, and I bet I could like get a sect going within their group, and the followers that I pick up will feed me and clothe me and give me a place to live, and they'll adore me and love me. I'll be able to travel the countryside, and just wherever I go, people will just love me. Like, and then he just executes that plan because he's a fucking grifter. Like, it fits his character as a persecutor of these Christians. I don't think being a grifter is above being a violent persecutor and abuser of innocent people. I think that's probably a step down in evil, really. So it's like maybe he was just a grifter, and maybe he made all this up, and this just kind of got away from him, and he became a fucking apostle of Jesus. Probably didn't happen, but it's a fun story to think of, and it's totally plausible. Way more plausible than Jesus actually spoke to him from beyond death, you know.
Yeah,
maybe he felt guilty.
Maybe guilt. Yeah.
The Damascus Road story is kind of implausible because only Paul only him saw Jesus. All the people around him never saw it. It's just,
we didn't see Jesus either. He came to see a light.
Yeah, he saw a light.
I don't even think Paul was real, guys.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. But like the story that doesn't say that he saw Jesus anyway. Like in one story he heard Jesus, and in another story the other people heard him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Jaren's argument that Paul was never. Well, I mean, I already don't think Paul was a real guy anyway, but that he has a theory that Paul was really just a stand-in for Marcion, as a way for Marcion to write himself into the story.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, Will Freeman. he has a theory.
I mean, it works. Then Marcion could not only profit off the whole thing, but then he has his like literary alter ego being the guy that sets it all up, even though, you know, he probably was.
Yeah.
I just like it. It's satisfying in a storytelling respect.
It is, yeah, it is. It's like it's definitely more interesting than what his claims are. But yeah, and I don't like, for the record, I don't believe that's actually true. It's definitely possible.
Oh no, I don't either, but I like to think maybe
It's
it could
fun.
be.
Yeah, like Paul's just this scheming asshole. It's like he just took advantage of a bunch of just like ignorant religious people in the first century. He was like the first super pastor like we have today, like televangelist, like mega church pastor, like I don't know, like a Joel Osteen or a Jerry Falwell or those other assholes. He was the first. He was the OG. It's hilarious. Hey, sorry, nobody. I didn't see you were trying to speak to New Blue Galaxy. I just thought it'd be fun to time him out for 5 minutes.
No, I don't like. I mean, he probably deserved it.
Yeah.
But what I was gonna say is, like, does Paul not say that Jesus is who he saw? He just says he saw a light.
He said he saw Jesus, and Jesus spoke to him.
Right, but then
because
like
Jesus said, Paul, why are you persecuting or hurting me, or something like that.
If you're asking for like the contradictions, the people with him that like saw and did not hear and saw and heard or whatever.
Oh right. Well, no. What I was thinking is like
Paul says what he saw was a big light that blinded him, and what he actually saw was just a vision in his head.
Yeah, I think he just fell off his horse and hit his head.
Well, what I was thinking though is that when people describe,
Or he had a seizure,
or he just made it up. No.
Yeah, it says that he was surrounded by a blinding flash of light.
When people
I like to think that Muhammad and Paul had the same issue. Like they were both epileptics and didn't know what the fuck it was. Sorry, nobody. I keep cutting you off, and I don't mean to.
It's fine. What I was gonna say is that like when people describe these exchanges they have with God, they seem to like describe these like super opaque like generalizations of like some type of experience, and so that seems to me to like I would think that the people who listen to them say these things or read them, like when it comes to Paul, that they would then have like some type of like generalized experience and then attribute it to God because for some reason it was valuable to them in that like certain instance. So like seeing light, or like Jesus was the rock that sprung forth the water in the desert or whatever. Like you just see these like normal things that are useful to you for some reason in these situations, and or seem inspired divinely for some reason because you attribute things to God. So it's just like this like never ending, it's that fucking the allegedly Ian meme of the power strip plugged into itself, like just constantly refreshes itself.
Yeah. You have a desire and a want and a belief, and then you just
and the thing about it is
you invent the experience to support what you want.
Paul was a contemporary too, so if he was going to be used later on by Jesus, it seems like that Jesus could have made sure that he met Paul in his lifetime. That would have benefited, he wouldn't have had to like flash his, he could have known him and knew his teachings, so he wouldn't have got his teachings all messed up like he does.
Yeah. So let's see here. The first Paul letter, according to the AI, because I'm too lazy to look any further. First Thessalonians, written about 50 AD, or Romans, which I think is a place around the same time. And First Thessalonians is one of the undisputed letters, so it's a genuine letter of Paul. So about 50. So you're talking about 30 years after Jesus died. So if Paul was, I don't know how old was Paul in 50 AD. Let me see here. How old was Paul in 50 AD? Don't leave me wrong, AI. He's about 45 years old. So Jesus died when Paul was 15.
Damn.
Yeah.
There's this weird argument I see from all this information that's well, if Paul played the role of this mediator to the cultures around him and tried to appease people with Christianity by omitting circumcision and stuff or whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever he was doing, talking to Greeks about Jewish tradition and talking to Jewish people about including Greeks or whatever he was doing.
Yeah.
It just seems like that.
Basically trying to get the Gentiles into the game. Yeah.
Right. And so, but my question now becomes isn't there something that's going to be contradictory to either God or his teachings that Paul has to be this negotiator? So he doesn't just force this type of creed that's from a perfect being onto people. He says well, we'll mediate these things and those things. That almost sounds in itself an argument against God and him not changing and him being sovereign and infallible or whatever.
Yeah, I could probably see that.
Well, I mean, he preaches the opposite of a lot of the things that supposedly, and the thing about it is he was a Jew. He was a Jew, so he should have known the Hebrew Bible too. And he preaches against that because he's in the Hebrew Bible, it says that the law is eternal. That that the law always will exist. And then he goes and says, well, but except for you don't have to follow this law and you don't have to follow that law. And that's not what that's not what Jesus said supposedly, and that's not what the Old Testament says. That
it's not even what Paul said Jesus said.
Yeah, you gotta kind of take a step back from the whole thing too, because if you look strictly at the ordering of the writings of the New Testament, Paul came first. Mark wasn't written until 70 at the earliest, and the range is between 70 and 90. So the first gospel, Mark, 70 to 90, but Paul's first letter is 50, which is 20 to 40 years prior to the first gospel. So I don't think it's probably accurate to pit what Paul is saying versus what the Gospels are saying collectively through the lens of a theology. Paul got to the game first, or not. Maybe he didn't get to the game first, but his writing survived and became popular. Probably what was happening was after Jesus died, the 2 or 3 decades after Jesus died, there were just oral tradition and stories floating around and different disparate groups forming in the what we would call Christianity, but probably a lot of conflicting stories and things like that. Paul's running around cracking skulls and trying to quell all of these burgeoning competing religions to Judaism. And he, for some reason, converts, claims he saw, Jesus, and Jesus spoke to him. And then 50 AD onward, Paul is starting to craft a kind of a new unified Christianity. And I don't know if he's successful in unifying it, but his writings were influential in the Gospels. So the Gospels were basically written with influence from Paul's letters and with influence from the oral traditions that Paul influenced as he was traveling around.
Wait, were all of Paul's letters prior to the Gospels?
I think so.
No way. I had it completely backwards.
Well, I mean, most of his letters, over half of his letters are contested anyway.
Yeah. So half the letters are actually genuine Pauline letters. The other half are contested, likely not. Some of them are definitely not. But, I think his last letter was written shortly, a few years before 70, like late 60s. And Mark was written in 70 or to 90. So yeah, Paul completely came first.
Is it 4 are thought to be true and 7 are contested? Or I'm sorry, 4 are thought to be true and 3 are contested? Or am I
6 and 7, isn't it? I thought there was 13.
6, 7.
6, 7, yeah.
Okay.
There's 13. I think there's 13.
7 of the 13 letters are not contested.
Oh, it's 13. Okay.
So it's about half and half. So
for
7.
some reason, I thought the total was 7.
Yeah, 7 genuine, 6 contested. So about half and half. Half and half favoring non-contested, and they were all written before Mark was written. So Paul had his hooks into the movement long before the Gospels were written. So any Gospels that were written were likely have some Pauline influence in them. That's why some people call it Paulianity rather than Christianity.
Yeah, that's what I say too.
Yeah.
They follow Paulianity.
Yeah. But I mean, if my hypothesis is true and Paul's a grifter, then probably huge parts of Christianity, modern day Christianity, are based off of a grift. It's probably a tough pill to swallow for maybe some Christians.
I mean, grift or not, it's something either just wrong or dishonest like that.
Yeah. It's either it really is just that. It's either mistakenness or dishonesty, or I think if you really like put my feet to the fire and I had to like really tell you what I thought about it, I think probably Paul had a psychotic break. He's running around just hurting people, seeing these people's conviction and their tears and their beliefs, and I think he just had like a psychotic break and basically joined them. And then it's such a great setup for like a redemption arc. Like, oh, I was the worst of your enemies and I saw the light, and now the Christ has made me at the forefront of this movement. That's the power of God and the power of Jesus. He can take the worst of us and turn it into the best of us. And it's enthralling, and it's like really probably convincing to these, very ignorant, very desperate, poor first century people. And I think it just naturally just snowballed from there and became a movement based off of just mistakenness, hallucination, and just the human condition.
Yeah, never attribute to malice what you can explain with incompetence. Or
exactly. Yeah. Like I said, the grifter hypothesis is fun, but I don't place that as the highest probability.
It almost strikes me as like reverse Stockholm syndrome. Like if he was like having a weird break and like attacking these people, and then all of a sudden he's
the one that became the captive.
Yeah, he became like enthralled by the captive instead of like or whatever, like something like that.
That's kind of a fun idea, yeah. But Paul definitely was there first, and and even in Paul's own letters where he's talking about how he met Peter and they fucking disagreed on tons of shit, and it doesn't look like they liked each other all that much. And when they parted, Paul said, I didn't really get anything out of him. So it's like you had Peter who actually knew Jesus, and then Paul came by and claimed
he didn't ask him anything.
Jesus came to him in a vision, and they couldn't agree on anything. They probably didn't like each other. It's like it smacks of human invention.
Yeah, he didn't ask him anything. He didn't
something like he added nothing to me. Like when he was referencing Peter, like he added nothing to me.
Yeah, somebody
like,
actually knew.
that's kind of a burn. Like he's like, I learned nothing off this guy. this is Jesus' apostle, and Paul's like, Peter is
he's the church. He's the rock of the church.
Yeah. Well, that's later claimed in the Gospels,
but I mean, according to them.
But according to the theology, Peter is the cornerstone of the church. Paul meets him, and Paul's like, "Yeah, this guy gave me nothing new. I didn't need him." Like, burn. Imagine like two professors meeting to discuss something. And professor goes, "Yeah, this guy gave me nothing new." Like that's a I don't know. It's just it's like a stick to the eye.
Well, that's a very interesting question. Suppose we're not living in the 21st century, but we're living in the first century. What do we think in the first century if we think that a person has been exalted to heaven? Now, when the early Christians came to believe that Jesus was raised from the dead, they didn't think that it was a near-death experience and that like he never really died and it just seemed like he died the way we have near-death experiences. They thought that Jesus had been raised from the dead, and it wasn't that his body came back to life for another 20 years. It's not that he's going to die again. He's going to live forever. He has been taken up to heaven, and he's seated at the right hand of God Almighty.
The earliest Jesus stories show a very...
Boo.
Christianity grew from interpretation, not proof.
What did people in the ancient world think about somebody who after their death had been taken up to heaven? It's quite clear what ancient people thought about that because we have numerous indications about what ancient people thought about that. The Romans believed that the founder of the city of Rome, Romulus, had been taken up to heaven at his death. There's a story about it in the Roman historian Livy. Romulus, who has founded the city, and the city's going strong, the Senate is in place, they've got a functioning army. Romulus and the senators are sitting next to each other on a platform like this, and the army's marching in front of them as a parade. A thunderstorm comes up, we're told in Livy, and it grows dark, and a fog comes, and when the fog lifts, Romulus isn't there anymore. He's not on his throne. What happened to him? What they said happened to him is that he got taken up to heaven. And at that point, they started worshiping him as a god. He became the god Quirinus, who was one of the three main deities, one of the three main gods for ancient Rome. This was Romulus, the man, taken up to heaven, became a god.
Julius Caesar was too. Julius Caesar was like ascended to heaven.
Yep.
Just in Roman circles, but in Jewish circles. There were Jewish thinkers at the time of the New Testament who thought that Moses had been taken up into heaven at his death and had become a god. We have clear evidence of this from Philo, the Jewish philosopher who taught in Alexandria, Egypt. Philo wrote several books about Moses, in one of which he says that when he died, he was taken up into heaven and he became a divine being. He became a god-like figure. Not just pagans, but also Jews thought an exalted figure who went up to heaven when he died became a god. Jesus was thought to have been a person who went up to heaven. What are the followers of Jesus supposed to think if Jesus has gone up to heaven? Well, they think what anybody would think. They think that he had been made a divine being. And so the earliest Christological views, in other words, the earliest views of who Christ was, are views that at the resurrection, God made Jesus a divine being. It was at the resurrection
this
that
is
Jesus
pretty
became a
interesting
divine
too.
being. It's at the
Jesus becoming a god is not a new concept. I think MythVision had he's had a few videos on these ancient Greek literary motifs being recycled into the Gospels. So virgin birth, ascension to godhood, resurrection, miracles. These are all concepts that were already used in other external sources long before the Gospels came around. The Gospels are just another set of stories that borrowed these motifs from these old stories and incorporated them into their own narrative. Like Jesus being God, Jesus being born of a virgin, Jesus dying and being resurrected, nothing original there. This was all done before. Jesus is derivative, basically. The story of Jesus is derivative.
resurrection that Jesus became the Son of God. Again, this isn't just something that I've made up. You can find it in your Bibles. There's a speech of Paul in the book of Acts, chapter 13, verses 32 through 33. This is what Paul says. The promises God made to our forefathers, he has now fulfilled to us, their children, by raising Jesus from the dead. As it is written in the second Psalm, you are my son, today I have begotten you. By raising Jesus from the dead, he's fulfilled the promises because of the scripture that says, you are my son, today I have begotten you. What is the today? It's the day of the resurrection. That's when God made Jesus the Son of God. Or as Peter says in Acts chapter 2, verse 36, that at his resurrection, God made him both Lord and Christ. The earliest followers of Jesus thought that it was at the resurrection that God made Jesus into a divine being. Now, again, I'm not saying that I think that you should believe that, you should have that view. I'm not saying you should reject that view. I'm saying this was the earliest Christian view. This is sometimes called an adoptionistic Christology, the idea that God adopted Jesus to be his son. When we hear about adoption today, we sometimes don't treat adopted people the way we should. We don't think about them quite right. We think, an adopted child is not quite, it's not quite the same as a blood child. In the ancient world, it was the adopted child who was superior to the blood child. Julius Caesar had 2 sons. One of them was a son by blood, a son he had with Cleopatra. You've probably never heard of him. His name was Caesarion. He had a second son that wasn't a blood son. It was his adopted son, the one he adopted to be his heir. You've probably heard of him. He was Caesar Augustus, the most powerful figure in the ancient world. The adopted son was the one that mattered. In this view of things, God adopted Christ to be his son, which means he made him his heir. He gave him all of his power and his authority and his prestige. This is an amazing view of things. And it's the view the earliest Christians had of Jesus, that at his resurrection, God had adopted him. There's a very famous scholar of the 20th century, New Testament scholar, whom some of you may have known. If you're in seminary, you certainly know him, Raymond Brown, one of the great New Testament interpreters of the second half of the 20th century. Raymond Brown had a view that I think is very persuasive, that the Christians, as they thought more and more about how Christ had been adopted to be God, how he had been exalted to a divine status, how they pushed the moment at which that exaltation had happened backwards. They started out, when they believed in the resurrection, thinking God has made Jesus his son at the resurrection. But they thought about it for a little while longer, and they thought, surely Christ was the Son of God, not just at his resurrection. He must have been the Son of God for his entire ministry. And so they started telling stories about his baptism. Jesus gets baptized. He comes up out of the water. The heavens split open. The Spirit of God descends upon him, and a voice comes from heaven. In Luke's gospel, what does the voice say? You are my son. Today I have begotten you. It's at the baptism that Jesus, so he was the Son of God for his entire ministry. People started thinking about it more, and they said, actually, he must have been the Son of God for his entire life, not just starting with his baptism. And so they pushed it back further to his birth. Now, in Mark's gospel, Jesus starts at his baptism, and he hears the voice from heaven. There's no birth of Jesus in Mark. There is a birth of Jesus in Matthew and Luke. And it's a remarkable story, as you all know. Jesus' mother is a virgin. Why is she a virgin? Because God is his father. Jesus becomes the Son of God at his birth, as the angel Gabriel tells Mary in Luke chapter 1. He tells her that she's going to bear a son, and she says, I've never known a man. How will I have a son? And he says, the power of the Most High will come upon you. The Holy Spirit will overshadow you. The one who is born of you will therefore be called the Son of God.
Ancient people already had a pattern for turning dead heroes.
So in a nutshell here, this is what I was talking about earlier about embellishment. Mark shows that Jesus was begotten at his baptism. Matthew and Luke shows Jesus being begotten at his birth, and then he's going to bring it up here in a moment. John brings it up that Jesus was always God. He was there, he was begotten even before he was born. It's a clear shifting of the begottenness, I guess, of Jesus as time goes on. It's the same thing we see in our media today, where things have to be every time you I don't know, look at Star Trek or Star Wars, or even a Marvel or the Avengers, or not the Avengers, a Marvel Cinematic Universe. Every movie has to be bigger and better and louder than the last. And we see the same thing with the Gospels. As the Gospels progressed, and we went through Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, and into the Apocryphas, the story gets bigger, badder, more intense, more awesome, just constantly escalating and building until it gets into these absurdities. It's very, very human. And I think he's about to go into it with John, how John talks about basically John went full on Jesus is God, Jesus is the same as God. He's going to get that in here in a second, but we see this clear embellishment. It's there if you just read it.
God, because God is literally his father. For Luke, Jesus then originally thought of the Son of God at his resurrection, then at his baptism, then at his birth, and then they thought more about it and they pushed it back even farther. Jesus must have been the Son of God from eternity past. If you read Matthew and Luke carefully, where you read about the virgin birth story, there is no hint that Jesus existed before the virgin birth in Matthew and Luke. Read them carefully. In Matthew and Luke, it's not that a pre-existent divine being to Christ had become incarnate through the Virgin Mary. Jesus comes into existence with the Virgin Mary when God makes her pregnant in Matthew and Luke. But as people thought about it more, they thought he must have been the Son of God from eternity past, and so they started developing a different view. A view which is not an exaltation view, not a view where a human becomes a divine being. They started developing a view of incarnation. The word incarnation means something like having come in the flesh. An incarnation view is the view that Christ came into the world having existed before in the heavenly realm. Christ was a divine being who became a human being. This is not the view of Mark, it's not the view of Matthew or Luke, it is the view of the Gospel of John. In the Gospel of John, Christ is not born of a virgin in John. In the Gospel of John, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was in the beginning with God. All things came into being through him, and apart from him, nothing came into being that came into being. In him was life, and his life was the light of humans. And the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. The Word become flesh is Jesus Christ. The Gospel of John understands that Christ was a pre-existent divine being who became a human being. That's an incarnation Christology, as opposed to the exaltation Christology you get in other early Christians. Once Christians started thinking more widely that Jesus had been a pre-existent divine being, they started debating in what sense was he divine being? And if he was a divine being, how was he a human being? Or was he a human being? And if he's a divine being and God's a divine being, you have two divine beings, don't you have two gods? Or do you have only one God? No, we have one God. Is Jesus God? Yes. Is God the Father God? Yes. So you've got two gods. No, we have one God. And so the debates continue.
Lord of the Rings.
Who thought that in fact,
Lord of the Rings nerds arguing over lore mythology. Like these are absurd questions. Like, is Jesus God? Yes. Is God God? Yes. Does that make two gods? No. It's one God. Yes. Like it's just nerds quibbling over this lore, and they have their own internal logic that's not real logic. It's really quite funny.
Yeah, and on top of like the Trinity, or like I guess we haven't hit Trinity territory yet, but like this
we're getting there.
Yeah, this pre-Trinity concept of like, different not parts of God. Like this is always the hardest thing to like know
God
the
don't have
correct
parts.
terminology. Yeah, like it's not parts, it's not modes, it's like instantiations, I guess. But on top of that issue, you also have the hypostatic union issue. Is Jesus fully man or fully God? He can't be fully like two things. It's like, an all yellow or an all purple, half yellow cat.
Yeah.
Well, William Lane Craig figured this out and had it all drawn out in a little diagram the other day. So.
Oh, I'm really glad he figured that out.
Yeah, he had like.
I will definitely go run over and look at that.
It had God in the middle, and it had like three things coming to God, and it said is.
Is that from him?
Then, he had it on his thing the other day.
One. Yeah.
And then he had it on the other when it went around. It said is not.
Yeah. That's just the.
Yeah, he was he explained it the other day though, and like there's two. The has two different meanings.
Yeah, it's just the contradiction chart.
God,
I know what you're talking about.
Dumb. It was like, what are you talking about? Low bar bill.
Yeah, if A equals D, B equals D, and C equals D, then necessarily A must equal B and C. Likewise, B must equal C, A.
Yeah. But no, they're not the same because like if you try to make it consistent and unified, it's contradictory. So you have to add in contradictions to address the contradictions. It's really, really, really weird.
Yeah.
It makes no sense because it's not real. But yeah, it's really funny. Like I don't know. Like it makes me wonder. Like all the debates that have happened over the centuries How many people were present just thinking to themselves, like, this just doesn't make sense. Like, this is ridiculous. What are we even doing here? And they can't stop it because if they try to stop it, they'll get burnt at the stake or something. I don't know. Like, it's crazy.
Like in Matthew, he says, and going a little further, he fell on his face and prayed, saying, "My Father, if it be possible, let this cup pass from me. Nevertheless, not as I will, but as you will."
Yeah.
Like, you know, and there's just like, and in Mark, he says, no one knows, not the angels in heaven, nor the Son, but the Father alone.
Yeah. Or when Jesus is praying to himself. Are you there, God? Can you hear me? It's me, you.
This is hilarious. Nobody just sent me a amazing meme. I'm gonna throw it up real quick.
I love memes.
I sent you another one that's just actually the real idea.
Tim Allen. I love it.
Oh yeah, that rendering is exactly the issue I was reciting.
Is and is not. Yeah.
Here's the
because just replace the is with an equal sign and the is not with a not equal sign.
Oh, whoops, that's the wrong one.
And you have your contradictions. RP dropped off the stage.
Oh, I wonder if he meant to do that. I didn't think he was going to show the next
Day.
one.
No, I don't think it's either.
Day. Yeah.
Yeah, that last screen share attempt just fucking crashed Chrome for some reason.
Just nuked your browser for more of it.
I might have ran out of memory or something. But yeah, this is the contradiction I was rendering.
If A is X and B is X and C is X, yet A is not B, B is not C, and A is not C. Yeah. That's ridiculous.
Deuteronomy says, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one." Doesn't say anything about three.
Oh, Rev says, I mean, yes, Tim Allen was a snitch. That's how he got out of prison early to become a movie star. And my ex's dad went to prison because of it.
Who?
That's crazy. Tim Allen of Home Improvement fame. He was.
That is crazy. Wow.
He was like a drug runner or something like that. And he got caught, arrested. He ratted out his partners and he got off easy. And then he became a movie star.
Somehow I never liked him, even before he went Trump.
Yeah, he's also got some fucking MAGA conservative bullshit going on there. Haha, You Clowns is based off of the Home Improvement family though, which is to me hilarious.
I lost the time. I'm currently reviewing the 2945.
Oh yeah,
like about.
Yeah, you got nuked there. It was there was a listing of the embellishments of Jesus being begotten.
Yeah, I think this is about where we were.
Yeah.
And so the debates continued. There were people who thought that, in fact, Christ was God because he was fully God. He was God who appeared to be a human being.
Nailed
God
it.
God can't really be a human being any more than a human being can really be a rock. These are different things. So, a view called docetism comes from a Greek word, dokeo, which means to seem or to appear. There were Christians in the 2nd and 3rd Christian centuries who said Christ was God and he only seemed to be a human. He only looked like him. I've got to say, most of my students probably think this. I think most of my students think that since Christ was God, he couldn't really be a human being. And so he was fully omnipotent and omniscient as an infant. So, as a 2-week-old, Jesus could have spoken Swahili if he wanted to. Because he's God. He can do anything, right? Well, this view lost out. Because Christian theologians said if Christ wasn't human, he couldn't die for the sins of the world. If he didn't really have blood, he couldn't shed his blood. Salvation requires that he not only be divine, but he also be human. And so this docetic view lost out. There are other Christians who wanted to say in the 2nd and 3rd Christian century, so I'm talking about 100, 200 years after the Gospels, before Arius, there were Christians who said, actually, Christ is both human and divine, but it's because of this.
It took me just a sec to pull this up, but when he was talking about the baby Jesus, it reminds me of dear 8 pounds, 6 ounce newborn infant Jesus. Don't even know word yet, just a little infant, so cuddly, but still omnipotent. Old Talladega Nights.
I never watched that movie, but that does sound like
that's a great movie.
Will Ferrell humor there.
Yeah, it's very quotable. I highly suggest catching up on that someday.
Wouldn't that be funny? Wouldn't that be funny if infant Jesus was like still like omnipotent, but with an infant mind? Like what fucking chaos would happen?
Yeah, in one of the Gospels that's not in the Bible, he like does like magic like stuff when he's like a teenager or a small.
Yeah, one of the apocryphals.
Yeah, he's like
Because I think in the Gospels he doesn't perform his first miracle until after he's baptized. But there's probably apocryphal. We mentioned earlier there's apocryphals where he was doing stuff when he was a teenager, like basically magic.
Baby Jesus was a genius. Yeah.
Baby Jesus could build the coolest chairs because he was in a carpenter household.
It's weird how his family didn't know that he was like God, though.
Yeah.
They lived with God and never knew it.
They didn't get the memo.
God damn it.
Man, RV.
It just seems to me though, like that the people who put the Bible together like really did a poor job of doing the open book test.
Yeah. This is in the biz, in the tech biz, the Bible is what's called organically grown. It was just started with no plan, and it was just built pragmatically. And we can see that with the gospel. Well, we see that with the Old Testament, but also with the Gospels, with the Pauline epistles, and the way the Bible was put together. There was no plan. And the problem with organically grown things is while very low effort goes into creating the thing, which is a benefit, the thing tends to be dysfunctional. And that's the downside. It's a trade-off between effort and planning versus speed and effectiveness.
And this is it's so obvious. And then look at all the human mind and effort that has went into trying to make all of this shit make sense.
Yeah. All the time wasted.
Like some of the best thinkers like that we've had in certain centuries back throughout history, some of our best minds spent their whole lives trying to understand this book.
Yeah. They could have been advancing science. If it wasn't for this bullshit, we'd all be in like space right now.
Yeah, we'd have our gay space communism.
Yeah.
Or we might have already nuked ourselves by now.
That's true.
Yeah.
Instead, I'm stuck in Washington, liberal bastion of the United States, enjoying the good life.
All right, let's jump back in before Chrome kills me again.
Yeah.
There was a man, Jesus, who was a very righteous man, who at some point in his life, say his baptism, was entered into by a divine being from heaven. Christ was a divine being who entered into the man, Jesus, so that Jesus Christ is both human and divine because he has a human part and he has a divine part. And so there's two of him.
Do you ever play Mass Effect 2?
And then when...
Oh, yeah.
So, you know how the Reapers had the Collectors, and then the Reaper, when they want to take over the Collector to communicate with Shepard, assuming direct control, and they like take over. That's basically what he's describing. What Barterman is describing here is that when Jesus was baptized, God basically went assuming direct control and just took over Jesus's body and like shoved Jesus's conscious out of the way to take over and then do the thing. Which kind of lines up with Mark, because once Jesus is being executed, God leaves the body and Jesus re-inhabits his body, and all of a sudden he's like, what the fuck? I'm being executed. my God, why have you forsaken me?
Right.
It lines up. Pretty shitty.
The man Jesus died,
No,
the Christ went up to heaven.
Good.
I call this a separationist view because it separates between Jesus and the Christ. That was another view. That was declared a heresy, because if Jesus isn't completely human, and if he isn't completely God at one and the same time, then you're not dealing with one person, you're dealing with two persons. But Jesus Christ is one person, not two persons. God is one and Christ is one. The church is one, there's one faith, one Lord, one baptism, there's one, there's not two. This view ended up losing. A more interesting view in some ways is a view that scholars have called modalism. This, for a long time, was the standard view in Christianity. Even its opponents said most people held to this view. Even the leaders of the Church of Rome held to this view at the end of the 2nd century. It's called modalism because it says that God exists in three modes. Now, just like I myself, Bart Ehrman, just like I myself personally, I am at one and the same time, I am the son to my father,
in all possible
brother to my
worlds.
sister, and I'm the father to my children. I am a son, a brother, and a father at the same time. And God's like that. God is three persons, Father, Son, and Spirit, but there's only one of him. There's not three of him. I'm not three different persons. I'm one person. I'm son, brother, father. God is three persons, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. So this is a view called modalism because God exists in three modes of existence. This view ended up losing out too, even though it was very popular a long time, and possibly people today still hold some view like this, but it ended up losing out. It ended up losing out because surely the Father and the Son are different from one another. If you're the father of a son, you can't be the son that you're the father of. They have to be different. And, when Jesus was on earth, he sometimes would pray to God the Father. He wasn't just talking to himself. And so this view ended up being seen as problematic as well. This modalist view was popular in Rome especially, and was the view of the bishops of Rome, people who would have later become the Pope. And eventually then it was turned back by people who held to a different view, the Trinity. It was in the context of arguing about modalism that one of the church fathers, a man named Tertullian, devised the term Trinity. The Trinity refers to the three persons who are separate persons, individual persons, who are all God. Now, I should say that Arius held to a doctrine of the Trinity. Arius believed in the God the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, but he thought the Son and the Holy Spirit were inferior to God the Father, because you can't have two things that are almighty. Because if two things are almighty, neither one of them is almighty. They share might. And so only one can be almighty. But, and by the way, that was the view of Tertullian too, who devised the term Trinity. He thought that the Son was subordinate to God the Father. But eventually this view went away. Eventually this view was superseded by the view that there is a Trinity of three beings who are all God. They're equally God. They're equally powerful, equally all-knowledgeable, equally eternal. They've all existed forever. There are three of them, Father, Son, and Spirit. And yet there's only one God. There's one God manifest in three persons. Well, but if you got three of them, there are three gods, right? No, there's only one. Okay, if there's one, then there's not three, right? No, there are three. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Right. If it made any sense, it wouldn't be a mystery. The Trinity is a mystery, which means you cannot understand it, and if you think you understand it, you misunderstand it. This became the traditional view of Christianity. All four of these views, Docetism, separationism, modalism, and the Trinity, all four of those are logical outworkings of the view that Christ is God while God is God. They have different logics that are driving them, but all four of them are logical. They all make sense. It's just one of those views ended up becoming the Orthodox view, that there are three persons, all of whom are God. My point is, the early Christians did not think this. You will not find this doctrine in the New Testament. This doctrine is a later doctrine that developed out of earlier views. The earliest Christians came to believe that Jesus had been exalted to God's right hand at his resurrection, and they thought that therefore God had made him a divine being. 300 years later, they were saying that Jesus had always existed, that he was co-eternal with the Father, he was co-omniscient with the Father, and that he, in fact, was God Almighty himself, the creator of all things. Thank you very much.
We can stop there. It'll awkwardly cut to a different Bart Ehrman speech after this, which we don't have to watch. But basically, in a nutshell, there, like Christians today who say you have to believe in the Trinity in order to be a true Christian, and that the Trinity is an accurate portrayal of God. You have to then also say that the first 100 years of Christians, the first century Christians, the ones closest to Jesus, were not true Christians because they did not believe it.
Yeah.
Plus, the Trinity is contradictory. It's bullshit.
Plus, there's a whole like sect of Christianity called Unitarians. Like,
well, yeah, they just simply don't agree with the Nicene Creed.
they also don't believe in Unitarians. Like voted that they don't believe in miracles too. Back before the
I was a Jehovah's Witness, so we were Unitarian. So like the Trinity to me is really bizarre.
Yes, right.
I kind of dodged those two bullets, like no Trinity doctrine, like drilled into my head,
No
and
hell.
no hellfire. So I'm fairly lucky in that I was raised a Jehovah's Witness. Although I'm fairly lucky. I'm fairly unlucky in other regards because I was raised a Jehovah's Witness. But
Yeah, but there are like hell. The teaching of hell is like sticks with people.
Yeah.
I just want like it reminded me of the song by Ray Stevens, "I'm My Own Grandpa." All that reminded me of that. I am my own grandpa.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jesus was his own grandpa.
It's funny too because like one of the shticks the witnesses do is they run around, they claim that we are the closest to the first century Christians. All these other Christian denominations like Catholics, Protestants, Lutherans, everyone else, they're all Christendom. They're false Christianity. They are Christianity that is controlled by Satan.
Yeah.
But we are the closest to the original Christians. We're the most truest and most realist Christians.
Well,
we do things like the first century Christians did.
Well, you're skipping the Baptists who have been around since John the Baptist. My mom told me. It's like, what?
well, the words are the same. Why not?
Yeah, I was like, what?
That's funny.
Yeah.
The words are the same, so they must be linked. But yeah, so witnesses, they run around thinking that they are the closest to first century Christianity when, the Gospels. I mean, first century Christianity is based off of the Gospels and off of Acts. Then, I mean, it's hardly first century Christianity. Gospels and Acts are basically bordering on second century Christianity. So anything you get from there is, not indicative of what happened exactly after Jesus died, or even like the 20, 30 years after he died. Even Paul's letters, Paul's running around disagreeing with Peter and trying to set his own rules. How do we know that's true Christianity?
I think the Gnostics have been around since early too, right? Like the Gnostics are like, I don't know if they're exactly the same as they were, but there was Gnostic Christians.
But what a fucking mess, though. These are not the markers of a perfect communicating God who has a purpose and the power to achieve that purpose. This is not at all indicative of any of that.
Right, but have you ever considered that it's perfectly imperfect?
Oh my God, I'm a believer. You just said the magic words. I'm the believer now. Thank you, RP. I better go start my ministry.
Yeah, I've been asleep or cell this entire time, just waiting for the right moment to strike.
Jesus, just those.
Oh, you can't say that anymore.
Those hand.
Don't.
Oh, I'm
don't
sorry. I
blaspheme
can't. I
his
can't
name.
blaspheme. Oh my God, I've already sinned. Fuck.
Oh, you said it. You just said, "Oh my God."
I've sinned twice now. I can't turn it off. Love it.
Yeah. So this is the Joe Kappa clip that I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Hey, Peter, I found a scorpion.
We have left our belongings to become your followers. How is it? The kingdom of heaven is here.
Just like the scorpion, I'm not afraid of anything.
He's saying he can forgive sins.
I'm not afraid of anything poisonous, because I got poison in me too. I'm like a scorpion.
You must not speak so. That's blasphemy.
I'm not afraid of any scorpions. I'm not afraid of any snakes. You could put poisonous spider on my head and I wouldn't care.
Wow. That definitely feels like a proto haha you clowns.
Yeah, I just love that, like, really, like, droning, like, dumb voice that he does. It's like, yeah, it doesn't scare me. Put a poison spider on my head. I'm not afraid. Like, he's trying to be tough.
He's just detached and tough. He's like, yeah, that's an alpha Jesus. Fuck, what was I going to say there? I can't remember now. Yeah, I totally lost it. It's late.
It's early. That's what it is. Early.
No, I'm on West Coast.
Yeah, I know.
I'm a West Coast weekly, and it's about bedtime for me.
When does it stop being late and start being early? Like, what's the, like, time cutoff?
Good question.
3.
3's late. Yeah, I say 3's pretty late.
So, like, 3 is the last hour of lateness, and 4 is like the first hour of, like, earliness.
Yeah, because like 3 a.m. is like the witching hour.
Yeah.
It's
I think once light
I thought that was midnight.
Nope, it's 3 a.m.
I think once light breaks outside, that's when it's like, okay, that's really late. That's definitely, you need to go to bed if the sun's starting to come up.
3 a.m. is supposed to be according to, which is like the time when the veil is thinnest, like in between the spirit world and the natural world or whatever.
Interesting. Is that why I get, like, the most musical inspiration at 3 a.m?
I think you usually get the best radio reception too. I don't know.
It's weird. It's weird. I become very creative when I'm like up late at night. I also I'm like, oh, I need to like build something, or I need to like get to like, there's been many times where I will go to my computer and I will actually go back to work at like 2 a.m. and I will like code like crazy for like 2 hours. And I'll do a whole day's worth of work in a couple hours just because it's like nighttime and I'm alone, it's dark. It's like my brain lights up and I can just do things.
You're able to think of like novel solutions to some issues that you're having earlier.
Yeah. It's really weird how that works. But I grew up in Las Vegas, and after I graduated high school, I realized that I can sleep during the day and be up at night to avoid the heat, because Vegas's heat is pretty brutal.
Yes.
So I did that for a good 5 years. So I'm wired to be a night owl. I really just want to be up at night. Night is my prime time.
Me too. Always have been.
Yeah. Fortunately, now I have a 9-to-5 job, so I'm forced to be up during the day, and I hate it. But it's a career, so I have to do it.
Yeah, why did we let the morning people take over the world?
I know. Fuck them.
They got the worm.
Should have made our moves while they slept.
I hear that night owls. I don't know how true this is or not, but it's like an evolutionary kind of branch where, like, okay, imagine 50,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago, we're a small tribe. We're in the forest. We're vulnerable to predators and other tribes. It's an evolutionary advantage that some of us want to be up at night, because the ones that want to be up at night can stay on guard duty, keep an eye on things. Like the whole tribe going to sleep at night, it's very dangerous. So it's an evolutionary advantage to have some individuals who are inclined to stay up at night because they can keep an eye on things. And we still have people like that today, but now we're very much in a you're up during the day world. You'd be up at 6 a.m. to go serve the corporate machine. So yeah, it's very hard for some of us to do that. It's especially hard for me because like I'm always gravitating towards being up at night. Even if I have a sleep schedule where I'm like, okay, I'm getting up at a certain time, like I'm getting up at 6 a.m. It's just a matter of a few weeks and I'll be up at 6 a.m. rather than being awake. Like rather than waking up at 6 a.m., I'll be going to sleep at 6 a.m. I'm constantly gravitating towards like being a night owl. It's very frustrating.
It's just like that inertia that pulls you in that direction.
Yeah, it's like a black hole. It's just irresistible.
I work third shift, so it's fucking fantastic.
Yeah. Back when I was 19 and 20, I worked at Starbucks and I was on closing shift. And I would roll out I would wake up at like 4 p.m., go to work, close at midnight, and then go home. I would buy some Wendy's, go home, watch Adult Swim, and then like pass out at like 6 a.m.
Yes.
So good. Oh my God, the good old days.
I had a similar shift when we first moved out here to Denver. I was working Panda Express.
Yeah.
And I'd always do a closing. And so, want to get home to like between midnight and 1-ish.
Yeah.
And like, after like working, 6-7 hours, goddamn it, 6-7. I'm completely wired and I don't want to go to bed. So just end up staying up.
Yeah.
Talking about going to bed, I'm going to bed, y'all.
All right, Robin.
Night, Robin.
Night.
I should probably do the same since I got to drive 7 hours tomorrow to Nebraska.
Oof.
Probably better to
oh really
get a little extra sleep. Yeah, I'm for the next like 4 days. Like my activity on the panel will be limited. Like I'll probably join as just a panelist, but I won't be like doing any like hosting.
Cornhusker. That I want to say like tomorrow night at 7 Central, I'm having like my 500 sub party or whatever, open panel if anybody wants to come. And then Sunday, I'm going to be on skeptic philosophy at 3 o'clock Central, and we're going to talk about why do we try to argue the existence of God.
Cool. I will see if I can drop by.
Oh, that'd be cool.
See what's tomorrow? Not tomorrow. Today is Friday.
Yeah, that's tonight or Friday night.
Okay. Yeah.
500 sub party. That's great.
Yeah, I've got more. I've got almost 6 now though. That like it's, and then I'm going to be on Robert's channel Sunday.
Cool. Yeah, I'll try to stop by.
That'd be nice.
I'll share this in chat real quick. That's InfoWars, not our channel.
Yeah. Well, if we're abandoning ship, I'll probably log off too and get some sleep. I think I have an electrician. Yeah, I got an electrician coming by in about 5 hours, so I can probably be up for that.
Are they definitely coming at that time, or is it like that thing where they give
sure everybody just fucking leave?
Yeah, it's your ship, Gretchen. No, yeah, I think they'll be here at 8. Yeah, we'll see. I have 2 things going on tomorrow. I have an electrician coming by, and I have this company called Junk Pros coming by to pick up all of the garbage from the deck project we just finished. So, yeah, that'll be all in the morning.
Thank you, Zach. Not everyone's abandoning me. We're gonna finish up Welcome Home tonight.
So Gretchen, what you got to say is, my God, Arpy, why have you forsaken me?
It doesn't
Nope,
go.
won't be
I'm
saying that.
Far from a god. If I were God, you'd know it. Like we'd all like be permanently like, just like on vacation.
Yep.
Just.
If I was
hamming it up.
God, everyone's lives would be just fine, I think. T-Jump has a really interesting, because like a lot of Christians, they'll say that God set up reality this way because he wants to test souls and see which souls are worthy of heaven and which ones are not. Of course, the Calvinists just say, God created souls for heaven or destruction from the beginning and just deal with it. But
right.
T-Jump has a really cool alternative. It's like, we could, if God really needs to test souls for whatever reason, he really, really, really just has to test souls, he could have easily put each of us in our own reality with no other sentient conscious beings around us to suffer from our actions. So, but he doesn't, and it could be the case right now that that's the case. Like it's kind of borderline solipsism, but
yeah, I was gonna say it's like solipsism, but
borderline
fucking
solipsism.
many worlds solipsism.
Yeah. But if God wants to test souls, but God also wants to minimize suffering, that every soul that he tests has its own isolated universe where it is the only soul present and everything else is not a soul. And then the test can occur. So if you want to mass murder, go ahead in your universe because, not go ahead in your universe, but if you do such a thing in your universe, you aren't actually hurting anyone and you're failing the test and your soul is damned or destroyed or whatever. But yeah, if a God wants to test souls and a God wants to minimize suffering, then that's how he would do it. He would not put all the souls in the same universe to hurt each other. Like that wouldn't be the case. I thought it was a cool little thought experiment.
Yeah, but in even in this, like
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go hit the bathroom before you guys leave.
Yeah,
Okay.
sounds good. The person positing this would at the very least need to concede omniscience, because if God needs to test, then then God doesn't know the outcome. That's why he needs to test.
Yeah, you would have to do that. Exactly. You'd be really funny. You'd be really funny if we just left, like we just ignored Gretchen's request and just left. And she comes back and she's like the only one here.
Well, nobody and Ryan are still here. Fortunately,
we can all leave. It's fine.
It's like when the teacher leaves, like all right, everybody sneak out now, or turn your desks around, or do
you just do something shitty. Yeah. Were you gonna say something, nobody, or?
Oh well, you guys have heard like the electrons in love thing, right?
Yeah.
So
testing souls would just require God to put souls into electrons.
Right, but and what's interesting about that idea is that they can't really harm each other. So then it would, even if they had a soul that was predisposed to angst and anger and shit and violence, the attempts would be null and void, and they would just inevitably be cleansed soul wise because of the frustration of not being able to meet their ends, I guess.
Yeah.
There's this slow burn of frustration for soul cleansing. That's kind of what I thought of when I.
Yeah. So it's kind of a universalist type point of view. Universalism. It's like all souls will eventually be cleansed and meet God's standards. It just takes time.
Oh yeah, I don't think that anything makes sense except for that, because I feel like, doesn't the Bible say all will bend the knee? Well, I don't know what that means, unless it's.
I mean, yeah, you can set it up in a really simple syllogism too. It's like, okay, if God, if the Christian God is real, then the Christian God gets everything he wants. Premise 2 is God wants all souls to be saved. Then the conclusion would be all souls are saved.
Right.
So
yeah, it's pretty solid.
it's Yeah, the idea that God wants you to be saved, but then there are individuals who just don't meet the standards and are damned and are not saved, then God's not getting what he wants. Your omnipotent, omnipresent, omni-loving God does not get what he wants. That kind of violates those traits, in my opinion. And it's like, yeah, it doesn't make sense.
I think though there is an escape hatch, like, you know, with the discussion of like vessels of wrath, and so like a Christian might say, well,
Yeah,
no,
Calvinist point of view.
the souls that God wants to be saved will be saved.
Yeah, yeah, that kind of changes the premise though, because like, I guess it depends on the, yeah, exactly. Like if you're a Calvinist, then it's God does get what he wants, and he wants just this subset of souls to be saved.
Mm-hmm.
That's compatible with Calvinism. But I don't think most Christians are Calvinists. A good chunk of them are, but most Christians, you'd have to ask, like, does God get everything he wants? And they'd say yes. And then you ask, does God want all souls to be saved? And I think majority of Christians would say yes. In which case, okay, then you have to be at least universalist at that point. Because any soul that's damned is a soul that God wanted to be saved, but it wasn't saved. And if God always gets what he wants, then you have your contradiction there. But yeah, Calvinists are really heartless bastards. They're like, they're just like, yeah, God built you to be damned. Deal with it. It's like, oh, okay. I can't really argue against that. At least they own it. They own it like willingly.
Yeah, I've always thought this this thought experiment was kind of fun to follow through. It's known as like egg theory, whereas like, you know, each one of us is actually like the same soul, but like forced to live every single lifetime.
Oh,
and so like
that's horrifying.
You'll like you know. You start out as like some of the most evil people, so like you start out like being Hitler and all that, but like eventually like you'll be Anne Frank, and then like you know you'll be fucking who's like the nicest guy in Hollywood.
Yeah,
you'll be Robin Williams or fucking whoever.
Yeah, there you go.
And only after you've lived as like every single living thing is when like you're allowed to like ascend.
Wow. That's
because you have like the ultimate infinite empathy.
Fairly horrifying, because you're taking all the suffering ever and heaping it upon one person.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty horrifying. Of course, you are also taking all the pleasure ever and heaping it on one person, so it's maybe it cancels out.
Ooh, I just had a seizure.
You good?
Yeah, like for real. Like I actually like passed out on the ground for a good second.
Shit, man, you okay?
Yeah.
Ooh.
You all right?
Yeah. I fucking smacked my knee against the fucking metal stair thing to my fucking trailer, and
fuck, man, you better lay down or something. Shit.
That took me out.
Are you epileptic or?
Yeah, is it common?
It's stress induced.
Mm-hmm.
Oof. What's stressing you out right now?
Well, right now, smacking my fucking knee against a fucking metal staircase.
Yeah,
that's fair.
That's understandable. Yeah. Well, hope you get someplace safe. You can sit down and take a break, kind of reset.
Yeah, I'm at home and fucking just chilling and shit. So,
Jesus. Yeah, I can't imagine seizures. I don't think I've ever had a seizure. I did have a weird experience the other day when I was taking a nap, where I was half asleep, and I feel like I woke up, and I remember looking at the ceiling, and then my vision went black for like a moment. And I lost like, I don't know, like, has anybody ever had this experience where they're like, let's say your parents are driving you somewhere, like you're on a road trip. Okay. So your parents are driving, you're on the freeway, you're in the back seat and you're like starting to doze off and take a nap, and then like kind of like your audio cuts out, your vision cuts out, because as you're like dozing off, your brain's kind of like cutting off stimulus from certain like senses. Anybody ever experience that?
Yeah.
Like for me, it's especially, it's like audio. Like I'll hear the car roaring down the road as I'm sitting in the back seat. I'll doze off, and then the audio like cuts out for a moment, then it snaps back because because the audio cutting out for me is jarring enough to wake me back up, and I snap back to awake, and the audio comes back.
I think that's just a process of going into like REM.
Yeah, I think so. It's just your brain's kind of like just starting to cut off stimulus because it's falling asleep. I had that experience in bed a couple nights ago, or a few days ago, and I was trying to take a nap where I was half awake, but I lost vision and I lost hearing for like a half second. It was really weird. It was reminiscent of me falling asleep in the backseat of a car on a road trip.
When you realized that was happening, did it kind of like snap you back awake?
It did snap me back awake a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're able to remain calm and let that happen, that's what's known as a wake-induced lucid dream, or a wild, and it's a specific method that people use to lucid dream. Basically, just like go straight into the dream already lucid dreaming.
I've had experiences where I'm falling asleep and I have semi-control over my dreams. Like weird shit is going on in my dreams, or even like sometimes like scary shit, but I know it's a dream, so I'm not scared at it, even though like the imagery might be disturbing or whatever. I'll be very detached from the dream. I'll be like, it's like I'm watching a movie or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I've had experiences like that too.
Like coming out of it, you kind of wake up and you don't know where you are. You don't know how you got there.
Yep.
You're just laying on the ground and you're really confused.
Yeah. I can imagine that's very unsettling. I've had nights of sleep where I woke up and I didn't know where I was.
One time, it scared the fucking shit out of me, dude. I was outside smoking a cigarette, and I was just kind of pacing around, and for like a solid 2-3 minutes, I did not know where I was.
Yeah, I've had experiences like that too. Those are kind of unsettling. Like, I don't know. Like it's really, it happens to me a lot when I'm like staying in a hotel or I'm sleeping in a place that's unfamiliar. I'll wake up and be very, very, very disoriented for like 2 or 3 minutes. Thankfully, I don't leave the bed. I just hang there. But yeah, that wild experience you mentioned, RB, that I had a few days ago, I was curious about it. I was like, I wonder, did I have like a mini seizure or something like that? But it was, I don't know. Like it was a weird new experience to me. I was also suffering from like half a migraine at the time. So I wasn't quite in the right, like I wasn't quite normal that day. So I don't know. Maybe it's just a strange circumstances. They're just kind of one of a kind thing.
Yeah, there's a specific term for when like those sensories start like stop communicating. It's like sensory like stoppage or gating or something.
Yeah. It's like your brain just says, okay, I'm going to ignore all audio input from here on out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're going down to a lower level of arousement.
Yeah. Which I'm really glad is the case because I suffer from tinnitus. And I can't imagine. Yes, basically yes. And I can't imagine dealing with that while I sleep.
Yeah, I have a bit of tinnitus as well, and like I had thought maybe it was from exposure to loud noises, but like I've had hearing tests done, and my hearing capabilities are still like outside the normal range.
That's good.
And so I have better than average hearing. And so what my audiologist suggested is that it's actually from my chemo side effects. Yeah, because the hairs in your ear are they're responsible for vibrating and sending that through to the bones, and because chemo will sometimes thin those hairs or even like make them fall out completely.
Yeah,
or just specific frequencies that I've lost.
That's what hearing trauma does as well. I think the component of the ear that has those hairs is called the cochlea. And yeah, the little hairs can get damaged, and that's what causes the tinnitus, because they start sending like false signals to the brain, and the brain interprets them as a high-pitched whine, or in some cases it's like a low-pitched like whoosh, like a jet engine or something like that. Yeah, in my case it's a high-pitched whine. It's sometimes quite maddening. But going to sleep is nice. Like I fall asleep like the fan on, and I've had it now for like 20 years, so I'm gotten pretty accustomed to it. But yeah, falling asleep with the fan on, and just that's like your escape from it, because your audio just like shuts off and you can just go to sleep and not worry about it.
Yeah, I found if I like try to match the tone with like just a sine wave in like my music program, and I just listen to that for like a minute.
Yeah,
it kind of helps, because like I think it's like called sensory cessation or something. Like you oversaturate like that specific kind of frequency, and then your brain kind of like starts to ignore it,
filter it out. Yeah. I should maybe try doing that. Like find the precise frequency that my ears are going at and desensitize myself to it. I'm pretty good now of ignoring it. Like it doesn't bother me as much anymore. But every once in a while, I'll lay down at night and it's just like really bad, and I'm like, oh fuck, this is just misery. It sucks.
Yeah, I found the intensity of my ringing is often correlated to like how hydrated or dehydrated.
Yeah, a lot of factors. Yeah, hydration, alcohol intake, caffeine intake, fatigue. Yeah, lots of different factors go into it. Thankfully, I always sleep with the fan on anyway, so that really helps. Like keep it down.
Yeah, Mrs. Erpy loves her fan, so
yeah,
we've always got that white noise going.
I think the fan. I don't even turn off my fan. I think the fan on my nightstand has been operating continuously for probably about 5 years now. And I never turn it off. I'm really surprised it hasn't like burst into flames and burnt the house down.
It's like the miracle of what's the miracle where they have enough oil to burn the menorah for enough nights? That's not Passover, is it?
No, I mean there's like a parable of like oil replenishing, but I think it was a pair of no, that was a miracle. No, I think you're right. It's a miracle.
That's Hanukkah, isn't it?
I can't remember.
Yeah, I think it was Hanukkah.
It lasted for 8 nights. Yeah.
Yep.
So not in the Bible then.
But yeah, your fan is like the Hanukkah miracle.
Yeah.
All right. Well, sounds like Gretchen's back, so I'm going to quote unquote jump ship.
Yeah, I actually have been. I didn't realize I was fucking muted this whole time because I've been talking the whole fucking time.
Gretchen's like, why are they ignoring me?
Fucking crazy. It didn't even dawn on me that you guys were completely ignoring me.
Yeah.
Here I was thinking, I was like, Gretchen sure is taking a long time in the bathroom. Maybe she just stays quiet. We'll just stay in the stream all night.
No, I even made a joke about you having a seizure, dude. I said it was stress because you're worried about Wally like the rest of us.
Yeah. I thought you just had Taco Bell for dinner and you were just like, in the bathroom for like an hour.
Nope. Just my dumb ass sitting here with my hardware mute on, just
nice
for no reason.
Nice. Okay, well, you fine folks. Have a good night.
Yeah, night, Eric.
Yep. Catch you later.
Night, Eric.
Bye. Bye. You guys. Bye, audience. Bye. Bye.
See you.
And likewise, thanks everyone for hanging out. Thanks Ryan, Nobody, Gretchen, everyone in chat. I'll talk to you guys in a limited capacity over the next couple days, but I'll be looking forward to getting home and getting back at it.
All right.
GG.
Night, RP. Have a good, safe trip.
Thanks. Later.
So.
You're probably gonna be seeing a lot less of me come Saturday because that's when I start work, and I work a third shift, so I won't be here too often.
Well, that's a bummer. We'll manage. You know, you can always say hi on your breaks. We're not going anywhere. So. Okay. All right. So, out of everyone in chat, who was here last night? Who needs a refresher on Welcome Home, and who wants to just dive right in? Yeah, I did hear Zap. I was listening to that.
Oh,
I heard Ty Wolf on Justin. Unfortunately, Justin's stream, the YouTube stream crashed with like 10 minutes left to go on the call. But that was a fucking nightmare. That was a cringe fest, is what that was. That was horrible, man.
Did you hear Dalton might quit YouTube?
No.
Yeah.
When did you say that?
The 18th. He has a short on it saying he's just not getting theist call-ins as much anymore, and the super chats are going down, and YouTube's like his only income, so he's got to try and figure out a way to like make money and stuff. And
That sucks.
Indeed. I think
I hadn't heard anything. I hadn't heard anything about that. So. But yeah, that's why I kind of like scoff at everyone who tells me, "Oh, you need to do this if you want your channel to make money." I'm like, I never said I wanted my channel to make money. It's not why I'm doing this.
I think we've been smacking Christians for so long they just don't want to come up and debate no more.
I mean, I think it just depends on who you are and what you do. I mean, John Cohen doesn't ever seem to hurt for callers. Joel usually doesn't. I mean, everyone's gonna have dry spells every so often, but you know, I think it's you develop a culture around your show, and I think people are going to decide if they like it or not, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, look at Jaron at Christ Before Jesus. He never has a shortage of callers. He only takes them from TikTok, and does a very specific prompt all about the mythicism of Jesus and Paul, and that's it. But he doesn't run out of people to talk to.
Is that the dude with the cowboy hat?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't know, there are times where I don't care for Dalton's stream at all. Especially when he gets his panel full of mean girls up there and they just talk shit, you know? That part I don't care for. So I mean, if you wanted to just be fucking mean to people, you could have stayed a Christian for that. You know?
Yeah, I feel you.
But that's only sometimes, so I don't know. John has, or Mrs. says John has the best stream in the community. I don't think so. I disagree with that. I really tend, I think Joel and Mezzo have the best stream. That's just me though. That's the kind of stuff I like. Yeah, Beard, I'm with you there. But yeah, I'm definitely dedicated to Jezzo. Yes, Dalton is the Bible guy, Buck. Hi, Sean.
Sup, lads.
Yo.
Not a whole lot.
I'm the atheist. I wish I was Christian. If I was Christian, I'd be pretty good. Like, imagine me as a Christian. I'd be like, I remember when I was a Catholic, right? I used to pray a lot the rosary. I was like pretty paranoid, scared, praying a lot. I was bullied, so then I used to pray a lot in school, and it didn't work. Fuck that. So then I went on YouTube and I looked up critical things. You know, Zeitgeist. I remember seeing documentaries, critical religion, and conspiracy theories. Remember those documentary channels on the internet? I used to watch them, and then I got slowly critical religion. I was like, "What the hell?" And then that's where
Wait,
I'm at
hold
now.
on a second. Did you just call Mezzo useless, Remissus? Mezzo is useless and Joel is arrogant? Dude, that kind of shit is gonna get you kicked.
Who's Mezzo?
Yeah, I've seen Mezzo. I've seen the other guy. What was it, Joel? But I haven't really just watched the streams.
Joel and Mezzo, they're two other atheist streamers.
Yeah, who's the most useless atheist out there?
I don't want to
Dawkins?
answer that one.
Yeah, I mean,
No.
Okay, let's not talk about that. But I just shows you
I
that
don't want to answer that one.
I heard that the internet has made the growth of atheism go high because people are allowed to criticize stuff privately without talking to their friends and family about it. So atheism has grown a lot because of the internet.
Well, that the sheer access to information that everybody has now.
Yeah. And I was looking up like the amount of atheists now in Muslim countries, and it's pretty high. I mean, like 10 to 15% among young people, even more. And I heard in Iran it's pretty high.
What's good about Mezzo is that he's funny as shit, and he plays stupid better than anybody I've ever seen, and he's just so good at it. I don't know. Okay,
What's
you're out of your
what's his channel
mind.
name?
I am dedicated to my Jezzo. I love them both.
What's his
So
channel
what's that?
name? Mezzo. What's his channel name?
His channel name is Mezzo_WS.
Okay, I'll check him out. There's so many atheist channels now.
And there's also there's a channel called Joel Reads Bible. JOEL Reads Bible. They stream together most of the time. They're, best. Their whole stream is it's like learning a whole new fucking language watching them do this atheist stuff. It's really insane.
You mean with their knowledge of the Bible and philosophy?
Not even philosophy. I mean, they can function like that, but they typically don't. They just talk to people like mostly just former Christians, and their whole point is not to make money through super chats or through their YouTube channel. Their whole point is definitely to get people to deconstruct.
Oh, because they used to be former Christians, like hardcore.
Uh-huh.
Like, what were they, Catholic, Protestant?
They were both Protestant, I believe.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if people out there, atheists, who make pretend they used to be Christian to get more attention. And I bet you there's Christians that make pretend that they're Christian, but they're actually atheists.
Huh?
Do you mean? I wouldn't be surprised if there's loads of Christian preachers that make pretend that they're Christian, but they're actually atheists.
I don't know, there might be, but
like Jim Bob might be one.
The reverse seems to be kind of weird. Like why someone would pretend to have been a Christian just so they can make money off of atheists. I don't know, that's weird.
Well, yeah, I guess it would be less likely, but my paranoid mind just goes there. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's Christians that are atheists just to make money, because I heard you make more money now in the right wing, especially on YouTube or social media.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. But yeah, the right wingers do seem to do pretty good.
I mean, there are a lot actually of lefty Christians out there in the world. So I was kind of a lefty when I was a Catholic. I think the Catholics are more well, actually, no. Religious people, like a lot of them are still kind of left leaning. But
yeah, I mean,
all
it depends
the right
on it depends on where you are, All politics is local, like they say. So it totally depends on where you are.
Yeah, but like I'd say the majority of right-wing politics around the world is probably more religious. There's not many atheist right-wingers that are powerful. Well, maybe there are. Which countries have right-wing atheism?
Probably not a whole lot. Hey, Zap.
I mean, Trump could be an atheist making pretend that he's Christian. So he's a
he definitely is. He definitely is.
Let me hold my Bible upside down out in front of a church for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's a good example of a right-wing atheist.
I don't even think Trump knows enough about it to even say he's an atheist. He just has no fucking contact with it whatsoever.
Yeah, he doesn't
And
care.
yeah,
But I
he
no,
just
he does
larps as
say
a
that I don't want to
Christian
go to hell.
because those are the people that vote for him. So
Yeah, but he did say that I don't want to go to hell or something recently. So maybe he is thinking about it more because he's gonna die. Oh my go Joe.
right, it's just another reason why I think he's not really an atheist either. That
Right. There's
the
people
fact that
on
he even
death
thinks
row
there's a
fucking-
hell.
There's people at death row fucking they start confessing to Jesus and all this, and like 9 out of 10 inmates on death row are like super religious.
But they were never before.
Yeah.
Just hedging their bets. It's the get out of hell free card.
Right.
I remember believing in hell. I was like, what the flip? My mother talking about it when I was younger. She was Catholic. She was raised up in a Catholic conservative family in France. And they're like fucking right wing, rich bastards. And I was like, okay. You know the super Catholic what are they called? The conservative Catholics that like don't like the Vatican II.
Heretics?
Yeah, but they're called they only do the Latin Mass.
Yeah, I've heard of them. I can't think of the name of them right now, though. Let me look
Yeah,
it
it doesn't
up.
matter. I think my mother went to like a Catholic private school, and like she had a good education in private school, but they didn't teach them much about science.
I think my parents
They're all
tried
crazy.
to raise me Christian. They just failed miserably.
Whoa, these are words.
Yeah,
I can't
that's the
even
same with me.
pronounce. Let's see. Second Vatican Council. Ugh. CD Vacantist.
Yeah, so they're like, there's a lot of them in America. There are Catholics that don't like the liberal agenda in the Catholic Church, and they want to be very conservative, traditionalist, basically just like Protestants, basically.
Yeah, we've got some of those here over in the Philippines too, that are pretty hardcore in the traditional Catholic way of doing things.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with some stuff. The Catholics do care about the environment. I mean, the last Pope there was pretty good in the environment, and I like that. Actually, recently they allowed gay people to go to the Vatican for the first time, like half a year ago. That was
They
pretty
need that
cool. So
money.
well, yeah, and also no, they were pedophiles too, so they probably have higher percentage of pedophiles. So, but yeah, they are progressive, but they're also conservative at the same time. So it's contradictory. They got quantum, they got cognitive dissonance going on.
You're about to say quantum dissonance.
Now I can't think of the right word.
Quantum physics. Quantum physics. You know the way quantum physics is two things at the same time or something.
That's funny.
In Arrested Development, one of the characters says instead of circumvent, he says circumvent, and now I say it wrong all the time because I was making fun of it from the show. So when I actually have to use the word circumvent, I'll say circumvent and look like an idiot.
Yeah, I say words like that sometimes. Like, make up new words. I think that's how languages change. But yeah. So let's talk about the Catholics. They're the majority of the world, but online they're not as big on YouTube as the Protestant. The Americans are probably more popular online in the Catholic religious stuff. You know what I mean? On YouTube, anyway. English YouTube.
Because they
there's
got to
probably
get
other
out there and
languages out there.
preach. They got to get out there and preach. They got to get the good word out. And YouTube is a great platform for that, for them. Testify.
Yeah, you know that guy. Off the Curb Ministries.
Never heard of him.
He's like a British Protestant guy, and he's very popular. He's got like 2 million subscribers. And he's like out there with conspiracy woo-woo bullshit, but he's pretty big in the Christian world on YouTube. I think he's called Off the Curb Ministries. So he's pretty bad.
I hear the crickets.
Yeah, nothing I can do about them. Sort of being taken over by crickets this year, and they go all day too.
Really?
Yeah, all day, all night. It's fucking nuts. I do not get it.
Do you live? Where do you live? In Phoenix, Arizona? Where?
Huh? No, LA.
Oh, yeah. So it's still green there. Is there a drought going on, or is it fine?
We've been in some sort of drought condition for the last 15 years.
Yeah, I heard that the huge dam there, the Hoover Dam, is running out of water, so you probably won't have as much animal products anymore because most of the water they use is for animal farming. So you won't be able to buy all the water they use. 70% of the water they use for the dam is for grass for animal feed, cows and stuff. So they're gonna have to stop that.
The dam is for electricity production.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the water, and 70% of the water is used for animal agriculture. So if they want it, I heard they're going to reduce the flow of water to farming, and that's going to mainly affect dairy export, because they export a lot of that feed to the Middle East for animal feed, dairy, alfalfa, soya, corn.
Well, as long as I can still get my avocado toast, I'll be a-okay.
Yeah. Avocado uses a lot of water, but it's much less than animal agriculture. Almonds. I mean, if you look at the CO2 emissions of every crop, of every farm animal and crop we use, plants and trees use much less water and release much less CO2 than animals. And the top emitters of CO2 in the world is beef, sheep, dairy, pork. So they're the biggest land users and water users and polluters in the world. So if you just reduced your dairy and beef consumption, you would drastically reduce your demand for land. If we just ate much less beef and dairy, you would use like 50% less land and water.
Didn't they just announce they were laying off a ton of slaughterhouse workers in the beef industry? I thought I saw that.
Yeah,
yesterday.
or it could be like robots, because I heard that the demand for meat is still high around the world. America is pretty high, but I heard that the price of meat has gone up, so maybe it's because of that.
No, the price of beef has gone up for a totally different reason. Hey, Eugene, how's it going?
For the war in Iran, mainly, and COVID, inflation.
Tyson Foods, that's what it was, in Jocelyn, Illinois. 3,200 jobs.
It's not even that.
Eagle Mountain, Utah eliminated 723 jobs. A plant in Washington was placed up for sale. So the whole industry is really hurting. And what's interesting is, from what I understand, is beef prices are like insanely high in the U.S. right now, but the farmers aren't getting any of that money.
Yeah, their inputs are high, and they have drought as well, and the war in Iran, the
Actually,
tariffs.
Beard, that's not true. The beef deal with Argentina is supposed to be the reason that beef prices aren't totally spiking. The problem is American beef producers are in a lull state for cattle production right now, and it happens like every, was it like 7 to 9 years? And beats me why they can't fucking solve that. But apparently, if you go back and look at the cattle production, that it happens like every 7 to 9 years. We hit just a low. And the beef deal with Argentina was meant to supplant that partially.
Well, it's
But of
probably
course,
a
they
mixture
rolled
of
it
a
all
lot of
in with
things.
like a monetary currency fucking failure in Argentina, and then they coupled it with a multi-billion-dollar just straight up fucking bailout. So, I mean, way to
Sure,
go.
they bailed out Japan as well recently. Trump bailed out Japan. They
Mhm.
bought their bonds. So shit's happening now all the time. Drama 24/7 in the planet.
Yeah, that was just a face-saving maneuver, and it didn't fucking work either. Like, because Japan was selling off all of our bonds at the time. They have been, and the only reason Trump did the bailout with Japan is so that he could save face and get Japan back on side. But it's not going to work. It's not going to get them involved in helping with Iran. It's not going to do anything for him. And the market has already baked that whole thing in, and it's already it's failing already anyway.
Well, he's fucking up the Iran war because the price of oil is still high. So if that keeps on going, the whole economy of the world would collapse because the price of oil runs the world.
Right.
So he's gonna have to try and stop the war in Iran. I heard he's trying to do like a economic blockade in Iran, which is what, like blocking the Strait of Hormuz, or no, stopping them from blowing
He's
up
a
the Strait of
fucking
Hormuz.
idiot. We've been putting sanctions on Iran for 20 fucking years and it hasn't done anything. Like,
Yeah, and plus the
what are they-
Chinese are going to start helping them.
They're
The Chinese are probably going to buy their shit from, like, I don't know, pipeline. Or
yeah, because
through Russia.
China needs the fucking oil.
Well, I heard they're electrifying a lot. I've heard they've increased their electrification.
They
by the
are,
same
but
amount
they
as
still need the oil. You know, they have 10 times
Yeah.
the people we do. So, yeah.
Yeah. But I heard that they've increased their electricity supply by the amount of Germany every year. So they're electrifying like a lot. But they're still
They
polluting a lot,
have,
so
but
they're-
they have, yeah, they still have so many people that doesn't get them off of oil.
Yeah, man. I guess the one-child policy was kind of. I mean, I understand why they had the one-child policy, because if they didn't, they would have probably be like 500 million more. That's why I think we need to stop. I think there is limits to growth. We can't keep on growing the economy forever and the population forever. And I think a lot of people need to realize that. Do you think a lot of people know that? That we can't grow the economy forever and the population forever?
No. No. Of course I don't.
A lot of religious
We're
people.
We're Americans. People don't believe that shit. You know?
I know, a lot of
There's-
educated atheists do.
There's in the US there's no such thing as making enough money. You know? There always has to be growth to them. Otherwise they're failing. They don't care how many
Well,
billions they made this year. If it wasn't a billion more than they made last year, then they don't count it. And it's sort of the way everyone here is raised, you know?
Well, it's the whole world, really. I mean, there is some countries that don't measure economic GDP. They measure economic happiness index, like in Bhutan, but they're still pretty poor. So, and their standard of living is pretty low. Like they don't live as long. But like in the future, I wouldn't be surprised if we like change our economic system where we don't grow anymore, but we have like lifestyle measurement or longevity measurement. You know what I mean?
I don't know, they have to be pretty far into the future.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
I don't
honestly, I
think I'm
want
going to
the
be
growth-
around to see those days happen.
I mean, I think we still need to grow the environmental stuff and renewable energy stuff. We can keep on growing that, but the fossil fuel and population growth can like decrease and like plateau. But the environmental economy should grow, and then it'll be replaced. So it'll be neutralized. So the fossil fuel industry collapses, and the renewables grow. So in total, it'll be neutral.
Yeah.
And we'll have like a bit of nuclear energy.
Yeah, I can't. That's so far in the future that none of it's going to happen in my lifetime, and I just feel like we got bigger fish to fry right now.
Well, if climate change gets really bad, which it's already happening now in Europe, the record drought in Europe is going to force a lot of people to change their ways. I hope they will, because agriculture got really bad yields, vegetables, everything has got badly affected. So that's going to force more people to change their ways. But it's the way people always do the things they need to do in the last moment. You know the way people always change in the last moment. So we'll need to have a big shock to force us to change our ways, sadly.
Yeah, and I don't think that big shock's coming.
Oh no, climate-wise, I think it will happening. I follow climate stuff. You don't follow climate change stuff?
No, I don't think that climate change is gonna be the big shock. They've been telling us that since I was a kid, since the 80s. And, they keep saying, oh, we have this many years to change something, otherwise it's going to be too late. This many years, and it's going to be too late. And nobody ever fucking listens, and no one ever changes anything. And because I don't think there's going to be a big shock with climate change. I think it's going to be more like, frogs in a pot, slowly coming to a boil. And I think by the time we finally figure it out, I think it really will be too late. Because I don't think there's one big shock coming. I think it's just slowly turning up the heat. And
well, no, it's already happening. Like we're getting pretty badly hit from drought in Europe. There's record wildfires happening all over the world right now. I don't know what else is going on. I think the Amazon.
There has been record wildfires here for fucking 20 years. It's not changing anything for anybody.
Well, it's probably not changing enough, but in Europe, I think there's more people thinking about it now because of the droughts, record droughts, I heard. And it's affecting the economy because the rivers have low water and they can't bring the barges for trade as much because there's low water.
Wait a second.
So Germany...
Gretchen, no scientist said it was going to be a big shock. No. That's what I'm saying, is that scientists have been saying that if we don't change within a certain number of years, it's going to be too late. If we don't change within this many years, it's going to be too late. But Sean's the one saying it's going to be a big shock coming. I don't think so. I don't think it was ever going to be a big shock coming. It was always going to be a frogs in a pot situation. And I don't think that's going to change now. I don't think we're going to just, have a big shock situation when we've all been cooking in this pot for 40 years, I don't think it's just going to be one big shock.
No, we're probably going to get a bad climate event happening, and then it's going to force more people to change their ways because the environment is going to be so bad.
Well, maybe you only think that because you're European.
Well, in America, it's happening already. I heard that you have no more water in your huge dam.
That is not fucking true. And
look it up.
You know what? Lake Mead is not the fucking Hoover Dam.
No, Lake Mead, the two biggest dams in America, look it up, are running out of water, and they're going to run out of electricity if you don't change your ways in a year. You won't be able to make electricity in a year.
Great.
Stop.
Super. What am I supposed to do about that?
Well, I'm just telling you that huge events can happen very quickly. Like it's smooth in the beginning and then it collapses. That's what happens in climate events. It just slowly happens. so you don't notice it, and then it just tips.
Great. We have horrific climate events every fucking year. How is that prompting anyone to change?
Well, we're gonna get more of them and worse ones in the future.
In the future.
Well, we're already happening. It's already happening now in Europe.
Yeah, it's already been fucking normalized. Don't you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, obviously it's normalized, but I hope that people are gonna change more. Obviously, there's still people that just don't give a fuck and still want to destroy the planet because they understand the trade-offs because they don't want to reduce their lifestyles to save the future for their kids. Because humans, we're not that nice. We're not that woke. So they'd rather grow the economy for themselves and don't care about the future. Humans are not that smart. We're not,
It sounds like you're doing a lot of projecting. Because you're the one that preaches. You're the one that preaches veganism, but won't stop eating meat. So, like,
I eat less meat.
What are you trying to tell me?
I eat less meat and I don't fly anymore. I don't buy many products anymore. I don't buy plastic clothes as much.
So?
I'm just saying that's the sacrifices. If you want to solve the environment, you'll probably have to collapse the economy. That's the trade-offs, and nobody wants to do that.
You'd rather live in a world with a collapsed economy than a failing climate?
Both are pretty bad, but I'd rather have like Cuba lifestyle and still survive, or die of a famine from climate disasters from like drought.
If you have an
wildfires.
economic collapse, then you're going to die of famine anyway.
But either way, it's pretty bad. So that's why it's a dilemma. Climate change is kind of like a dilemma because if you want to solve it, but most economies, I heard that in Europe, they've reduced their fossil fuel emissions by 50% in the last 30 years. And their economy still grows. But the last 50 is the hardest to get rid of because it's the concrete, food,
I would have to see a source on that. I don't know that that's even true. But
yeah, Europe.
I don't know. Well, when you drop a fucking statistic on somebody, when you drop a statistic on somebody and say I heard, and that's your whole fucking source, don't expect people to just take it out of fucking hand.
Well, yeah, I don't know where I forgot
you need to be more realistic.
I know that you could still reduce the fossil
you need to be
fuel
more
of your
realistic.
economy.
Either that or just have your sources ready because people might ask for that.
Well,
That's
I'm
all
just
I'm saying.
saying that
metal straws.
generally,
I'm doing my part.
What's that, Zap?
Oh, is that
I
from the movie?
switched to
Don't
metal
look up.
straws. I'm
I
doing my
couldn't
part
hear you
within
again.
that- I said I'm
from
doing
the
my part.
movie
I switched to metal
Star
straws.
Trek
I'll shut
Troopers.
up.
You know Star Trek Troopers.
I don't know, Sean. Do you have to fucking talk over everything everyone's trying to say? I still haven't heard what Zap was trying to say.
It's Starship Troopers, by the way, not Star Trek Troopers.
That's right. Okay.
Just
Well, we're
corrected
doing
that
our
for
part here, boys. I'm sharing the knowledge. I'm sharing the bad news.
Great. Well, you did. Congratulations.
I'm doing my part.
But you won't live by your own fucking words, so that's great.
Well, I'm doing half of it. I'm doing half. So get quantum.
It means you're all talk. It means you're all
business.
talk, no fucking walk. That's what it means.
No, I'm 50%.
You want everyone else to live by it, but not you. Which kind of makes you one of those selfish.
No, I'm still. I told you I'm 50% like better than most people. Do you know what I mean? Hello?
Hello.
Why did Gretchen stop talking there? I thought she was talking.
I don't know.
My mic died.
Did she mute?
I had to. No, my mic just died. I had to switch it over.
Ah.
Happens every night.
Okay.
So.
Come to beautiful sunny Scotland for your holiday.
Oh yeah, because it's so hot in Europe. They're all going to Scotland. Mad.
Yeah, that's crazy. Again, it's been cooler here than it has been normally, and my kid hasn't had school. She had school one day in the past 2.5 weeks because we've been flooded. So it's been crazy weather. Haven't seen anything like this.
Where is that?
Philippines.
Central. Oh wow.
Luzon. And we had a break today. We had a break yesterday, and then it's supposed to kick back up again. We've got like all these cyclones that are just blowing right through to the north of us, and then the monsoons coming out of the south are crazy. We just haven't seen them like this before.
Yeah, I just don't see the big shock event coming. That's all. I don't.
Like you said, gradual, get used to it,
Exactly.
Is really, really what it is. And I like the example because I remember it. I'm old enough. Is what happened to all the bugs? You remember when you were younger and you had to always stop and wash the bugs off your windshield? That doesn't happen anymore.
Is that the case in the Philippines? There's not as many bugs.
Well, not so much here. But the bugs here aren't bad to begin with, really. The ones we do have will just kill you, mostly the mosquitoes. But like I'm from the Midwest originally, and so like in the summertime, you'd be driving around and your car would just get covered in bugs. And towards the end, when I lived in the States, maybe
I still get all kinds of bugs on my windshield, so I don't know what you're talking about.
In LA?
Huh? Yeah.
Really?
Uh-huh.
That's fascinating. When last
are you like in
what?
Are you in Los Angeles? Where?
Are you insane? Do you not hear my fucking crickets?
I hear your crickets. It's just interesting to me because last time I was in LA and the other times I've been in LA, I never got bit by a single mosquito in Los Angeles.
Oh, I get bit by mosquitoes all the time. They love me.
The one thing that bit me out there all the time was the ants. Those little tiny ants. Oh my gosh. You lean against something and the ants just get you.
I guess it depends on what part you're in, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
I live out.
You must live in
I live out sort of on the edge of the desert, you know, in the valleys. So we got lots of bugs. Shitload of bugs.
And I know there was something that was killing all the bees. I don't know if they're still killing the bees or if they figured that out. The pollinators.
No, they're still killing the bees. There was record low.
Yeah, bees are still disappearing. Yeah.
Well, that's not a good thing.
No.
Yeah, I know mosquitoes aren't the only flying bugs. I'm trying to think like back in the Midwest, we'd have like those like June bugs and like all those other ones that go splat right on the windshield, mayflies, all those icky, nasty bugs that would gunk up your car.
Yeah, I never remember that. That was like what, back in the 80s, 70s, where you can do that? Not anymore.
80s, yeah, 80s, 90s, where your car would just be covered.
Yeah, that's not good because the insects.
That's not true, Rachel. That's not true that nobody's interested. I'm actually interested, but unfortunately, like even if like go ahead and tell me how we can fix it, but like I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do about that.
Well, your diet is a big contributor because a lot of the
Shut up, Sean! I'm not giving up fucking meat.
If
I've only got like 10 years left on this fucking planet, and I'm not changing everything about the way I eat now. It's not happening.
No, you could just eat less of it. You could just eat less, especially beef and dairy and lamb. Just eat chicken or insects.
I already do. It's fine.
Okay, but I'm just saying that in the future we'll probably be eating like genetically modified bacteria meat. Because I heard the big companies, the big food companies like Danone, Nestle, they're all investing in fake dairy from bacteria and stuff.
All right, shut up a second. Yeah, are you in our Discord? Because you can post all the links you want in there. Not you,
No,
Sean.
I'm not on Discord.
I'm talking to HL in the chat. So.
Yeah, but so if you want to save the bugs or eat Z bugs, you eat less bugs.
Hang on, I'll post a link for you.
Well, I'm a beekeeper.
Once it was gross.
Do they eat a lot of bugs in the Philippines? You can buy them in the shops.
They have a grub that's a delicacy. I can't think of the name of it. It's not in my region. It's south of here, I think. It's this big grub thing that is kind of gross looking. And then they have these worms that they dig out of logs on the beach. They're about like 3-4 feet long, and they eat those too. But I don't eat those.
Yeah, I've eaten bugs before. They are more efficient energy wise, and they use much less energy to feed and land. So,
Why didn't
but they
that
don't
show
taste
up
as
as
good.
a
But I
link?
guess,
How weird. My bad. Go ahead.
no, you could still do regenerative agriculture without animal farming. You could still have animals in your farm, but you won't need to kill them. But you could still do veganic farming where you grow crops without animal waste. You could recycle human waste or use nitrogen fixing crops or artificial fertilizer from renewable energy. But most of the crops in the world are fertilized using nitrogen that is from gas. And most of that is fed to animals. So if you want to do regenerative agriculture, like free range meat, if you want to do like free range meat, eat less meat and all that, you will have to buy more expensive meat, and you probably won't be able to eat as much of it in the future. And then the rest of it can be done with bacteria. In the future, they're doing genetically modified bacteria that make fake dairy products and fake meat products. They're making it already with eggs, dairy. So they genetically modified bacteria and fungi, and they grow it in fermented tanks to make fake dairy that just tastes like dairy and eggs. And it's going to replace about 5 to 10% of the supply of dairy and eggs in about 5 to 10 years. And the big food companies are investing in it.
I think you're completely out of your fucking mind.
No, man, it's the future. All you have to do is feed them sugar. So they grow sugar, and then you feed the bacteria, and they grow in vats. And it's 90% more efficient than giving it to cows or chickens.
Maybe in a small little podunk country like yours that has fewer people in your whole country than I do in my county. But
no, actually, America is pioneering on this because you don't have anti-GMO laws. Where in Europe we have anti-GMO laws.
Yes,
so
we fucking do. What are you talking about?
No, you
do your
are
fucking
the
homework.
inventors.
If you're gonna talk like an authority on something, you need to do your fucking homework. What do you mean we don't have anti-GMO laws in the U.S.? Get fucked.
No, not as much as Europe, because in Europe we're not allowed
I
to grow
don't give
genetically
a
modified
fuck.
crops.
This isn't a fucking comparative government class. You're speaking like you're some sort of authority on how the whole world's gonna get well, and you're not. You're just you're talking about your little fucking corner of the world from your own little perception. It's all fucking anecdotal. Because you're not even considering any, and then you say something stupid like, well, the U.S. doesn't have anti-GMO laws. Yes, we do. Oh, but not compared to Europe. It's like you got to fucking cope for everything. You know what? Just do your fucking homework before you open your mouth. That's all I'm saying.
But I did my homework,
That's
and I'm
it.
telling you, GMOs.
I don't think you did, because everything is I heard and someone told me, and you don't have GMO laws in the U.S. fuck off. I'm sorry, but you're
Well, you
not
have
even
GMO.
believable.
No, Monsanto got
If you
bought
want to be credible, then fucking do your homework. That's all I'm saying. Because right now you do not appear credible at all.
I did my homework. I'm not giving the sources because I forget about it. It's mainly from YouTube and articles. It's not scientific journals. But I'm just saying that GMOs, you cannot grow GMO crops in Europe, but you can
Another
buy them.
YouTube evangelist. That's just what we needed. Okay.
Well, most of the people nowadays get their education and news from the internet. You know that traditional media is
Again, most people. Here you go, speaking from fucking your own little worldview again.
No, I'm gonna have to agree with Gretchen here. Like, if you're gonna actually try to have an authoritative stance on this, you actually need to look up like actual fucking studies and have actual like empirical evidence that supports your claim. You can't just say, "Well, I heard," and fucking some friend of a
obviously
friend
it's
of a
not
friend
from
of a friend of a
studies.
friend
I
fucking
didn't
told
get-
me, you're a fucking dumbass. Like fucking
No, I didn't get this from.
Actually, do the
I'm
fucking
talking about
research, or do fucking shut the fuck up. Like,
dude, I was just saying that GMOs are illegal in Europe and they're allowed in America. I agree with GMOs. I'm not anti-GMO, guys. Okay.
we're not.
I just
we're not
think that
saying you are. We're saying you haven't done your fucking research.
I have though.
You just admitted that you haven't read any fucking scientific journals on it. You've just been watching fucking YouTube and fucking reading shit from other places.
Yeah, but if you were to check my sources, go online
You're
now.
just
and check.
regurgitating other people's opinions at this point. That's
Right.
all you're
Well, yeah,
doing.
honestly,
like a fucking, like a flat earther. You sound like a flat earther.
Okay. All I was saying is that the genetically modified precision fermentation is actually being pioneered in America. You Americans invented this shit, and we in Europe are behind in it, and we're just copying you guys. So this precision fermented GMO stuff is actually American pioneers. You guys are actually the lead in this, and I'm just saying what's going on.
No, you're not. You're giving us your fucking take on what's going on.
And you realize, like, most foods that we eat today are a GMO?
No, it's only the genetically modified corn, soya, and some other crops that are fed to cows mainly. It's not all crops.
No,
are GMO.
No, not even true.
You realize that natural fucking corn is like an inch long?
No, guys, I studied horticulture.
Modified corn so that we can eat it.
No, I studied horticulture and biology, and GMOs only came out like 30 years ago. I don't know, 50 years ago.
You are out of your fucking mind.
We have, as humans, have been doing shit with not only plants.
No, but GMO
animals too.
Yeah, but breeding, that's different than GMO.
Do you even know what a fucking GMO is?
Yes, I do know. I do know from the traditional breeding is different than genetically modified. Genetically modified is where you specific DNA stuff, whereas traditional breeding, you cannot do that. So GMO is different than traditional breeding, which I have done. I've studied it. I'm a beekeeper.
Here you go, getting in your authority bag again when you don't actually have the authority to speak on it. You see what I'm talking about?
Something's genes in any fucking way, you have genetically modified how that thing is now. Whether it's through
I'm just saying that GMOs are fine as long as you don't fucking spray too many pesticides or herbicides around it. And I heard it's the GMO corn and soy now is not as good anymore because the herbicides are not working anymore because the wild.
Okay, now you're not talking about GMOs anymore. Now you're talking about fucking pesticides.
Yeah, if you want to save the insects, you got to stop using herbicides.
So that whole tirade you went on about GMOs, you didn't mean any of that shit. Now you just meant it's the pesticides that are bad.
Right.
Well, there's some types of pesticides, like organic farmers still use pesticides and herbicides. They're just not as bad, I think.
We also
We fucking know.
resistant.
We're aware that farmers use pesticides. We get it. I'm not sure what news you think you're breaking here. You're talking
No, but I'm
yourself
just
in
saying
circles. You literally do sound like a flat earther now. Like you've done
I'm not
your
a
own
flat earther,
research,
I
which
just wanna-
includes watching YouTube, and you're gonna fucking tell us all about it, and then you're gonna grasp at straws.
No. All I want to do is save the environment and save the insects in the water. So to do that, you have to spray less pesticides and eat less meat and rewild the place. That's all.
Okay, and you just get ready for the oncoming, economic collapse. Because Sean in Ireland wants to live like it's fucking 1,000 years ago again. All right.
No, that's why I embrace the genetically modified fermented bacteria food. I like that.
What about fully synthetic food?
Yeah, I like that.
You're out of your mind. Anyway, who here's worried about Wally? Because I am.
Who?
Well, where's Wally?
Wally Darling.
What?
Oh.
Something serious is happening to Wally Darling. And we need to know about it. And it's starting to happen to the Welcome Home Restoration Project too. Their people are going absolutely fucking nuts because of that black mold shit or whatever.
What's going on? Is he dying from the fungus?
We don't know. We have to watch and find out. We're not entirely sure what's going on yet because we haven't reached that part yet.
Dude,
yeah,
some
and
fungi
Home.
diseases.
What's going on with Home? Is Home the bad guy? I mean, it could be. We haven't figured it out yet. I want to tell you so bad, Beard. I really do. But I don't want to ruin it. So.
God, my fucking knee's still killing me, dude.
All right. There we go. Yes, Home could be the protector. Could. That's very possible.
Welcome back to Nightmine, friends. And welcome back to...
What the hell is this?
Fun. That's why, Beard. It's fun. Like, I mean, you get locked in an escape room. I mean, the only thing you can do is fucking roll with it, you know? So, night, Lindsay. Any forum, really. I think general works. Unless you can find one where it hits better. Like, I think there's an activism thread in there. Or an activism channel. Wherever you think it works best, I'll see them all. So.
The Cabin Fever Dreams, with the most famous project I've ever covered during the special spring season thing that I do. And for good reason. Welcome Home was first covered on March 21st of last year. So now we're just a bit past the 1 year mark, and I think such an occasion.
By the way, Zap, I'm gonna do this one has a an update at the end of it, I think. Because the last one we covered was the Halloween 2023.
So is this like a children's show or something?
No, it's a horror story about a defunct children's show from the 1970s. It's an analog horror website.
And there's an update at the end?
Yeah, I think there's an update on it because this, the what do you call it? The last one we watched was the Halloween update from 2023. Or was it 2024? And this one says the story so far, February 2023 to March 2024.
Oh, okay.
Which means that, and because Clown also, he does updates for Christmas too, for Halloween and Christmas. So, which means that if this covers up to March 2024, then they didn't get the Christmas update in the last one that we saw. So it's probably going to be
Okay,
in
guys,
here
yeah.
because the next one says, okay, see ya. The next one says spring update. So.
All right, let's roll.
Yeah. Bye, Sean. Go do your homework before you come back and start preaching this shit again. Because, like, you're dead wrong on a bunch of shit.
Calls for not only the review of the update that dropped this past March, but a quick summary of the story so far, for anyone who's forgotten or any new neighbors visiting tonight. The in-depth videos I have are available, but for those who just want to get right in with a quick catch-up of the most important points, I will be happy to assist. Right this way, follow me, come along. Welcome Home appears...
Collective Knowledge sounds like a really good place. I forget what I named. Rainbow Ash and Resistop went through and changed all the titles of the different channel names in the Discord. I mean, I had them like news and activism and like boring shit, and they changed them to a bunch of like funnier shit. So, but yeah, that sounds good. Collective Knowledge sounds good.
To us on the website for the Welcome Home Restoration Team, a group of people dedicated to recovering any and all media and information pertaining to a lost 70s puppet and cartoon show called, naturally, Welcome Home. Now, why was it lost, and how come nobody remembers it? Maybe it has to do with the envelopes of existing media that were discovered, full of paint and ink, obvious attempts to destroy the material inside. Why the destruction attempts? If the hidden text on the website at the time showing a team member's spiral into madness gave us any clue, it's because information pertaining to the show was a cognito hazard, the likes of which would landed in the crosshairs of the SCP Foundation. When I unwrapped the first letter, I felt it, the team member wrote. I heard it. Open, open, open. I want it out. I'm going to get it out. Does it hurt? This, among a few other elements like it in your classic case of sudden aggressive mental infection by anomalous forces, scattered across this lovingly crafted website full of beautiful artwork that, yeah, really does evoke the idea of a genuine old TV show that was popular enough to have a lot of merchandise and promotional art. It even included a neighborhood map, introducing us to the characters, their houses, and places of business. There's the ever-happy Julie Joyful, who talks to flowers. Sally Starnes, a natural performer. Poppy Partridge, a whirring hen who loves to bake. Eddie Deere, the hard-working mailman. Howdy Pillar, the charismatic general store owner. Barnaby B. Beagle, a comedian. Frank Frankly, a tightly dressed friend to all insects. And the central character, Wally Darling, who lives inside a living home, called Home, at the very center. Don't mind the black goo trailing from under Home's door, but do mind the fact that you could click on it and see this image, suggesting that the lurking horror present in the concept and physical media of Welcome Home managed to find its way through the newly created website and has a new point of access to this world, and may have influence over Wally Darling. There were plenty of doodles on the site's guestbook, and a follow-up stream exploring viewer discoveries in the wake of the first video revealed the file names for the doodles were replies to messages. But who was doing this? The nature of the messages seemed to be out of character for a restoration team member. The information we needed came from out-of-place letters throughout the site that, when arranged in certain patterns and placed at the end of the URL, led to new pages, like this one, showing Wally Darling hiding in wait for us. He could tell we were there, but couldn't see us somehow. We were urged to stay quiet if we could see him. Digging through other secret pages revealed Welcome Home media, like segments of scripts, and eventually led to more surprising elements, like Wally singing with an echo and TV static in the background. At this point, there were no secret pages for any other characters. One item of note, from the news page written on February 25, 2023, The members of the Welcome Home Restoration Project received an offer to showcase their findings about the show at a gallery held by a professional exhibitor who called themselves the Question Answerer. The paragraph describing this also showed signs that the writer was not well, definitely in the throes of an anomalous spell. We wondered at this point if they had made contact yet with Wally. In July, a major update came to the sites, including everything the team could put up about the Welcome Home Gallery showing. In Universe, the company who made the show was called Playfellow Workshop, so it was labeled the Playfellow Workshop Exhibition. The update also came with a lot of new elements. Discoveries of old merchandise like cast records, toys, and small bugs all across the sites, which you could click on to go to secret pages containing videos. Every video was live action, with characters speaking in some kind of scene, but out of view, creating immediate confusion about what we were watching. Were these scenes from the show? Why would we be viewing things at this angle? Why did things distort and end whenever someone spoke to Wally directly? You could also catch doodles being drawn live, which led to new links containing records. Who was leaving these behind?
That's what an eye looks like. My eyes are black. What color are yours?
Wally was speaking to us, and would go on to say a number of concerning things, like how there were so many new eyes he had now, and still couldn't see. In other pages, you could explore the new media uncovered, much of it audio allowing us to hear the other characters at length for the first time. One peculiar merchandise item was the talking telephone toy, with every character's button working, except Wally's. But for us, the audio played.
Hello? 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 Ha ha ha. I'm only kidding. I know you're there. Did you like my joke? I think you were going to say yes. Ha ha ha. You know, it is hard to hear you think through this funny phone of mine. It is as though you aren't speaking at all. Maybe it is just a little fuzzy, like me. Speaking of, do you know who I am? Oh, no. Well, that's not neighborly at all. We've never met before. But don't worry, even though you and I haven't spoken before. I've seen you every time you have looked into my eyes. I want to know, what did you see? I hope you saw a friend, but I'm not sure you saw a name. Stand still. Let's start over. Ring, 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 click. Hi, I'm Wally. I'm so happy to finally meet you. I think you're the absolute most. Uh-oh, I have to go now. Everyone is probably thinking about that strange phone call. It is funny to think about. Ha ha ha. Don't worry though, neighbor. It will be a little joke between you and me. You have to go too. You have work to do. Remember, until you hear me again, keep your smile merry and always know that I love you very much. Goodbye.
On the page for the Playfellow exhibition, we got to see.
Whoops. Sorry, I fucked that up, guys.
Remember, until you hear me again.
Okay, for everybody that this is a horror story told through a website, like set up like an escape room kind of thing. It's an ARG, an alternate reality game. And
Right.
we're watching Nightmind's coverage of it, who like digs into these weird stories and breaks them down. And sorry, I can't, Ash. I can't make it stop because we gotta know what's going on here. I mean, you gotta get to the end of the story, otherwise you're always gonna wonder, right? So that's what we're doing tonight. It's cool. If you don't want to watch it, you don't have to. But I was trying to wake up in time to catch the end. Yeah, we're just going, Chrissy, we're going over the right now we're starting the next video, which includes like a recap before it starts the next updates. So right now it's just recapping what we've already been through.
And keep your smile merry, and always know that I love you very much. Goodbye.
Just between you and me, Ash, when you actually find out why he sounds creepy like that, you're gonna feel bad.
On the page for the Playfellow exhibition, we got to see how the gallery show went, with all the media put on display, including a replica puppet of Wally. Notes at the end of the page mention that the exhibition was a success, and still, no one was able to say they were familiar with the show. Hidden on this page was a secret link in one of the repetitions of the word answer. It led to a photo of a worksheet someone was using to get a password, 5 characters, and mentioned the phone. It was absolutely driving this person mad. If you click through on the photo, you'd be presented with a welcome home themed safe with some black mess on it. This prompted a password requiring the first letters of the character names that were answers for the worksheet from the exhibit. Upon entering those, a new and very rewarding page appeared, showing a breakdown of the normal site and a whole lot of the black creeping in. The writer described a dream they had when they began working on the Playfellow exhibition. Wally sitting at the foot of the bed with a rotary phone ringing, just like the talking toy telephone. He stared, waiting for the dreamer to pick it up, but they couldn't figure out how to move.
Right
they
on,
continued
Chrissy.
getting phone calls, or kept hearing a phone ringing, all day sometimes. It wasn't their phone, and they thought it was a prank by other site staff, tearing up the workspace but failing to find the source of the ringing. They couldn't figure out anything in regards to the noise or the show. No one questions had any answers, and for someone working for the question answerer, or the answerer themselves perhaps, not even exploring everything the restoration project team gave helped. They could still hear the phone ringing as they wrote. A series of images were provided then, showing the back area of the exhibit contained more items related to the show, and some of the media was rather dark. There were emails back and forth between the exhibit team and the restoration team, including a note to get the safe code, which held activity prizes. The email in particular was asking the website team for the code, and they were just given the worksheet, with blacklight text on the page that read, Wally Darling. Notes were given to put on gloves before touching any art, and some used gloves had evidence of black gunk on them, the same that seemed to be affecting the exhibits. Another printout about the team's restoration effort had a blacklight message. Everything is so disgusting to touch. Sometimes the mail doesn't come for weeks. I want to rip into everything I have. My head feels so muddled too, ever since I opened that envelope. Another email exchange urged the exhibit staff to touch nothing with their bare hands, and mentioned that if a substance begins to grow on anything delivered, please place it back in the box it was shipped in and return it. If any of the staff experience nausea, dizziness, or fatigue, they shouldn't be alarmed. So, not just mentally infectious material, but physically. The question answerer provided a journal entry detailing what was going on behind the scenes, and mentioning how the restoration team sent their research notebook. The answerer was sure it must be an elaborate prank. Nobody had ever heard of Welcome Home, and there was more of that stuff on the walls. The phone kept ringing. A photo showed 2 research notebooks provided, and the cover of the first isn't comforting. The one on the left is from the website team, the one on the right from the question answerer. The website team's notebook seems to start just as we were told it all began, a desire to catalog a strange discovery. At the bottom of the secret exhibition page, we see a link and a spot of the black substance infecting this area of the site. It's in here. An error page appears, but wait around and Wally provides a new drawing.
Let me in.
Exploring the secret pages from before also gave new information, like the live-action segments that began lining up as if it was all in the course of a single day, and other Wally messages. This one in particular connects to the previous information.
Good night, Puggles. Have a good one. Rest well, dear. And Buck, yeah, it's not for everyone. I get that. This is definitely an acquired taste. But once you get addicted, you get addicted.
Why won't you answer me, neighbor? Why can't I hear you? You know me. You do. Please open. Let me in.
Finally, in collecting all the insects across the site and the live-action sections, something becomes quite clear. Not only was it a day in the life of the Welcome Home neighbors, we were looking through Wally's eyes for all of it, as he stared off into a fixed point, like a puppet left sitting alone. And the events didn't seem at all to fit a script for the show. The implication was startling. Welcome Home appeared to be a universe unto itself, which seemed impossible, but so was everything else so far in relation to it, from the merchandise to the evidence of real-world events, like a live talk show interview. Those who speculated that an update would come in October around the anniversary of Welcome Home's in-universe premiere were correct, and it arrived on Friday the 13th. On the landing page, Home was dressed up for Halloween, and on the front page, so was Wally. You could find all sorts of fun items across the site related to Halloween, like pages from a Welcome Home cookbook and a Wally Darling costume. The main draw, though, was the recovery of a full storybook record. In the tale, everyone shows up to Sally's for a costume party, and they end up sharing scary stories. But hers, which the restoration team claims they couldn't hear due to a record defect, is the best.
You'll all be quivering with fright at my tall tale. Sally snatched the flashlight out of Wally's hands and aimed it underneath her face. Everyone leaned in close to hear. Have you ever wondered why it is we stay indoors every night?
To get a beauty rest.
So we sing each other goodnight on the phone before bed?
Oh, so we can sort our stamps.
What? No, sometimes, and no. It is because this town is rumored to have visitors at night. Something from deep within the forest, far beyond the hills and mountains. No one knows what it wants or where it's going. Just that it is persistent. Just that it arrives here. So many stories have risen about their origins, but I know what it is searching for, 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 It is looking for neighbors who have stayed out past the daytime to gobble them up whole. That is why so few live here. It moves through the streets at night, but it doesn't break into homes. However, on rare instances, it will find itself with an appetite left unsatisfied by its aimless wandering. Even the occasional unfortunate insect that has crossed its path is not enough. Those who have lived through the night say it isn't quiet about it either. They always say you can hear when it gets closer to you. Do you know what sound it makes? I hear it every night. You can hear it too, if you listen. Especially if you wait next to your window. First, there's a rustling in the bushes. Then, the scratching on the pavement, on the walls as it crawls up. Finally, if you're quiet, you can hear its guttural sound.
I have drinks ready.
Now, take into account the video attached to the new bug you can find on the site through the transcript for this record.
I think you might be thinking of Pedrolino.
See? Even the mailman gets it.
Of course I did. Wait, is that supposed to be an intro?
Oh, yes, that theatre play.
Sounds right, though. What's living with all those... Town is all those terrorist streets.
Sandy, dear, don't doubt yourself.
Hey, how's my little devil doing over here? You guarding my apple for me, pal? Oh, I guess you didn't do a very good job at it. Hey, who took a bite out of my apple? I think I see fang marks, Frank.
These fangs aren't real and you know that.
Sure. That's what they all say. Don't worry, though, kid. There's plenty of other eats here. What are you feeling hungry for, Wally?
There were a lot more treats than tricks in the Halloween update, that's for sure. Right after a story about night visitors in the neighborhood hunting anything living to eat caught outside of its home, we see the world through Wally's eyes at the party in the scene following that same storybook record's ending. Everything becomes distorted as Wally seems to fade in and out of presence, and Barnaby's apple is eaten by something unseen. There had been ideas floated earlier in the timeline of the project that Wally could eat with his eyes, but in context, this doesn't really seem like his doing, and Wally wouldn't eat his best friend's apple behind his back. This update was substantial, giving us a possible lead on whatever odd infection took root in the neighborhood and was working its way into this reality, while also confirming that Welcome Home's world seemed to be running by itself. The storybook record was a storybook record, not a whole episode, and it ended, yet we still witnessed events following that exact event in video. This raised a question of chicken and egg. Was the Welcome Home neighborhood alive on its own, with a show being made to capture that reality, or had the art somehow generated it? And again, if so, how was it affecting this reality in such a strong way that it caused merchandise and could spread promotional material? This led us to understand why the show's media was destroyed. The idea of a presence lurking on the edges of the happy neighborhood was bound to come up while working with the concept or channeling that reality, and once it worked its way through, the danger would be known. All the way through its first year, Welcome Home developed in phenomenal ways, producing beautiful visual art, audio pieces, physical items, and live-action footage to portray its reality and the story. The website is an achievement to learn from and worth the admiration it's received. A rich playground for exploring the world of Welcome Home as a show concept, world build, and a growing horror tale. Every update has brought with it great new media to immerse us further in the idea, allowing us to know these characters and even the sense of what childhood may have been like enjoying its merchandise. And the latest update has done a magnificent job in expanding that. On March 9th, a member of the Welcome Home Restoration Project provided the Homewarming chapter, a winter holiday celebration. In addition to the news update for Homewarming, marked December 25th, one was provided on the actual day of launch, March 9th, titled Mistake, saying they assumed it was still December, and the individual who posted this must not have been paying proper attention. Now, because this is a unique situation of review and quick start guide, and Welcome Home is a website-based exploration project, this is the moment I can give you general guidance and encourage you to move forward on your own. The website as it exists now is new, under a new domain, and the previous elements explained, like the live-action video bugs, Wally's records, and the question answers mental infection and photos of physical spread are all gone. You can't get those anymore. At least, not for now. You actually would need to go through the video investigations in full to see them in full. Moving forward, you can enjoy all of the front-facing pieces added in every update, as long as it wasn't put there by Wally or someone experiencing the mental infection of dealing with the show's media. Merchandise, media, and info on the neighbors are all there, and the neighbor biographies are actually keeping up with what's discovered in the media that comes through each update, which is a great touch to show the restoration team is as invested in the lore as we are. In terms of the Homewarming updates, everything substantial is found through the merchandise page, and the last element of the Homewarming season merchandise lets you make sense of the many doodles scattered around the site at this time, up to a point. These pieces are for this update's puzzle, which brings you to the shadow side you're itching to see this time around. I can tell you it takes translating and rearranging. Those are the only two steps to get what you need. You can head off on your own now to indulge in everything yourself in full if you'd like, which I of course recommend and will always encourage. Or you can hang out for a quick overview of the Homewarming media followed by a dive into the underlayer. Or you can explore on your own right up until you don't know what to do, then come here, see what it takes, and then go off on your own again. Go on, make your choice. I'll use the YouTube chapter system so you know where things are. So, the first bit of fun, and arguably the most hilarious, is the giant update to the official Welcome Home cookbook. It was fun to see back in October for all the Halloween treats, but the Homewarming section? Hats off to the Welcome Home team for all the work that went into making these pages, because there are a lot of photos, and this is one of the silliest things I've seen in a while. Holly jolly hot dog-a-days, because nothing says the holiday season like hot dogs, right? It's very clear that Barnaby must have written this whole segment because, well, There are 25 varieties of hot dog, most of them completely outside of anyone's palate. Perhaps I could interest you in a hearth dog to hang by your fireplace. Or maybe the truly festive hot cocoa dog. More of a peppermint tradition kind of person. That's cool. Alright, I enjoy that myself. Honestly, I don't know how anyone could stand to eat most of these.
Only a cat couldn't understand the refined palate of a pooch. I mean, a corny
corn
dog,
dog.
what's wrong with that? I can't help being a sentimental hound. I've got my little buddy Wally, and you could even have your own little buddy. Not Wally, though. Your own hot dog friend, complete with accessories.
Jeez, my head. What's in these hot dogs? Did I... No, I didn't eat any hot dogs today. They don't make me nauseous.
Get a load of whiskers over here. Acts like he's never seen a dog before.
Hey, I'm sorry. Sometimes weird food puts me off in a bad way. Odd quirk for a demon, I know. Let's just concentrate on the funny. Yeah. In fact, we can pick up the laughter again with the sickeningly sweet, crispy sweets pancakes. What, not festive enough? That's alright, have some hot cocoa and gelatin still inside the mug. Yes, the whole mug with the hot cocoa in the gelatin. And don't forget the marshmallows and sprinkles. And at the end of the whole journey, when you're done seeing all the holiday recipes of the Welcome Home neighborhood, please enjoy the certified showstopper, a single pea on a plate. This was hilarious to experience for the first time, and just goes to show the dedication of the team to making Welcome Home a thoroughly enjoyable and inventive experience, even for its jokes. Next up, we have the Welcome Home Wish Book, a shopping catalog for merchandise which really reflects how for 70 show, the Playfellow Workshop was ahead of the times, channeling that pure 80s buy-it-all energy. They must have had a VTuber on their merchandising team. But joke's on us, because, come on, as if we all wouldn't have bought 3 or 4 things by now, right? It's full of fun things. Look at these toys, and look at some of the aging work done to these pages for authenticity. That's a marvelous touch. One curious note. This page's texture showing something seemingly drawn over it or pressed into it. Don't know how much that's on purpose or not as an element to really observe, but it's here, and you can make sense of certain things in it, like a length of chains on the right. At the end, we spot more offerings from Playfellow Workshop's audio merchandise partner, Marlowe Records, presenting much of what we know of and 3 records that exist as part of this update. There was also, curiously, a radio ad that went along with this.
Good girls and boys this year. Ho, ho, ho. Let's see what they might find under their tree this holiday season with the Welcome Home Homewarming Wish Book. Children can pretend they're running their own grocery store with the Howdy Cash Register set. They'll have fun exchanging goods for toy money, like giggles, chuckles, and bellows. Ho, 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 ho. Cha-ching! Ho.
There was a product listed for every character in Welcome Home during this ad, except for Eddie Deer, the mailman, which is odd. Following this came Homewarming, a storybook record about Wally being taken around the neighborhood by Barnaby to talk to everyone about the reason for the season. Wally wants to make sure home has a good homewarming, you see, and prepare for any neighbors that come by to celebrate. It's a great listen by itself, just like the Happy Haunting record, and I could give you a clip, but anything I might grab will just be the story as it is, nothing glitchy or out of place. The only element that stands out worth noticing isn't audible. Once again, we find Eddie Deer is missing in the festivities. I'd also like to point out, if anybody does want to go ahead and sit down and listen, that it is some of the best performance work that Wally's actor has put forward so far. Highly characterized. And of course, that matches the quality of everybody else's performances this time around. They all just keep getting better. Eddie is present in the album that follows, Up From the Home Top, which is reassuring. Maybe he wasn't around for the previous 2 pieces, but he's not gone, clearly. Still, what was up with that? Howdy's Holiday Hullabaloo is given too, and is a fun listen on the world-building side. Barnaby's tobacco pipe is a relic of the times, huh? A tie-in product for Hoopla brand cigarettes. Don't go after Barnaby for that decision. He's just a dog. They were different times. Oh boy, really different times. Bugabye and Goodnight is a song by Frank Frankly about insects hibernating for the winter. And then we have something interesting. Greeting cards that the restoration team notes appear to span eras of the show. And finally, the holiday edition of Crispy Sweet Cereal, frosted crispy sweets, with Eddie Deer on the back giving us a decoder ring that matches 2 elements of the site. The doodles we've seen scattered everywhere, and a face that appears on the new tower south of the neighborhood. That tower is a mystery, but with the decoder ring, we can solve another. Gather up all the doodles across the site and use the decoder to figure out the letters. One page in particular, the guest book, has 3 symbols for W. www. That gives us the impression of a web address. By the end, you'll have a lot of letters, and your new task is to take out 3 W's and descramble the rest into something coherent. This could be a big task. One element that may help is to scan it for the domain extension type. The new website ends in .net, and there are enough letters to use that, so if you assume .net, then you don't have as many you have to work with. There are no major clues to the pattern on the site for the descrambling. You've got to keep trying it. Luckily, we have the answer. Away from pryingeyes.net. Feel free to take that and explore it on your own for the full immersive experience. There are no more puzzles to solve in this update. This is a very different site, and one it seems we'll need to visit again in the future. The owner writes, "Hello. If you have found this page, thank you. It shouldn't have been that difficult to arrive, but it would take effort to get here regardless. The Welcome Home Restoration Project is a unified effort that first launched in January 2022. The goal seems so small for the website. It was to uncover Welcome Home fully and to tell its story. It needed me. I needed it. Everyone started to look at us. You want this as badly as I do. I know you do because you come here again and again to see what I found. I was so sure. I was sure the end was in sight, or at least served as the beginning of it. But since then, nothing has made sense to me. No one has come forward or provided leads, and dead ends have since piled up. Nothing from our curator, who has since recovered. I don't know what happened to them to become so unwell to create that page. What has arrived, however, has felt truly upsetting. There was something on the old website. We have since remodeled, but everything still feels burned into my mind. Videos, text, crude drawings, invading this space that had been created. I felt nauseous when I found it. I was paranoid too, more so than I have been. I have been working so diligently to achieve this goal. It's been such a long time. It's been almost 4 years publicly, and I've yet to truly find it. So much sacrifice, focus, and time. The writer goes on to say they've made this website to catalog their own findings through unconventional recovery efforts, and to eliminate potential tampering by the restoration team, as well as document how they're feeling. They hadn't realized so much time had passed between December and now, saying, "So much has rotted in my home since then," reminding us of the room in the question answers gallery. The website is clean now, and while they'll be making sure nothing gets through again, they will archive what's happened since launch that's been scrubbed, but it will take time. Their final message on this page? Don't forget to wave up high. W. Is that concerning? Yeah, of course it is. The first item under evidence is broken phone. Clicking through, we get an audio recording and some explanation. I keep tinkering with a Welcome Home toy phone, or rather I have been playing with it. It plays everything as it should. The only button that consistently changes is Wally's, which either doesn't play at all or warbles out something incorrectly. Today, it rang for me. Sometimes it will do this. I assume a button must be jammed to consistently play that noise. Instinctively, I answer it, but nothing will come out. I've caught myself saying hello into the receiver in the past, but I've stopped now. This time, however, audio started playing on it that shouldn't be playing. I was so worried it was in my head again, but I have proof it wasn't. Here is the audio. You can hear Wally too, can't you?
Hello? Hello? I'm calling to wish you a happy homewarming from me and home.
Wally sings Toyland for the listener, the bonus song on the homewarming record from the main site. The call continues.
I'm trying to get better at singing. Did you like it? I wish I knew, but you still won't tell me anything. It's so quiet. It's so quiet. It's so quiet during homewarming. Everyone's usually so busy, so it's just me and home for a long while. But I still like homewarming everyone likes home warming. I don't want to end this call, but I have to go get ready for home warming. Barnaby will be here soon. I have to go. Remember, until you hear me again, keep your smile merry, and always know that I love you very much. Goodbye.
It sounds like Wally called before the events of the home warming record. He also sounds a lot more energized than before. Still tired, but like he's now at a good 70% back to himself. The second evidence entry, though, commercials. This is the major section for the March updates. After clicking, we read, "Whatever I found is remarkable. It feels like a miracle." When the website first launched, I had found something playing from a very old television in my home. I was compelled to turn it on. I could see something. I could hear it too, but I had nothing to record it with. I would occasionally turn the television on. I don't know why. I think I could hear or see something. Finally, last year in the summer, I had taken a photo and listened to dialogue that I believed to be from the show itself. I felt like an idiot. I hadn't recorded anything. I was so entranced by what I was seeing. Since then, I haven't turned it off. I wouldn't let that mistake happen to me again. If I kept watching and listening, I knew something would come back. I was finally rewarded in December. The channel it appeared on didn't make any sense, but I didn't care. Video evidence and audio started playing, one after the other. I've captured and compiled together whatever I could. I can't make sense of anything. Older television always felt strange to me anyways. Admittedly, I'm frustrated. I feel distraught. When I finally fell asleep, no more video or audio ever returned. What could have been seen made me feel sick. To record so little took so much work. When footage would appear, I would have to move to another channel, where another would appear and then disappear again. I knew I had to stop though. I was too exhausted and I was tired of waiting through hours of static just to find another commercial. I don't know how this was happening, but the show never appeared beyond clips of Eddie Deer. I don't want to post this publicly on the WHRP site, at least not yet. I can't stomach anything that's happening. In the middle of this text is a 22-minute, 14-second video of original welcome home footage, including period-accurate animation styles. This is the major evolution of the project in this update, and there's no substitute for sitting down and watching it yourself, which I highly encourage. You know where to find it. awayfrompryingeyes.net, Evidence Entry 2, Commercials. We won't be going over this video in its entirety, so if you want the full experience, you know what to do.
Like it was that long
We're
ago.
treated to a mix of welcome.
What's that?
I was saying it's funny that he's saying they have original footage using period accurate animation, like it was really that long ago.
I mean, it was 50 years ago.
Right. It's just usually when you hear using period accurate technology, you're talking about things like hundreds of years ago.
Yeah. I don't know. It makes sense because, like, even back in the 70s, everything was still on film, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you couldn't just produce shit digitally like you can now. So, I mean, it makes sense. So, all right.
Home bumpers and ads in and
That's
around
true,
our home warming
Jams,
special.
it has.
The first genuine commercial is this delightful animated piece for Crispy Sweets, followed by an ad for the Welcome Home cookbook. Something new shows up here. Mrs. Beagle's Barnyard Eggnog, which comes up again later, oddly enough, and has a slogan on the cart. Open your mind. Kind of an odd thing to put on there, right? Throughout these pieces, we get cuts of live-action footage through the eyes of Eddie Deer, the mailman. He's pretty clearly here now.
There we go. Prettier than a magnolia in May. Well, no one has asked me to deliver nothing yet, but I know they'll be calling me up real soon. Till then, I reckon I'll just focus on wrapping my own presents. You know, I ain't never had so little to do on a holiday before. No matter, I can fill in the time just fine. Let's see. Oh, let's wrap Sally's presents first. Or actually, maybe Julie's. She's gonna love this chimney cozy I got her. I mean, I hope she does. Well, come to think of it, Julie hasn't called me either. She always calls to play some sort of game. I've been in the post office all day, and no one has given me nothing to deliver. But maybe I missed something. Maybe a memo, a note, anything. Maybe this is... Oh, wait, no, that's just the shopping list. Okay, well, no notes here. Oh, I bet everyone's outside playing in the snow. I can't see anyone out there. Maybe they're in the woods. Oh, shucks. I can't just leave the post office. Why, I bet the moment I leaves, the moment someone should walk in needing something or other. Mercy, why ain't no one told me anything? Not a call, a visit, a peep, or nothing. How am I supposed to do my job when no one gives me something to do? Who's ever heard of folks getting recognition for nothing? No one. That's who.
These moments lead up to a surprise, an illustrated continuation of the home-warming storybook record, now showing us where Eddie was that whole time, and explaining these live-action moments.
The reason we didn't ask you to deliver any presents is quite simple. We have already done it.
Really? What are you doing up there?
Everyone insists you work so hard. All of us wanted to give you a break so you could finally enjoy it for yourself. So stuff an envelope in it and escort me to Wally's homewarming party. Come along, hurry.
Okay, I'm coming.
And so Sally Starlet and Eddie Deer make their way to home together with the rest of their friends. When they entered the doorway, the neighbors cheered. Finally, everyone was here. After hanging up his coat and hat, Eddie plopped himself down on one of Holmes' open seats.
Maybe this is what I needed. A love seat and my single pea on a plate. Yeah, I'm finer than a frog's hair split 4 ways.
And so, the resident, reliable mailman finally got to take a day off for himself. Everything was delivered. His friends were all here, and, most important of all, Eddie Deer was happy. Eddie Deer was happy. So Sally Starlet and Eddie Deer make their way to home together with the rest of
Hello, Mr. Deer. I heard from Sally that you've been worried about deliveries all morning.
All morning? More like all day. I could see it all from my spot up on the tree. It's not easy being the most important decor for home warming. But I do what I must for this little neighborhood.
I still don't know who helped you get up there. Well, if you've been in your post office all day, it couldn't have been you, could it, Mr. Deer? Mr. Deer? Mr. Deer, are you listening? Mr. Deer? Mr. Deer?
Where?
Eddie! Eddie, are you there? Why aren't you answering? Eddie!
A happy home warming to one and all! Ho, ho, ho!
You ever dissociate at a Christmas party so hard you see through into the underlayer of reality? Yeah, happens to the best of us, Eddie. It's not really hard to describe this segment's impact and achievement so much as it feels tedious to try. It's just so different and unexpected compared to everything that we've seen and known in Welcome Home that it would come across like stating the obvious, especially for those of you who just experienced it alone. Every element of media used so far in the project has now come into play. Live action, illustration, animation, audio work, effects work, culminating in this surreal, Lynchian event that we can understand as Eddie suddenly being truly aware there is more to the neighborhood, and he's sitting right at the door to the layer underneath. Notice how things went in the sequence of events. Eddie had an abnormal kind of day and was just trying to stay in his routine, stay in character, if you will. His neighbors were kind enough to gift him a day without work for home warming, and while people who live in their work may always say or think that they'd really love a break, when they actually get free time or suddenly don't have the thing to do that they know themselves to do as part of their entire identity, then it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel like the vacation ads on TV that they've seen, that they've thought, maybe I'll have that. Maybe I'll know what that's like. Maybe that does feel good. But then it doesn't. You sit and you do what you think is relaxing for a few minutes. You try to vibe with people around you, and you wait for it to happen, that mythical relaxing, that happy calm that everybody talks about. And it doesn't come. Then a new type of stress hits, which we observe here very plainly. The sense of loss from falling out of character with yourself, and what you may start to see instead. Eddie was very suddenly in a position he is never in, without a job to do. To just sit there with his pea on a plate and enjoy the atmosphere. And he tried, but with his attention and sense of place taken out of its natural course, he's a character off script, and as natural consequence, his attention was allowed to drift elsewhere. Even as an anxiety response began kicking in, Eddie's attention expanded to what seems like a hyper-awareness. And for the first time, he saw home in the ways we've seen it. He saw something, or several somethings, that the neighbors have not seen, except maybe Wally. Imagine that Christmas gift. Dissociate so hard you drift into witnessing the thing that should not be. Sometimes, the people who are hard workers every day, all the time, truly don't want you to help them do nothing, actually. And what's more, Frank has just become more aware by just seeing Eddie in this state that there's more than the happy neighborhood as part of this reality. He hasn't witnessed what Eddie just saw, but he can see its shadow. It's a potent moment, and a new awareness for us too. Wally isn't the only one who has awareness of something other. This was suggested by Sally's story in Happy Haunting, but now we've seen alongside Eddie. That red, that bright, piercing red, which we've seen associated with home and the talking toy phone. What is it? And the images of what look like Toyland, the song Wally sings for home warming, the place you can never return from once you pass its borders. Eddie has passed them, and he won't be the same anymore. Welcome Home won't be the same anymore either. This project has really advanced in such a delightful way. This is now firmly on the track for the investigator character from the restoration team to come into focus and do their thing, which is when activity always picks up in a plot. And having grown to such awesome elements as original animation is a mile marker for a project like this. I'm gonna say it. The animation is my favorite new inclusion. It was on my dream list for things to see in Welcome Home, and now it's here, and I'm so happy. Cheers to the team for getting such an exciting element, and cheers to the animators and anybody who worked on it. All around, congratulations on such an ambitious and powerful update. The artists, the animators, the sound designers, Clown for writing and directing, and of course, forever, this stellar cast. Final notes on this update. The storytelling behind the new website is plausible and helps justify the change in writing, so good work on that. The angle of one team member breaking away from the rest is also a great storytelling angle, giving us a solid character to root for and ride along with. The creation of the storybook records is a fantastic way to world build, even when it's not pure overlying story progression, and the techniques in them have gotten stronger. Welcome Home does an excellent job of providing main storytelling work and world build. The ratio of cake to frosting is right, if you understand that comparison. I've mentioned before, I believe, that many other projects of this nature would overplay the horror elements, too often, too early, and too strongly. Welcome Home knows precisely how to keep it in line at this point in the narrative. It's always played it extremely well. And can we acknowledge again all the effort that went into the cookbook? That's a lot of work. That's a whole mug inside the Jell-O. Who has the patience to get a whole mug inside the Jell-O? The team that brings you Welcome Home, that's who. You put the mug in the Jell-O. Whoa. As with all the updates that have come before, I'm very excited for what's next. This remains one of the most inspiring and high-effort projects in the field. I'm also going to take this moment to give a shout-out to Clown's release of the next makeshift campaign for Welcome Home, Barnaby B. Beagle. It also includes some collector's pins of Wally and Barnaby, if you want to go for those too. It'll be open for the next few days on a last week extension. I've got the link in the description, so if you missed out on Wally, go get yourself his best friend. This isn't a sponsor, it's just passing along the word. Whenever merchandise succeeds for creators, it helps them do cool things and keeps their lives stable. And if sales of Barnaby means more Welcome Home, then let me be Howdy Pillar and show you the merchandise. You know what I will sponsor real quick on the way out though? Myself. Because I'm back in my March hair form live over at the Purple Place and having a blast. I've even got new VODs available for Cabin Fever Dreams on the VOD channel, Nick Nocturne Astroline, so you can catch all the seasonal fun being had there. I did go live to cover the Welcome Home update on March 9th, so if you want to be around for any
Okay.
Happy week of Halloween.
And now we're on to Halloween 2024. So.
Wasn't he a rabbit before?
Yeah, he does his March hare form in the spring for his Cabin Fever Dream stuff, and then when it gets more into summer and fall, then he goes. This is his four-eyed cat / bat demon form. So that's his VTube persona for his lives.
I've thought about doing
except in the spring when he does the March hare thing.
I've thought about doing the whole VTuber thing because, like, as much as I'd like to like live stream and stuff like that, I'm not exactly comfortable with my appearance.
I get that. A lot of people aren't. I don't personally give a shit. I don't care if people know what I look like. And I'm not sure I really give a shit what I look like, so.
I caught you, you had your camera on for like a little bit one stream, I forget when, but you actually look really pretty.
Oh, thank you. No, it's, yeah, really the only reason I keep my camera off is because I smoke a lot, so. I mean, I would just be turning it off every like 10 minutes or something, you know? It's like, whatever. So it just suits me better to keep it off. Did that say Nectu? Oh, I guess he didn't. I guess he dropped again. Oh, well, Nectu can put himself up on stage. It's not a problem. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I know I need to start turning my camera on more, but you know, now that YouTube's starting to encourage people not to smoke on stream or anything. And now it's like I'm having to get you, and then especially we're going to be integrating TikTok. You definitely can't smoke on stream for TikTok. So I've just been hiding behind no camera for a while. So
Yeah, I get
and
it.
of course when I move my take my device inside, I leave my camera unplugged and out here in the garage. So like right now I don't even have my camera plugged in, and it's just laziness. So it's not that I give a shit that anyone sees me, because that's fine. But although having the light in your face all the time is annoying, especially overnight.
Yeah, I bet.
So,
and I'm willing to bet you there's a YouTube channel on mid-century recipes. I see all the time for like people
oh hell yeah,
recreating medieval recipes.
yeah. There's all kinds of like food tubers that do like Depression era recipes, and like colonial American recipes, the medieval shit. They do all kinds of shit. I think one of them is called The Taste of History or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Hey everybody,
Alright.
over on YouTube, it's us over on the Twitch side of things, about to check into the October and Halloween update for Welcome Home. That's right, once again, I'm doing the opening live. Say hi everybody, say hi to YouTube. We would love to have you here in the future for a stream. It would be fantastic. The link to the Twitch is down in the description, but very, very simply, you know exactly what this is. It's Welcome Home. There is an update. We're going to look into it together and have a hell of a time. And wow, you guys are excited. Woo! I love to see it, though. Okay, we're going to get right into it. Thank you, everybody, for coming on by. It's Welcome Home time. I could get used to this tradition, because it was very exciting last year when Welcome Home updated with their big October update. And to see it happening again right now, that's really fun. Oh my god, it has a little hat. Yeah, there's like a sweatshirt too. Home is a scarecrow. And of course, we've got Wally Darling back in the devil costume. Actually, all of last year's art is back. So, we got to check out the news first. It's kind of a mix of updates right now. We've got the last update all over the site for those who need to check into that. And we have the Halloween update here. Happy Halloween. We have decided to keep up our terrific tradition and upload a preview for our fellow Welcome Home onlookers just in time for the scary season. To find out more, make sure to visit our news page. Have a safe and happy haunting. So, of course, we got to run to the news page. And there are these outfits. Okay, terrible tidings. Terrible tidings to you, neighbor. Everyone here at the Welcome Home Restoration Project are moving along as splendidly as ever. Admittedly, we have had a cold spell as opportunities to uncover more information surrounding the show came to a complete standstill. However, we've just acquired an abundance of goods we find ourselves pleasantly obsessed with. You're always obsessed, though. That's the fun of it, is we know that they're absolutely like stark raving mad by now, but they're just doing their best to hide it. Pleasantly obsessed with, and are excited to share them with you all once they have been made properly legible. We are also happy to provide a preview of our array, a piece from what seems to be a series of book and record sets under the toy brand Marlowe. We've got new things. There are others seemingly like it within our newest delivery, wrapped up in a tape and drenched in some sort of substance akin to so many other unsalvageable books we have received before. It is frustrating to see them like this, but we know this is what we are here to do, our purpose. Please visit our merchandise page to hear it for yourself. More infected stuff. With so much information, one might ask how we plan to organize it all. We believe the most important part of Welcome Home is the residents that occupy the colorful neighborhood. Thanks to our most recent abundance of found materials, we thought we would organize these findings by each of the neighbors. After all, every neighbor is important, and we want our favorite puppets to shine as brightly as they did so many years ago. A musical monster seems like the perfect start. Okay. Keep an eye open and have a happy Halloween. Don't forget to wave down below. Alright, that's different. Merchandise, let's go. Alright, what do we got? Looky Loo Storyteller Collection. Marlowe Brand Looky Loo Storyteller Collection. A series of storybook and records recorded and published under the Marlowe brand, and by extension Marlowe Records in collaboration with the Playfellow Workshop. Each set of Looky Loo storybook and records consisted of just that, a picture book with an accompanying 7-inch vinyl record that was meant to play alongside it and guide the reader through the story. The number of books within the entire set is unknown, as Brick by Brick is the first uncovered piece that seems to be bearing the Looky Loo logo. The inside of the storybook has its slogan present for readers. Experience an all-new point of view with the Marlowe brand Looky Loo. Okay. No. Oh, okay. Whew, that would have been tragic. And there are transcripts. Oh, wow, you can see the infection all over the pages here. Good. Okay.
Hello, you, and welcome to your Marlowe Looky Loo storybook. I'll be your Marlowe storyteller.
Are you guys, occupying the site while we're trying to do this? Is there an influx right now of viewership that is wrecking this? Is that what's happening here? Okay, the link for viewing the text transcripts is broken. It works if you keep the video small. We'll see. I don't know what to do. Okay, hold on. Let's see here. Let's see. Well, let's give a little love to Another Paradise. Another Paradise with the save on the Looky Loo book. Thank you, Another Paradise.
You, and welcome to your Marlowe Looky Loo storybook. I'll be your Marlowe storyteller. You can read along with me in your own book, too. When you hear this sound, it will be time to turn the page. Let's visit our friends by going to the very first page. Brick, a story. What a beautiful day in home, isn't it, neighbor? Just like every day before today, and every day after. But what has everyone so busy today? Let's see here. Where is our resident host? Ah, yes, our very own Wally Darling. Wally, what are you all up to today?
Hello, storyteller. Hello, you. We're putting on a play today.
A play?
Not just any play. It's a frightfully fantastic rendition of a classic. One so grim and ghastly that it is sure to have your pompadour turning white, Walliford.
Oh, no. But I like how blue it is. Sally, could Home be in the play?
To showcase his talents, Home began to sing as sweetly as a house possibly could.
Alas, my dear Homergard, I have already cast everyone for my show.
Did she really just say home regard? Home regard? That's cute.
In fact, I am delivering my last script to one of my stars as we speak.
Don't be sad, Home. Maybe you will get to be in the next one.
Oh, Poppy! Poppy, dear, I've got just the play for you.
Sally Starlet said, as she pranced over to the barn of our favorite bird in all of Home, Poppy Partridge.
Favorite? Dear, you're flattering me. Oh, that's all well and good. But our storyteller forgot to add that you're also... No, don't say it. That's right. You're going to be in my next production. A Sally Starlet reimagining of...
Okay, you caught that right. Our storyteller forgot to mention, so we do have a direct meta break. I can't remember if that happened in some of the previous storybook records. I think it was more alluded to than anything else, but now we've got it literally confirmed. It's like they just straight up broke that fourth wall.
The telltale heart.
Oh, my goodness. I'm much too busy. I have to
recozy my nest.
Recozy your nest?
Yes, that's right. One can't be too comfortable. Or can you be?
Both Sally and Poppy took a gander at her poppy-prepped nest, with so many pillows, blankets, and a swimming floaties already prepared. It made Sally wonder what else she could need.
Well, you see, I need a cozy. Yes, a cozy for my lamp. I'm so intent on making sure everything in my home is as comfy as I am. I'm much too busy. I'm terribly behind. Go on without me, Sally.
Poppy exclaimed.
Go on without me.
But Poppy...
As Poppy returned to cozying up in her barn, Sally stood there in silence. What would she do now? She was speechless, taken aback, shocked, appalled.
Silence! Storyteller. Oh. Homer God, it seems there has been an opening.
Home cheered. Wally cheered too.
Hooray.
The neighbors set to work on Sally's next production and gathered the outfits and props needed without their feathered friend. Even though everything was coming together, Poppy was still on Sally's mind.
On your mind, huh, Sal? Did you chicken out?
Chicken out? I'll have you know she was busy cozying up her barn.
Notice also, when it comes to the Welcome Home media, this is like the first offering we get that is very audio-visual in the merchandise, because we usually have had the storybook records with just the image of the slipcase for the volume. Here, we literally do have the storybook to go along with it, and that's a lot of fun. That's a fun upgrade to have those visuals.
Likely story. I can smell an excuse like that from a mile away,
said Barnaby.
An excuse? To avoid taking part in one of my fantastic plays?
I hate to agree with him.
Unlikely story,
Barnaby said.
But he's right. To be frank, Poppy is a bit of a
scaredy bird.
An anxious consumer, as nervous as a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs.
Yes. Yes to all of them.
In that moment, it had finally dawned on her. Poppy wasn't busy. She was too frightened to take part in such a scary play as Sally's. Sally felt terrible, to say the least.
Shoot, no need to announce my feelings like that. But Poppy! Oh, my dear Poppy! I've been so ignorant to her needs. I've been so silly.
No, she's been thoughtless. Oh, wait, I know. She's been downright rude.
That's enough from the peanut gallery. I must do something to rectify my mistake, so that she knows we are all mindful of her fearful disposition. But what if she hears the play from her barn? Or worse, what if she sees it? Oh.
Sally cried.
Well, whenever I'm scared, Sally, I just cover my eyes, like this.
What was that?
Sorry. It was dark in there.
Of course it was. Well, maybe Poppy needs someone to build her up to your theatrics so she isn't so scared, Sally.
Yes, one might even say brick by brick.
Don't steal my ideas.
You all might be onto something.
Yeah, we are.
Julie said, before she covered her eyes again and screamed.
Julie, stop that.
So I'll grab this comment from Sweet Honey Blossom. Sounds like the characters take on a life of their own as they don't follow the exact pages. Yes, though I will say for an opportunity like this, if you're making this kind of media, that you wouldn't necessarily restrict yourself entirely to just what's on the pages. You could be a little bit more lively than that. It would be natural course to do that. Though it is a good thing to note, because there is potential here that they might just be living it up a bit more. Because we still don't know the nature of this reality. Whether it's art recording a world, or the art is the world and it's finding its own liberation and expression. So it's possible that this is the foundation of what it was that they were going to record, or was recorded, and what came out was a little bit bigger than that. Or, what am I, a fucking walrus? Or. The recording was made, and then the book was made as a smaller kind of thing, right? like select quotes. It was a smaller version of what was actually recorded. Food for thought.
So off they went to prepare their plans to ensure Poppy would
What the hell are you doing? What kind of exposure therapy is this? What?
be safe and secure inside her cozy little barn. Who knew all it would take were some bricks, a little glue, and the help of the entire neighborhood.
Oh, yes, that sounds like a pleasant craft.
Building up your friends the wrong way. Barnaby, for the love of God!
Once gathered together again, the neighbors happily set to work, bricking up her windows.
Wonderful, yes, quite wonderful. Bricking?
Yes, see for yourself.
What's all this? What are you doing?
Don't worry, Poppy. We're just putting down bricks.
Julie said.
Bricks? For what?
Or rather not, Poppy. I have realized the error of my assumption. Together, we have come up with this ingenious method of protecting your sensitive self from experiencing anything frightful.
That's right, Poppy. And I provide the Howdy Pilly certified bricks to do just the job. Crumblessness guarantee.
Okay, so that means that Poppy will be able to escape.
Howdy bragged, certifiably.
And that's my Eddie certified glue. Just a little glitter sprinkled in goes a long way.
Eddie said, male-manly.
I'm sorry Home couldn't be here to help, Poppy, but he hopes he will get well soon.
She's not sick, Wally. She's scared.
Oh, that's good. It worked very fast.
Okay, this might be the funniest thing you guys have created yet. Like, it's kind of a no-brainer that your writing prowess was going to increase project by project as you did this. But this is very clear. Oh man, and these pages, this spread here, how delightful. This is really showing the advancement of your skill set and understanding for creating the media that you are making. Just the composition of it, like all the way along, it's felt very authentic. But here especially, that takes it up a notch. And it's funny. It really is. It's funny in a way that you guys haven't been funny before in the writing and the delivery. And as always, I would just be a broken record at this point to say that voice cast is knocking it out of the park. That's a given. That's expected. Like, you know, always, the voice casts are going to do fantastic. The humor here, the writing advancement, and the visuals are the surprises in this case of what has grown further.
For me, I can't say I'm not flattered, but...
Sally's face poking through the bricks there is like a meme image. Like, I could imagine some top text and bottom text there around her. Moon, go ahead and put whatever you feel there. What does that say to you, Moon? Synthetic Charm says, honestly, working with Cloud is always a joy. Coolest person I've worked for easily. Cloud is very deeply cool. Always cool. Show the show says, hey, narrator for the thingy here. Just gonna say, I think everyone rocked this. Welcome on in. Congrats and wonderful work yourself. Show the show. You did great here. We're enjoying ya. Narrator in chat. Oh, that's meta. Narrator in chat. Welcome on in, show.
That's right. Your beak shan't shudder in fear any longer, nor shall you bear witness to my petrifying and very convincing theatrics.
Sally exclaimed. The realization hit Poppy just as quickly as it was spoken. If she were behind a wall of bricks, then that meant no ghostly wails or witch cackles could be heard from the stage. She would sit nestled in her home, tucked away safely with her crochet needles and all-seed tea.
Wow, the actual twist. She does enjoy it.
Right, Sally. Yes, this is a splendid idea. It's magnificent. Stupendous. Hurry now, the show must go on, and I won't be the reason it's delayed.
Oh, of course. Hurry up, Peanuts.
She's calling us Peanuts. Barnaby mumbled, and hurry they did. The neighbors quickly blocked up the remainder of Poppy's windows until the very last brick was popped into place.
What a relief. Oh, I'm not sure I could have done another show. Who knows what you would have had me done that time? I need is peace of mind. Oh, and where is my lantern? There you are, you beauty. Allow me to light you.
We got bricked inside with her. We didn't follow them out. That's why we could hear it as a mumbling, isn't it? It's not just that things got weird. We're inside with her. We did not go with the rest of the crowd. Oh, this is fascinating.
Everything I need. My sewing needles, my lantern, and my peace of mind.
Oh no. Oh no. Wait. Think about this. What happened the last time a character was dropped off the script in terms of things that they were going to be doing regularly? It was Eddie Deer at the Christmas, the homewarming party, right? So now we have Poppy in here, not part of a festivity. Oh no.
It's open. The door's open. What do you want? The door's open. What do you want?
This is the Away from Prying Eyes version? Okay, so there's two versions, one from the main site and one from Away from Prying Eyes, and this is the Away from Prying Eyes version. There's another one on the media page. Okay. Alright, we'll try to fix that discrepancy in a moment, but let's listen to this through.
What do you want? Open the door! Open the door! Are you all right? I couldn't get out. Am I out? Where am I?
You're out! The door's open. Why don't you open the door?
The door? The door. Yes, the door. I could have left.
Okay. Huh. I wonder now. No, it's still broken. Text transcripts of audio. Ah, that's why it runs longer. She's calling us peanuts. Barnaby mumbled, and hurry they did. The neighbors quickly blocked up the remainder of Poppy's windows until the very last brick was popped into place. Never had a home look so safe and cozy. Audio ends. Okay, so that was the full version that we just witnessed on Away from Prying Eyes. Alright, now, it was said to take a look elsewhere. What specifically did the news say? One might ask how we plan to organize it all. We believe the most important part of Welcome Home is the residents to occupy. Organize these findings by each of the neighbors. After all, every neighbor is important and we want our favorite puppets to shine as brightly as it did so many years ago. A musical monster seems like the perfect start. Alright. Maybe they're just saying what they're gonna do? Take a closer look at the eyes in the front cover of the Looky Loo book. Brick by brick. There's a spiral. The dots are Holmes' eyes.
No,
Well,
it's
yeah.
a code.
There's a face. Looks like a Wally face. Probably not intentional, but cool. The upper right corner, if you're talking about that as a face, I suppose I can see it.
No,
that
it's
way.
a code. Come on.
Don't get yourselves tricked like that. Because it's easy to see faces where faces don't exist. That's a naturally known phenomenon, of course. but the spiraling is a common theme. Yeah, the nasty, the dark stuff that keeps on coming through. Guest book. Something new with the guest book. Still broken. Let me just check the news again to make sure I'm not missing anything that's been updated. Okay. A piece from the Book and Record series. We've got that.
Yeah, he's really kind of fallen down on the job here. I mean, that's why we all go to his lives and help him through this, because, like, that is obviously a fucking code, and he just can't see it. But he's also trying to do a live stream and a bunch of other things right now, so.
Probably more to come, according to what it says here. There's a code with the eyes in the book, huh? Those are fingerprints painted on the page. Zoom in. I mean, it's kind of difficult to zoom in when it's just a video like this, and it's giving me the buffering circle of death here. See, that's the difficult thing, is that it seems almost like it's part of the design, but I suppose it's not. Okay. Okay, this is a code we need a
part
key.
of the puzzle.
We need information to go along with this to actually know what to do with it. Because it's either directing us to colors, or it's directing us to literal directions, or something that's going to stand for a number. Something has to go along with that. What we can do at least is gain information, potentially, from away from prying eyes to give us a lead on this. So let's go to book. See, there we go. Maybe this will work here. Okay. The record was scratched and covered in tape when it was uncovered, but surprisingly didn't have too much difficulty playing. However, the audio does not entirely mirror the text of the book, as large swaths of conversation are missing from the print. The pages were placed where I thought they could have matched the audio, but there's little else that can be done. This content is strange and I don't have an explanation, so it'll be placed here until more is uncovered.
Hello, you, and welcome to your Marlo Looky Loo storybook.
There we go.
I'll be your Marlo storyteller.
What do you want?
Okay. Hi, Juzo. Okay. Does it look like some sort of code? Sure. Problem is, without a proper key, you don't know what you could actually do with it. Organization, though. That I'm still a little stuck on that, but let's see what's said about the guest book. Some of the first pieces of internal meddling experienced on the old website consisted of additional images in the guest book. I had no memory of implementing these changes while the guest book was still open to the public, and yet they would continue to appear as we received more signatures and the website itself garnered more traction. Upon exploring the files themselves, I found that whoever was leaving these images was also interacting with visitors directly through hidden text. Below is a collection of what I could find tucked away in these drawings. Whatever is present on these pages is not even worth thinking about beyond a nobody breaking into my account. Wrong about that. Still, someone I did not know was acting as if they were representing me, and I could not help but feel sick to my stomach. What else was happening when I couldn't see it? At best, it's someone playing stupid games with my hard work. At worst, it is whoever keeps sending me information and materials. Who else would leave messages so early before so many eyes were on me? Either way, I am confident I purged them out of the new space. Unfortunately, these antics were not restrained only to the guestbook page. I'm compiling them now alongside my restoration work. Yeah, we found a bunch of these. Okay, this is a clever way to write down what was happening with the guestbook that was important for us to understand, while keeping the guestbook locked off. Yeah, it says it's cataloging Wally. Or whatever thinks it's Wally in here. Spiral. So you will know I am looking at you, neighbor. I am talking to you. Hold on. Why do you like eye contact? And then Wally put a spiral. Yeah. That's what's jumping out at me from the cover here is the spiral. That's... Yep, and there it is. No, I am Wally. I'm your friend. Welcome home is so intriguing. Directional inputs. There's no... The only thing I can think of, if there is at all a code to this. The eyes look in 9 different directions. There's 9 neighbors counting either you or home. Yeah. Okay. Ah! Wait a second. There is a directional input we can put with... Yeah, why am I flying away from this? There is a directional input we can use. I know. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Center and down. Center and down. Yup. Yup. There it is. There it is. This is the only thing that applies. Okay. All right. All right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And we do have it down. Hold on. Okay. We have the directional pattern. Right. Now here's the thing. What do you do with it if you know the directions? Eddie, Eddie. Okay, Eddie, Eddie. Poppy. Eddie, Eddie, Poppy. Howdy. Eddie, Eddie, Poppy, howdy. Julie. Eddie, Eddie, Poppy, howdy, Julie. Barnaby. And down is... Would down stand for home or down stand for Wally? Shit. Could it be like the old cell phone where you push multiple times for a letter later in the sequence? The clock tower. See, that's the thing, is I'm thinking it's a clock tower, but we have Wally and home in the center. Oh my god, where was the U page? There was a U page. How did we access that? You had to click on U. Yeah, just... U. There's no more U. Yup. That's broken. You and your is not working. Go to a character page and edit the URL. I mean, maybe. Eddie. Is the U in Wally's text? It could be. No, it was on the main page. So here's what I'm thinking now, alright? Here's what I'm thinking. Because we do still have the letter codes from the images from the last update. Those are here, and we have them applied in a few different directions. It's just that for some of these characters, it's not on the page. Therefore, what do you do in that case? Home's eyes are a repeating pattern. Like, that's a GIF. What letter code? I think I missed something. During the home warming update, which came out in March, these icons that you see that are drawn over the map belong to a cereal box, on the back of which has a decoder ring, which can spell out a message. I don't know here if we're supposed to use the decoder ring again, or if it's a new method of decoding going on. Could it be a video address? It would not leave to YouTube to do anything, no. It could potentially be the mix of letters that we have experienced before at the end of a URL. That's not out of the question. So in this instance...
Hello, you, and welcome to your Marlowe Looky Loo storybook. I'll be your Marlowe storyteller. You can read along with me in your own book, too. When you hear this sound, it will be time to turn...
Hold on. So now we've all got a quick hand reference, and we're back to the neighborhood. Alright. What about the colors? That could mean something too. They could. That's the tricky thing, because it's... But then you have to ask yourself, what do you do when you get a direction that is legitimately a cardinal direction, up, down, left, or right? Because that's not pointing at a color. The only thing that makes sense here, and the center, remember the center ones, the only thing that makes sense is this map. Center has got to be Wally. Down has got to be home. Because when we click on the center, we get Wally, and then at the bottom right, we have home. And if we go to another character, yeah, their homes are all in the bottom right. I think it's got to be home, unless it's the clock tower, which we don't have a name for that thing. But home is a character, right? If we go by the character mapping, the neighborhood, organizing by character, they said. Organizing by character. That's legitimately what they said that they're doing. So, or it go by the character map. It's got to be. It's got to be the neighborhood map. That's what we've got to use here. The clock tower is also the face on the Serial Black's Dakota, right? It is, yeah. So that's the hell of it. Do we use some form? Because some of these characters don't have the decoder ring piece on them at all. You saw a bunch of comments saying to look at the stickers page. That would be interesting. We can take a look at the stickers page. Neighbors. No, no. And come on. Ah! That solves it. Damn it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Direct hit. Okay. The stickers page is the code. All right. Well, no, that's not the code. This is the key. But these go together. All right, all right. So now, my thinking was right, the page was wrong. All right. Good work, everybody. So now it's simple. Okay. See, I'm going to be able to see this in full. You're not. But we're going to give this a moment, because I just got to fly through this. Could they be numbers? Here's the thing. We've got the code. Where the hell would we use it? The only other hint we've got right now is the guest book, right? I mean, we could add it to the URL. We could try URLs. Yeah, all right. Give this a second. Yeah. Yeah. This is the Prying Eyes 404 page. So we're on the right track. The issue is what we do with the character code information. Maybe it's for a future update? Maybe. Try searching for the content you're seeking by clicking here. Ha. Your search did not match any documents. Here's what we can confirm, though. There's a coded search page. Because this is stylized. This is not like default Wix site kind of thing. There's a search. And it specifically says your search did not match any documents. So we have new information. On awayfrompryingeyes.net, you can go to a specific search page. Okay. Ah, okay. Now we've got something. Book, commercials, guest book. I mean, maybe we're messing around in something that it's not supposed to be like this. It's not the full update. We may not have all the pieces yet. Yeah, we might not have all the pieces. Because it seems like there's gotta be an obvious place to do this. In Golden Bug Cipher, I don't know it. Should Home and Howdy have the same initial? It's kind of hard not to. I know it comes from Poe. That doesn't necessarily mean that it applies here. Did I try the numbers in the search bar? I could. Yeah, let's get the numbers quick. I'll scroll back for it. Or actually, you guys probably have it right here. Go ahead, drop the numbers again, please. Thank you. All right. Okay. Let's see. No. Hold on. It's not registering anything except the images. From what I can see. It could be an ISBN code. Maybe. 10 or 13 confirmed to MJ Anderson. Well, MJ would know. Thank you, MJ. 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah. Nope. We cannot use that. That does not apply. Away from Prying Eyes in the search bar makes me think you can maybe access pages that we used to be able to get to, but the links in the current version of the site are now broken. Not a terrible idea. Here's what we can say for sure. All right. If that's a code, then we know how to apply it. Like, we've got a landing page for this. It's very clearly the stickers page. If it's somehow not the sticker page, it's the neighborhood map. But more than anything, this is the only grid that applies for full directional pattern, including center inputs, that actually makes the difference clear between Wally and home. It works better than the standard neighborhood map. The issue now is, where do you apply the information? Because we're not getting a fix out of... We're not getting it out of the URL. At least not straight up. It does not work straight up with the letters. It does not work straight up with the numbers. If this is another jumble, that's hell. Maybe that counter? No, the counter's just hard frozen at a million. Is it a possible shift cipher? It could be a cipher. Welcome Home site has the same search access. Really? Watch it be a red herring? I don't believe so. It lines up too well. Oh, Michael, please tell me it's not that. I really hope it's not literally directional, starting from the upper left. That would be horrible. That would really suck, dude. I don't want it to be that. No. Especially because then you would just actually get bounced around trying to follow it. You just get bounced around trying to follow that one. I'm literally looking at the way it goes and it just doesn't work. Oh man, I want to use it now. But the methods we did before are not working. It's the only way it's got to work is... I'm certain. Why would you say that? A musical monster seems like the perfect start. Why would you tell us that, though? Why would you tell us that? Because it doesn't work in either direction. Yes, Julie is the most musical monster. That's the hell of it. Because whether we use the stickers, if we start from the upper left, it told us to start that way for a reason. Okay, there's only one way. The top right. We're on the back cover. I'm just gonna theorize, what if we go backwards from our original conception? We start with the upper right and go left. What if that's how this is supposed to work? Because it's gotta be Julie, right? Here's the thing about it, is you don't say, we started with a musical monster for our new categorizing. There is no categorizing on the site that we can see. There's gotta be a hint at what to do here. Yeah, because Julie's the singer, right? Not Sally. Sally's a thespian. She's not the singer. I mean, we've literally got... on the news page itself, she's singing right there with Frank. So... and Sally's a star, not a monster. You're right. Julie is referred to as a monster type. Okay. If we're supposed to start with the monster, this is the back cover of the book. If you were starting at the back of a book, how would you read it? Right to left. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. So, we gotta swing this backwards. The only one that's covered here is Wally. So, Julie, Eddie, Poppy, Barnaby. Right? Julie, Eddie, Poppy, Barnaby. That's our first. Go down one, do it again. Barnaby, Frank, Eddie, Sally, howdy. Frank, Wally, howdy. Julie, yep, you're right. Barnaby, home, Eddie, Frank. Ashton, why do you keep... Looky Loo logo is going right to left. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. So, if we got a pattern now, let's try and give this a shot. Bastard. Oh, well, I need to remove the spaces. Ah. The Looky Loo logo is pointed to the center. Yeah. I mean, the eyes are looking at each other, but what else can we do? What if it's a spiral, starting with Julie in the top right and working its way towards center? Hey, Moon, are you enjoying editing your first actual hardcore sit down and figure things out ARG experience? Go ahead and chime in as you feel. Nope, spiral doesn't work with this. That would be way too much. I feel confidence in the decision that I made with interpreting this. This is a good one. The issue now is where the hell do you put the information and how? Like, do you break it down into numbers? It ain't. Where? The site's been scrubbed. We don't have some of the old things that we could.
Oh, I'm gonna lay down for a little while. I will catch you later, Gretchen. You have a great one.
For lack of any idea of where to put this, sound of scraping on wood, breathing can be heard, a knock is heard. It's open, the door's open. There's a sound of something knocking on a wall. What do you want? A door bangs, the door's open. What do you want? A doorknob can be heard being turned over and over again. Open the door, open the door. An echo can be heard. It sounds like a door is being opened. I believe what's happening here is that there is a condition within buildings or houses by which whatever is going on outside the neighborhood and in pieces of it manages to manifest.
Son of a bitch. I did say goodnight, Ryan. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was muted. I said take care of you. Don't get too stressed out and don't have another seizure. And to Noga, I said, yeah, do you watch Nightmine? Did you know Nightmine was a gay furry too?
It invites something. Chaos Jason says there's no way it's supposed to be read Feeden wise, is there? I feel like that might be how one lays bricks, but I don't actually know. I feel as though it's got to be the right to left reading. I don't think it is the spiral. I mean, you could start with Julie, technically, in this spiral fashion. You could technically start with Julie, because if you follow where the spiral starts on its outer side, rather than inner, it works. The hell of it is actually trying to trace the spiral correctly across all of this. That's the difficulty. In which case, it would be something like Julie, Eddie, home, Barnaby, Frank, Barnaby, Eddie, Poppy, Barnaby. Can it work? I think it can. I don't know if it does, though. It would be hilarious if the storybook cover was a red herring. Yeah, but how else do you line everything up? Why would they tell us categorizing things, starting with Julie, when we have new information like this? Would it be the spiral? Could it be the spiral? It does line up too well. That's the hell of it. Once again, doing a welcome home live stream, I am forced to open Photoshop. Okay. Why not? Why not? Maybe we'll get a follow-up more later, yeah. But if we're right here, we might as well give it one more shot, right? If there's something here for us, we can give it another shot. The spiral could be nothing. Could be something. Let's just give it a shot. Okay. Following the path of the spiral, I'm inclined to say... Alright, give me a paintbrush. And we're gonna have a real... We've got an issue up...
Yes, Chrissy, he is a gay furry. And super proud of it, too. Absolutely owns that shit.
Okay, so here it is. Here's what I got out of it. And you see what I mean, is that there's that one spot in the center that stands for... Actually, no, it doesn't stand for home. My mistake, that would have stood for Eddie. Is this. If it's the spiral, we start with Julie. We go down and we hit Eddie. We go across and we hit home. We hit home again. Strike. Frank, Barnaby, Eddie again. Poppy, Barnaby again. Sally, Wally, and we end with Frank. Like, I mean, I don't know if the spiral is the thing, but you guys keep bringing it up, and I just like I'm enticed to try. Well, we can't click on each sticker because it's giving us nothing. If you see, they're all different images anyway. They're just images, straight up. Okay, I'm gonna give it a shot. And as for away from prying eyes, no. Okay. Yeah, we've hit our limit here, guys.
I forget if he ever gets it figured out.
Involving they did so many years ago. A musical monster seems like the perfect start if we use the new information that we have in accordance with categorizing things. The sticker sheet, which is the only thing that seems to perfectly work with the directional pattern, then whether you start from the top right and go left, or it would be correct according to have a plug. It is a code, and we're not just driving ourselves mad over coincidences here. The storybook edition is really cool. That's a lot of fun. That was creepy. That was deliciously creepy. Hey, Opal saying, hi, Nick. I was glad to catch the stream finally. I've been loving the VODs and commented under a similar name. Thank you so much. Welcome on in.
I guess he never figured it out during the stream, but it turned out to be like a thing to Morse code where you could talk to home, and it was home saying something innocuous like, hey, how's it going, or something like that. And then the Halloween update.
Want that barbecue in my tummy. I'm hungry. Oh, my tummy wants that chill. My mom ready, babe.
Swag. Order a full
These are all scenes from other ARGs that he's covered. Or analog horror web series type stuff. Okay, and since it's in the spring, he's back to his March hair.
Okay, there we go. Now that that's on the right settings for the channels.
About to get a lot more fun in here.
Yeah, you said it. Okay, let me just fix up one more thing here. Mic, channel 3. Okay. Desktop, channel 2, and that should keep it. All right. That should do it.
Feeling sassy?
Oh yeah, I'm feeling good and sassy. Hello. Hello, babies.
Margarita.
Yes, it is. Hello, my sweethearts. Hello, hi. We're saluting already? Okay. You animals! In the sky, and we will make it ours. It's the biggest flag in the sky, and it's ours. And we want nothing more than to make. And we're proud of the flag. Salute the flag. Salute.
That's from This House Has People in It. It's just a thing.
Let me make sure I ain't missing a single beat any which way. Hello, YouTube. Hello, Twitch. I am on Barry.
Come on, just get to it.
How kind of you. Thank you. Fulfilled, and one of them was a Minecraft community project. And we chose to build home.
Yeah.
And this is our
They
progress
built home
so far.
in Minecraft.
And it's pretty great. Look at... But as of right now, our new King of the Monsters is showing. Okay. All right. they get punched in the face. Except it's much.
Oh, this is
Watch
just
the film Cube.
bullshit.
I think I caught
Hang
a glimpse of
on.
it.
This is just building home in Minecraft. No one needs to see that. Has nothing to do with the story at all. There we go.
All right, that give it a moment. Give it a moment. On Twitch, you guys got to level those off. Fuck it. Home. Frolic through.
Oh, there we
I
go.
don't know. I guess it is a bit surprising. Oh,
Love
say hi
it.
to YouTube, everybody.
Hi, YouTube, everybody.
Well, because it's an exciting day. We have intrusive sound redeems that I'm going to turn off in a second. Or not, actually. You know what? It could be fun. What's this? It could be fun for reaction to some things. You know what? Just actually have a sense of entertainment. Genuine good timing. Okay, obviously.
A lot more fun in here.
Obviously. Okay. Please stand by. Vandra, turn all those off. Fuck it.
Damn good margarita.
That's the Never after the hearse goes by, or you might.
Nope. Nope, you don't get it. You don't get it. That's it. All right. So. That's it. I'm turning mix it up off too. And we're gonna rip it on open and see if things get picked up. Vandra. And man, I really channeled my angry Disney villain in my pocket.
Come on.
16 months. Yes, I was upset. All right. We're here. Let's get in. Hello, neighbor. Welcome home. Julie? Okay. Julie's running the show today. Okay. All right. The paint on the rock is gone. Yeah, and it's all flowers here. All right. I know that Julie is kind of like the spring cheerleader here. I'm just immediately thinking like,
Whoops. How the hell did that happen? Hang on. My headphones died and it stopped the video for weird ass reason.
okay, well, what did you expect? Julie's the spring character, and I'm the March hare for spring, so there's kind of some synchronicity going on here that I understand myself. So it's like, why am I surprised? I don't know. I guess it is a bit surprising. Okay, we've already read this. We've read this a bunch. Oh, this is new. Hey, I like this new menu. Wow, it's literally telling you. Okay.
Yeah, my middle kid's a voice actor too. Only he does English dubs of anime characters. So, but I mean, he lives in Japan where that's a lucrative thing, so.
Actually, no, this is an ARG. That doesn't mean shit. There could still be changes elsewhere. But the new stickers on certain elements are very nice to have. I appreciate that. Spring has sprung! Yay! We're filled with melodious vibrations as we update our website in time for springtime. Our newest discoveries have got us in the merry mindset to celebrate Welcome Home's resident rainbow monster, Julie Joyful. Please peruse our pages and enjoy our new springtime overlay to welcome in our floral friends. Oh, I love it. Wally is missing here too. Go away for a minute, Egg. This is a little concerning. Where's Wally? See, because now I'm looking out for him like he's Michael Myers peering around a corner. All right. I have the strangest inclination to hit the guest book first, just to see what happens. Although our guest book will remain closed for the foreseeable future, we want to properly recreate it for those newly joining in our efforts to explore Welcome Home. After all, it's fun to look back and see how far we've come together as a community. We will be recreating all 8 original pages in the near future, so check back in soon to see if you can find your message. Have fun. Oh. Well, that's interesting. Okay. All right, everybody. Let's start with the news. April 15th, 2020, April 12th, 2025. Springtime salutations to one and all. The Welcome Home Restoration Project has an abundance of wonderful news to bring you all. Just as Mother Nature has arrived with a bushel of flowers after such a cold winter, so much new material has been presented to us. Boxes upon boxes, even. It is incredible. Although our source is still without proper identity, we are grateful to receive all that has been provided nonetheless. It will take some time to sift through it all, considering the amount and array of items. To be quite honest, it feels endless, dear neighbor. After fervent discussion amongst our team, we decided how we would present our findings through a showcase of Welcome Home's different neighbors. After all, if everyone in Welcome Home is important, we ought to celebrate them. And what better way than with the material itself? With such an exciting new means of exploration and presentation, we collectively agreed the first star of our most recent update of information should go to Welcome Home's most excitable and spring-themed neighbor, Julie Joyful. We've even decorated our webpage to reflect this. It's enough to make you want to do a cartwheel. Maybe even bowling ball croquet. Just make sure to have your own Frank Frankly nearby to catch it. I really like this approach, by the way. It's like we're going to focus on a different character this round and turn the website just a bit to reflect them. I dig that. Just like Julie, spring into our website and explore everything for yourselves, both old and new. As always, thank you all for your continued support as we move forward with our endeavor and continue to archive our home sweet home. Frolic through the flowers and don't forget to wave up high. Welcome Home Restoration Project. So they have, this is an excellent way to do the news page too. The new formatting is really working for the site. Oh, look at the sparkles. Okay. That's the news. I'm tempted to look here real quick. Oh. It's a site-wide issue. That's scary. Whoops! That's a little scary. Pudding Spooky, thank you for the 19 months, by the way. Where's Wally? Uh-oh. Is there anything if I zoom out? No, that's the end of it. Okay. Is he even in the neighborhood? That's... Okay. No sign of infection. Which, that's been cleaned up for a while now. Wally is here, but his canvas is gone. It's the phone. But nobody's home. Yeah. He is looking off in the distance now, too. Yeah, he was looking at us before, wasn't he?
What's happening to Wally?
Biblio Amphitheater, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It says go back instead of goodbye now. The tear. The tear. But where is our guy? Yeah. That's Julie's house, right? It looks a little... Crap. Okay. What's that say? Springtime salutations? Springtime salutations. So the map has updated to reflect the time, which is cool. Clock tower's still here. Wally is still here. Oh, aren't those Julie's sisters? Huh. Suspicious Lampshade, thank you for the fresh tier 1. Okay. Let's go back to the page with the information. Discoveries. Oh, this is... I really like the way that this formatting has changed. This is a great evolution for the format. Like, I didn't detect before that there was anything really wrong, but I love the revisit here. It is a little bit creepy having the clock tower face right front and center, but I like that. Okay. Oh, whoops, I zoomed out all the way. Oh, there's a Marlowe branded note. Okay. Home's where the heart is. Welcome Home's residents are the heart of its neighborhood. If you don't live here, you're still one of its most important residents. Okay, yeah. So now, radio having its own section is interesting. A darling broadcast. Oh, this is cute. Okay. Let your mind wander with. Okay. Tune in to the going-ons from that little town called Home, hosted by Welcome Home's very own Wally Darling and Barnaby B. Beagle. A little hard to read this. An interesting find, considering how much media exists on pre-recorded records in our archive. A Darling broadcast appears to be a newscast sent directly from home to eager listeners through the radio. It's unknown if this was a special one-time program or a regular ongoing series. If we're lucky, we hope it will be the latter. Okay.
Let your mind wander.
The Playfellow Workshop proudly presents a Darling broadcast.
That tone. That's a different tone to open with. In fact, the entire, like, I didn't say it at first. I noticed it right away, but I didn't say it. Is that the tone of the whole cover image is different. Like, that feels a little too serious and strangely hypnotic for Wally.
Feels culty.
And here we actually have some of that official
Say it.
eyeball imagery. Like, no, the eyeball imagery now is more official, is the thing. Netro, thank you for the 300 bits, saying very gospel vibes. Very gospel vibes indeed. It's, yeah, I don't want to say televangelist, but it's giving televangelist.
It's giving culty.
Well, Othelania, I don't expect it out of here. Listen, I'm the guy who opens media like this. I don't expect to hear that
ahead of Wally Darling speaking.
Welcome home. Ha ha ha. Oh, I mean, welcome in. You're here just in time for a Darling broadcast. I'm your host, Wally Darling.
Wally. Okay, so this is. Here's the difficulty. All right, here's the difficulty with the Wally performances, and I love all the performances. It's like from a figure it out puzzling aspect. We know that Wally's tone of voice naturally is a very kind of specific way, but there are areas in which Wally seems to come out of his shell a bit more. You know, it's like there's more of a range of his expression more often as he seems to get more comfortable with things. Right? But this feels like old Wally. You know, before, like, the holiday piece, it felt like Wally was really expressing more, getting more comfortable in that range, you know? But here, it's almost like we're falling back, which would suggest that it is much earlier on the timeline, or that there's something strange here, because we still have the idea of, is there an idea of Wally completely present with himself, and Wally under the influence of whatever is existing in home, you know? Boonies for you! Thank you for the 100 bits. Have you heard the good word? The word of praise be vertical bar? I don't understand what you mean. Seems more lively with each time we hear in new discovery material. Yeah, and it's like, of course we've had the discussion before about Wally being ASD, and that with different ranges of expression with ASD, you would have different emotional like expression, because there is the monotone, and then there are different ranges. It's like you can be highly expressive, highly emotive, or very reserved and very one note about things. And you can even experience that as a range within your own life as an autistic person, going from kind of really flat and emote and just in certain ways to learning more of, okay, I feel more comfortable expressing and emoting a bit more. And then you kind of go up and up and out as you learn more things, which we've experienced that. We have been experiencing that with Wally. But then there's the factor of, at what point is it Wally on his journey of learning more emoting and expression versus, you know, where he was earlier, and mixing that up with, okay, is it Wally being Wally, or is there something, is the presence working on him, you know? Because that's the real mystery here, is what is it, Wally being Wally at an earlier point, or are we detecting the thing that lives inside of home trying to get at him? Because we've heard those little clicks of there's something working through him here, you know? It's kind of like you have to really pay attention to understand. It's like, where are you at right now, you know? Which I really like. There's almost like a very sly message there about being so caring and attentive.
Come on, get to it.
My existence.
It's not
before it turns to.
as springtime springs into home once more.
Feels like each one a couple of turns too early, if you ask me. Whatever happened to asking a groundhog if he's seen his shadow before bringing in the spring? There just ain't any courtesy left in his town.
It's not too early if you were to ask the flowers.
You know me, Wally. I don't speak plant. It's the dark bane of my existence.
Don't worry, Barnaby. We know someone who does. Joining us now from our very own neighborhood are our very own nature newscasters. Hello.
He actually sounds a lot calmer and more comfortable as he's been going on. You know what? I think Wally's okay. Watch me regret that in like 2 minutes. But I think Wally's doing okay. I think it was just the way that it opened up that he's trying to deliver according to the occasion. But Wally sounds fine here. Wally's really getting into the lines. It's working.
Julie. Hello, Frank.
Yoo-hoo!
Hello, Wally.
We are Julie Joyful.
And Frank Frankly.
And we're your nature newscasters. We're on the scene, bringing you the scoop from the soil.
And getting you in the know about the who's, what's, where's, how's, and why's of our local plant life.
Just in time for springtime.
So, what's the talk amongst the flowers, Julie?
Oh, what isn't there to talk about, Wally? So many buds have blossomed here at home, and they've been talking my ears off ever since they sprung up from the frost.
That's right, Julie. In fact, we're here speaking live from Julie's own home. The roses have so much to say, don't they? Is this thing on?
No, Frank. The flowers can't talk. They can only speak.
I'm not following.
They chitter, I chatter. They blither, I blather.
They gibber, you jabber?
So allow me to speak the language of the flowers.
This is some Alice in Wonderland type of logic for our conversation. No, they don't talk, they speak, you see.
Yes, of course. Pardon me?
Those two gave more than the greenery.
I'll start over. Springtime salutations. We're here with a nearby bushel of roses that have so much to say.
I'll say, no, me first. I'll tell you, Mr. Frankly, it's so lovely to be blooming in the same town as the Julie Joyful.
Is it? Even with the earlier springtime?
Especially for that. The early springtime wake-up call was just what Mother Nature ordered. Now home can see my beauty for even longer than before.
And beautiful you are.
Stop! You're making me blush.
But roses aren't the only bud in town that's come to flower. Our home outside home is surrounded by quite a colorful array. You there, what sort of flower are you?
That is madame to you. I am prestigious, elegant. I am a tulip.
So you are.
I am well known amongst the world of flora. Don't my beautiful petals conjure up images of grandeur? A headpiece, perhaps, worn by kings and queens of old.
Didn't the tulip also cause an economic crash at one point in history?
Yes,
Robot
it did.
Knight, thank you for the $2 super chat over on the YouTube side. You have not missed much. It is springtime over in Welcome Home. And Julie Joyful is the center of attention here, misplacing Wally in certain aspects of this website. And there are other anomalies going on with images of Wally on this site. So we're just getting into the new media right now.
Oh, I see it. Your petals look a bit like a crown. Yes, you all look very elegant.
Are you two admiring my springtime garden?
If it isn't Sally Starlet, home's most famous playwright.
Oh, a playwright, director, actor, star, and partner.
Drop the rep, girl.
Please, Franklin, enough of your boasting about me.
That's not my name.
I want to know from the rainbow monster herself. Juliet, what do my lovely tulips have to say about my gardening?
As your nature newscaster, I'd be happy to translate. Miss Starlet has the delicate eyes of someone with delicate eyes.
Go on.
That's some Welcome Home humor.
And the grace of a refined theater enthusiast who is enthusiastic about the theater.
That's so true.
I don't see the correlation with theater and plant care, to be quite frank.
Shh, Frank, she's got more to say. The sunlight radiating off her is immaculate. She's like a tall glass of water if that glass of water were instead filled to the brim with sunshine.
Flattery will get you everywhere.
Might I add, you have the sharpest points this side of the neighborhood, only second to your sharp wit.
Oh, no, stop. My face is warmer than when it warms up in the atmosphere. I'm only kidding. Do go on.
You've heard it here live from Sally Starlet's own home. Flowers have been enjoying the sun and showing off their best. We may have to move on. I'm afraid this could take a while.
We've now made our way towards the smiling face of home's own clock tower, and where many more flowers have risen from their snowy slumber.
That's right, Julie. Even our locals have decided to spring into springtime. In fact, we're with one of home's own locals now. Our one and only mailman, Mr. Deer.
Oh, you're on the radio. Oh, gosh, I didn't get dressed up for it. Hi, Mom.
Mr. Deer, as a non-flower, how are you faring this springtime?
Fair to middling. I reckon everything looks just lovely. Pretty as a peach. Miss Joyful, you plumb outdone yourself this year.
Oh, as your neighbor, I tickle pink. But as your newscaster, this little lady has to keep her head on straight. Mr. Franklin, the questions.
Yes, Ms. Joyful. Mr. Deer, you seem to be quite the flower enthusiast, even if you yourself are not a flower.
Indeedy I am.
What sort of advice do you have for your neighbors who are unsure of what to plant for themselves for springtime?
Well, gee, I say if you don't know what to put in your garden, think about planting something that really suits what kind of neighbor you are. Better yet, what suits your home. I'll tell you something, Mr. Franklin. My lavender makes the post office look so much more friendlier.
Oh, that's a nice
Fascinating.
choice.
Do you have any parting words for flowers looking to meet new fauna?
Well, it's always tough making yourself known when you're just a little wildflower in a big garden full of so much color. I know what folks are obliged to tell themselves. What if you don't smell as nice? What if you don't got so many leaves? To that, I say you've got to tell yourself the right flower is out there for you, if you're willing to put yourself out there. There's not a pot too cracked that a flower won't fit.
As your favorite neighborly rainbow monster, that was so beautiful. But as your nature newscaster, I'll simply say that was a lovely sentiment. Frank, the questions?
Of course. Lovely sentiment indeed, Mr. Deer. But would you care to comment on your earlier happenstance with a local unhappy rhododendron?
Pardon?
That's right, Frank. We're here live with an angry rhododendron who claims the mailman with red petals nearly smooshed him into smithereens. That's right. I'm the rhododendron that was nearly rhododone for.
I was just doing my postmanly duties, saying good morning to the flowers, delivering letters. I even had time to water some friendly faces along the way.
Wise guy, huh? Why, I ought to give you the good old 1-2, the 3-4, the 5-6. I ought to ring you round the rosy.
Just let me explain. I'm real sorry if I almost got you.
Oh, you're gonna be sorry, all right?
It's hard to say new things, new points of praise for the voice cast because they always knock it out of the park. But in terms of voice acting work, you will always discover when voice actors are leaning into new elements of their performance, injecting new flavors, exploring new weavings of emotion. And I'm hearing that here. It's more than just gaining more comfort in the role and knowing exactly where the voice sits within the body and how that comes out. It is the playfulness of the emotional weaving here, trying to get different layers while being performative, you know, because there is that aspect here where they're the characters who are, it's a character, it's a bit of a cartoon character, so you have a good like 25% of that in here at least, you know, as a baseline. But there's also the emotional complexities of different things and also remembering where you came from before. So I'm hearing a lot more of that, as well as the consistent enjoyment of delivering these lines for the characters that they are. And I got to give praise to that. So a lot of information from the Twitch side over here. Lavender apparently means mistrust as a flower, but rhododendrons are toxic and can symbolize caution and danger at their worst, I guess. Lavender also means gay, which, okay. I think I remember that. Sad Sorrowful Sparky says, I think Cloud has said before that queerness was a part of the story. The pushing of Frank and Julie together and Eddie mentioning lavender makes me think about lavender marriage. Old code for gay, considering there were hints in art from Clown outside the series, pretty much confirming Eddie and Frank. Right. So, what I understand with the older art, Clown has basically like, it's like the older art, you can't take it wholesale because things evolve and they do kind of change around. But a lavender marriage is a new term for me. I've heard of having a beard. That I've heard about. A storyline here in which there is something unspoken between Frank and Eddie seems like a natural course for me, considering the event from Homewarming. That Eddie experienced the dark side of what's there for a moment and had a kind of an anxiety attack episode. And the only person there was Frank to try grounding him and bringing him back and noticing you saw something happened here, you know, that is completely out of the norm. Lavender marriage is the older term for having a beard. Okay, so I've learned something. But lavender marriages were a way two queer people could watch each other's back and help each other hide. Okay, I see. All right. So it's two people. Okay, in which case you're both gay. But I see. All right. But all right. Yeah, flower meanings can absolutely come up here. I'm glad that we're already having a conversation about that, where it's like, what does this flower symbolize? Because this is a very symbolic language that you can use in art. But thank you, everybody.
Sorry, he'll be indeed. Well, that's all we have to report for today. We've been your nature newscasters. We're always on the scene, bringing you the scoop from the soil.
And getting you in the know about the who's, what's, where's, how's, and why's of springtime.
frankly.
And I'm Julie Joyful.
There's something I do want to say about this point, by the way, because somebody from the outside looking in, just coming across it, who hasn't given it much thought or exposure to the reality of working of art from a writing or design perspective, especially through the histories of it, they're going to miss the fact that in so many of these cases, you could look at it and say, oh, no, what the hell are you on about? What the hell are you on about with these crazy, silly attributions and meanings you're giving to, like, children's media or whatever, these characters? Come on, it is what it is on the face. Yeah, often it is what it is on the face, but quite as often, actually not. Because you have to remember, who's making this stuff? Adults. Adults who have lives, who have experiences, who are being asked to relay the things they know of life and living and people into these characters who are meant to represent these things. You know? And so you think about somebody who is a writer for a show like this, kicking back, who has had their life experience, and they know what they're living, and they have a chance here to talk about it a little bit, even in covert terms, to actually like pull from the essence of their heart of what is it I would like to say and communicate here? What do I know of life that is not so simple as a template that you can just concoct and then produce and show around everywhere, and that's it, clean and simple, 5 minutes, off we go, you know? It goes into a lot of it. And excellent conversation here appearing over, at least on the Twitch side, I'm seeing it right away because of the delay from YouTube. But yeah, queer coding, if you look at, say, Disney, as Iron Fox said, like, Ursula from Little Mermaid was a drag queen inspiration. Literally, that is the history of it. If you look at Ursula, you realize, oh my god, that's a drag queen. There's so much that just appears in the media, and you understand it when you're older, right? Because you've lived enough life to see how much of other ways of life ended up inside of the media. Yes, Divine, the queen of filth. Oh, Wit says Scar from Lion King was drawn and animated by a gay artist. Scar, yeah, you know what? I will confirm it. Scar is totally queer-coded, okay? Yes, there's absolutely... there's... Scar, yes. Him from Powerpuff Girls, mm-hmm. Yep. There's certain elements within media where the art is the stuff of the artist. In something as beloved as Welcome Home, you would have these creators producing in such a way where the elements of self and the stuff they know of life at that time goes into it. Looking tightly for reading.
There ain't no Julie here to protect you from these leaves, you oversized blossom.
If you insist. But I'm not keeping my eyes open for this.
Oh, you can't be doing that on the radio, eh, little buddy?
We can't?
No, think of the sponsors, kid. Speaking of sponsors, a Darling broadcast is sponsored by Welcome Home's favorite cereal, Crispy Sweets. Deliciously delightful rice puffs coated in sugar as sweet as springtime itself.
Wow, I sure could go for a spoonful of
The sweet sugar taste of Crispy Sweets.
As a cereal, it's the most.
You said it, kid. Say, how do you enjoy your cereal?
With a slice of fruit, with a cup of coffee, with a spoon, with a bowl. Isn't that right?
I suppose, if you're one of those cereal with a bowl and a spoon types. But I'm telling you right now that it's out of style. It's all about eating with your mouth first.
Oh?
Yeah. You just get your snorkel, your favorite eating head, and you go to town. Sure, there's a mess, but I say bless it.
Well said, Barnaby. Bless this mess. In other news, we have a special guest just for a Darling broadcast. Or should I say, 3?
Who could have foreseen these special guests listed in our ads?
That's right. Let's welcome the grooviest band of rainbow monsters this side of the neighborhood. Franny, Jonesy, and Be Joyful of the Joyfuls.
Oh my god.
Don't be frantic.
Are you jonesing for a good time?
And just remember to be
Joyful. We're happy to have you all on with us.
We're absolutely ecstatic about it. It's fantastic.
Gratitude and thankulations for inviting us, Wally.
Yes, we're eager to spread our joyful vibrations to our listeners in and out of the soil.
Could you tell our listeners about yourselves?
Without a doubt. I'm Franny, the joyful keyboardist. As the snow melts and the rain pours down, you're not far from my springtime sound.
I'm Jonesy, the joyful bassist. Sprouting on up from the ground is key. With my melodious tones, I make it easy.
I'm B, the joyful woodwind. When the clouds part and the sun breaks through, you'll feel my warmth come straight to you.
That's the most. With that, let's move on to our last segment, the joyful consultation. We'll be accepting calls from our neighbors in need of a helping hand during this springtime.
Copacetic.
Groovy.
Radiant.
Yeah, what they said.
Oh my. Hello. Oh, I didn't think my call would get through. Oh, how exciting. I'm such a big fan. Sentiments from the Sediments is one of my favorites.
So we have more adventuring into other characters and bringing in voices now. And that really did seem to start with the homewarming record of Howdy Pillar's family. It's so nice to see these characters who have been hanging around so long in additional media for the illustrations on the site. And to actually hear them come alive and figure out what do they sound like, what's their deal. A lot of people have probably been waiting for that one, so it is joyful.
Songs? Yes, I like that one too. There's a lot to explore in the soil. Not many artists would go there.
Yeah, like, what's in there? The feeling of a memory? Or just some cool rocks? Maybe a bug? Maybe a bug with a memory?
We're grateful, beautiful. What's your question?
My question? Yes, my question. Let's see, Oh, well, firstly, my name is Poppy.
Whoa. Poppy, did you hear that, sis? We're speaking to the flowers. Josie's gonna be so jealous.
No, my name is Poppy, and I'm calling about my poppies.
Oh, so it's learned how to use the phone on behalf of the others.
Oh, how wonderful. We'll be able to help them directly.
Well, no. You see, my name is Poppy, but I'm a bird.
I don't see what being a young lady has to do with anything.
Oh my god.
See it, brother dear? She wants the advice of another young lady.
Where did the poppy go?
She's transformed.
Oh, no. I think she was eaten right before our very ears.
No. I'm right here. I'm Poppy.
Oh, thank goodness. We thought you got eaten.
But thanks to our helpful advice, you were not. We were happy to be of service to you.
What? But I haven't gotten my question in.
May you shine like a sunflower, even as a poppy. Goodbye!
Next one, Wally.
Oh boy, this is like the Three Wise Men skit for improv, if you've ever had that. I'm Amori over on Twitch. Thank you for the 116 bits. Hi, just got back from a con. Happy to have something to fall asleep to. Have a fun stream and good night. Thank you. If you guys know the Three Wise Men skit from improv, it's literally like, it's exactly like that. You have three wise men, you have somebody come up with a question, and they all have to like, they kind of take turns forming the answer, and they go, yes, 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 okay. Thank you, Andrews.
Let's take our first neighbor. Caller, you're on the air.
Howdy do, it's Howdy Pillar here, owner of Howdy's Place. The home of everything you need and everything you don't. Oh, sorry. I can't turn that off.
That's alright. As a working professional, you always have to keep up an image. Being joyful can be so strenuous for your leaves.
Speak for yourself, sis. I'm as mirthful as the meadows. You'll never see a frown on this beautiful face.
I'll never see anything with how you style your petals.
Enough about us. How can we help you?
Well, you see, my storefront is the bee's knees, and I ain't talking about my brother-in-law. Thanks, Bon. This one's on the house. Anywho, I've been tending my garden just as good as the next fella. Water, fertilizer, sunshine, the works.
Oh, how lovely.
But I just can't get them to taste right.
What was that?
Yeah, they're awful leafy in an unawful way. Don't get me wrong. But there's way too much pollen. What do I look like, my brother-in-law?
Sith, I got to applaud you for that one moment of just the little, you can tell he's eating it, but it's not overdone. Good touch. Oh, what a cute situation to play through in the writing.
Thanks, Mark. I get paid by the comic riff. So, siblings 3. How does a caterpillar such as myself get the floral salad of his dreams?
The floral salad of your dreams?
This is an outrage.
That's right. This is not a cooking show. We're here to bring nature into bloom.
not serve it up on a plate.
Oh, come on. A guy's got to eat. Greens are a staple in every caterpillar's diet.
Greens? Oh, sisters, I think my locomotion's having a commotion.
Well, excuse me for having lunch.
You're very much excused. Make like a begonia in winter and be gone.
Sister dear.
Oh, I'll be all right. I'll be out of here. I'll be leaving. But I'll be eating. You better believe that. And I ain't referring to my brother-in-law. Thanks, Bon. How many comes in threes?
True Creature over on Twitch, thank you so much for raiding in. I hope you had a lovely stream. Do take care of yourself post-stream. I know what it's like. But we are investigating the Welcome Home update for spring. Really enjoying some excellent voice work in this record. Having a fun time. Please, everybody, settle into your seats and enjoy with us. Thank you again, True Creature and Raiders.
Oh my, I'm so sorry. The next one, please, Wally.
We only have time for one more guest. Let's take our next and final neighbor. Caller, you're on the air.
Hello, Wally. Julie.
Hi, Molly! And hello to my sweet saccharine siblings!
Is that our youngest sister here?
She's our sweetest, too.
Don't forget our most colorful. Julie, what could you need help with? You're one of us.
I wanted to say hi. I didn't get to earlier. We were busy being nature newscasters. Business calls for sacrifice.
How poetic. We should put it in a song. We'll call it the Dandelion's Day Job.
I like it. Flowers in the workplace toil when they should be in the soil.
Siblings, our minds are wandering. Save that for the cave.
Oh, yeah. Frank's got a question.
Yes, Frank has. I have a question. My name is Frank. My flowers sometimes say I dress like a. Julie, how do you put it?
I call you a square.
Yes.
Great delivery.
How do I dress so that my flowers think I'm fashionable? Do they prefer corduroy or denim, yellow-green or green-yellow?
Oh, what a good question. The answer is simple. It doesn't matter if you dress like a dweeb. A garden will always love you for who you are.
Bing bong. You're wrong, sis. If you're not with it, you'll be the laughingstock of your own fauna.
He's right. Think of the shame you would bring. A gardener without the charisma of what he tends. It's stem-chilling.
Oh, fair point. Consider asking your local rainbow monster for helpful tidbits on how to turn your wilting attire into a bouquet of color.
Yeah, Frank. Ask your local me.
Oh, all right. Fine. Then I'll wear the turtleneck. But I think it makes my neck look too long.
I think it's handsome, and it makes you look distinguished.
Yeah, Frank Frater, you'll be the most distinguished dweeb of the ball.
At least I don't dress like a circus clown who lost his pants.
Hey, this looks a timeless classic. Why don't you make like a daisy and uproot yourself and pack a little suitcase and get out of town?
Why, you...
Back to us. Julie, when are you going to finally join our band?
Yeah, sis. What's a rainbow monster band without its dynamite drummer?
Just think of it, sister dear. A colorful quartet pushing the seasons.
That sounds... Oh, no, the sounds! We're breaking up! Hang up the phone, Frank, hang up!
I'm not done with Barnaby! Joyfuls, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to help our neighbors with their needs today.
The pleasure was all ours. We're happy to have given back so much to our fans.
Yeah, we don't just take time out of our music manifestations for just anybody, Wally. Appreciations to you and yours for having us on.
Hey, what's up? Toodles the Clown saying, hey y'all, Josh here, B and Eddie's VA. Hope y'all are enjoying springtime. We most certainly are. Salutes to you for an excellent performance. Thank you. we know we love our Devin chat moments over here. Thank you for coming on through and enjoying. And thank you so much again for your performance, which we are very much enjoying.
We'd also like to give a special shout out to our little sister. We hope one day that our Julie Joyful will be a part of our family band, so that we can make beautiful music together.
But until then, we're signing off. If you ever want to catch us, just remember that if there's wilting abound,
just keep an ear to the ground.
And follow that joyful sound.
Thank you. How wonderful. This concludes our special airing of...
Hold that thought, Wally. Josh, literally, that was not a typo? Eddie and B? Eddie and B? Your fucking range. Whoo! Your range! Damn! That is a voice actor! Woo! Hey man, oh man, oh man. Let me study with you. Woo! Dang. Dang. I love it.
A Darling broadcast brought to you by the Playfellow Workshop in partnership with Crispy Sweets. We hope we soothed your restless ears with good news brought to you from our home to yours. Any parting words, Barnaby?
Yeah. Did you know another name for a friend is a bud, just like a flower bud? We're just a couple of buds, Wally. But a pal ain't another name for a flower. Ain't that tragic?
Well said, Bud. We hope you have a wonderful evening, and don't forget to wave up high. Good night, and know that I love you very much.
Nothing paranormal happened. Wow. Very inspiring. People are saying on both sides of this. Noticing a little touch of it on YouTube from Blue. And yeah. Shit, that's the kind of thing that makes me want to grab a script right now and say, let me try this. Let me try this. Oh my god, let me find this spot in my voice. Because I've played around in the way out there. I actually did that, elements of my voice too, but it's like, just that, it's like, oh my god, let me hop on a mic and try something now.
Okay, we're not going to geek out over the voice acting. Let's go.
Eye-raising element here, actually. Not to be punny. No, that was actually very normal. Which is different. Let's close up this transcript. Dylan, thank you for the 26 months. Okay. We're going to spin the wheel again here and see what else is new. Right after I get up as quick as I can. One moment. Oh,
Right off the heels of talking about manifesting. What a coincidence.
Yeah, not for nothing. That actually was a really impressive range that he could do. I didn't realize that the voice actor playing both Eddie and B, that was just a guy.
Clown, beloved Clown, thank you as always for your beautiful work, your amazing leadership, your inspiring artistry, your incredible kindness and empathy. All that, my long-form way of thank you for making cool shit and letting us enjoy it. And sharing that with us. Core Starlights, thank you for the 2 months. Oh, by the way, Clown, you have the love on both sides, YouTube and Twitch right now, where, let's see, over on YouTube we have 779 people watching. Over on Twitch we have literally 666. Oh, wow. So, yeah, you've got, how much is that? Like 1,300 plus people in this stadium right now giving you love. So thank you, Cloud. Thank you, Cloud. 1,400 plus. Thank you, Vendrith. Everybody make it welcome home. It's not a welcome home update stream without a crowd cheer for the whole ensemble here. So thank you. We love you. Thank you so much. Springtime salutations to all of you. See, I'm going to say that now before I hit a wall in the puzzle cracking and then ask why I do this job when I make a fool of myself live trying to crack puzzles. All right. Radio, we hit already. Let's keep it audio based for a minute. See if anything new is here. Oh, the band. Devotion by the Joyfuls. Oh, look at the impression. I love that. That looks beat up. 4. This song is not that bad. Girl Boy Zone, thank you for the 2 months. All right, so you see this? The song is not that bad. That's legitimately one of those band moments where you actually allow for yourself as a band. It's like, okay, the joke title, we're just gonna make it the real title. Why not? Tasty black goop. Yep. There's that nastiness creeping in. Okay, Nature's Remedy. Calm before. For tunitacious. Candlelight won't cut it. Frankly, boy. Efflorescence. Mother's Love. And this song is not that bad. While there have been music...
Yeah, I just saw that, Chrissy. I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, I just got kicked off the stage. It didn't shut down or anything. It just bumped me off for whatever reason. How weird. But we're back. Let me know if you can hear this again once I start it. Let me know if you have audio. Because for whatever weird reason, every time the shared screen gets kicked.
Need an answer to your problems? Just keep in mind, my friend. Just keep in mind, my friend.
The rhythm's running through you like water from the stream. Trust is taking the backseat. The words are flowing just like a dream. The beat is slowly turning. You've got to take hold. The leaves and
Yeah, they're constantly updating shit and, debugging shit, and it always ends up bugging something else. It did it again. Son of a bitch, it just did it again, didn't it? The hell is going on? Huh. I don't know what it's doing. I mean, I could see if it was having a problem with just the shared screen, but it's kicking me off too. I don't think so. This feels like a Talk Studio thing. I'm going to refresh real quick, so I'm probably going to be down for just a few seconds, but still. Okay. Let's see what that does. And then, yeah, if it does it again, then the only thing I can think of is to shut it down and do a full restart and try to figure out what the hell's happening. So, crush fingers. Let's hope this works.
Your prayers will be answered. Just keep right on the sweet up song. Just keep right on the sweet up song.
Spring into this funky beat. Listen to these flowers.
So sweet.
Stop to feel that blowing breeze. The sun is shining through. Full rays of hope and all the joyous foliage too. No confusion, loss, or worry. This willow tree won't bend.
Thank you.
What about tomorrow, you'll say? Just remember this, my friend. Just remember this, my friend. Disoriented and frantic.
Are you jonesing for the group?
Just please remember to be like the entire joyful family would. Disoriented and frantic.
Are you jonesing for the group?
Just please remember to be like the entire joyful family would.
How cute! Oh, that's fun.
That was not cute. That was obnoxious.
Digital
Sorry.
Calibrator, thank you for the 16 months over on Twitch, and Holly Sunshine, thank you for the fresh sub. So much fun music. That was funky. That was, yeah, that channeled the era. That was good. When's it going up on Apple, Spotify? Please tell me it's not in any system that matches Content ID. Please, please, please. Please let me put up this VOD without trying to duck a side swipe. Please, please let me live. Please don't do that to your boy. Oh, that was great. What's in miscellaneous right now? Dog toy.
Spring
Piece of
bread.
advertisement for a strange dog toy. Grow a Pal series. While most of the page appears burned away, the minuscule advertisement shows an illustration of a dog bug-like toy. Much of our evidence relies on the cartoonish depictions of bugs often found in Welcome Home media that were often portrayed with Frankly. Surviving part of the description only calls this toy a Grow a Pal, so it's unknown if this toy had additional features. Makes me wonder if we're going to need this. Huh. Mace Light, thank you for the 5 months of Prime. Storybooks. Do we have one new storybook? 3 new storybooks. Another Looky-Loo. Springtime Salutations. Another edition from the Looky-Loo Storyteller Collection. The story shines some insight on the fantastical holiday of springtime with Julie Joyful and Frank Frankly. This book in particular stands out for its inclusion of Julie's siblings, Franny, Jonesy, and B. Joyful. Enjoy the silly story of how this groovy rainbow monster band bands together to bring the spring into springtime. We're gonna go into that, but oh my god. Seriously? It's another one that's just, it'll do video and go straight through? A classic fairy tale retold by Welcome Home's resident thespian Sally Starlet. Once again, this final record is accompanied by an illustrated storybook, produced again by Marlowe Records as a part of the Looky-Loo Storyteller Collection. Julie Joyful takes up the role as Sweet Briar in this retelling of the classic fairy tale Sleeping Beauty, and her rescue by none other than a frankly Frank Prince Frank. Oh, like the early illustrations! A notable attribute of this variation of the Looky-Loo books is its lack of a narrator, or rather its inclusion of Sally Starlet as one. This is an intriguing yet short storybook and record set showcases the process of the neighborhood's resident artist, Wally Darling, as he learns what joy looks like, I'm guessing, from none other than Julie Joyful herself. In the record itself, Julie Joyful recounts her relationship with her fellow neighbors as a marker for what makes her truly joyful. This copy of the book has seen better days, with a page missing, and what seems to be evidence of past ownership on a few of its pages. The title of the book is also unknown, but we hope this name will suffice.
Yeah, Chrissy, there's a lot of stuff that they did, especially if you remember back in like the earlier, like the original update and stuff, like where they had that exhibition of stuff where they had the standee and they just had all kinds of shit that they never even featured. They just built it to take a picture of it and then trashed the place with all that black shit. It's crazy the kind of work they put into it.
Okay. The pattern appears to be consistent in the dots. Okay, that's good. Yeah, we eating good. We're eating real good. So let's take Springtime Salutations. No, I meant play it when I hit spacebar.
Hello, you, and welcome to your Marlowe Looky-Loo storybook. I'll be your Marlowe storyteller. You can read along with me in your own book, too. When you hear this sound, it'll be time to turn the page. A Marlowe Looky-Loo storyteller book and record. Let's visit our friends by going to the very first page. Springtime Salutations.
That's the phone call. Yep, that's the ringing. The phone ringing is a consistent thing in being haunted. We've noticed so far. That's like
that goddamn toy phone
motif is, do you hear the phone?
What a
The narrator cleared her throat? Oh, okay.
beautiful day in home, isn't it, neighbor? Just like every day before today and every day after. Today is a special day in home for our most joyful resident in the neighborhood, Julie Joyful. Julie? Julie Joyful?
What? Huh? No, Frank, the tulips don't think your bow tie looks silly.
Julie? Wake up, Julie.
Good morning, storyteller.
Good morning, Julie. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Julie Joyful was getting ready for a very special day after her very long hibernation.
You're telling me it felt extra long this time. I've been dreaming of this day since homewarming. Now it's time to spring into action and say salutations to springtime. And good morning,
Julie threw open the door and hopped outside. A letting the warm rays of the sun shine down upon her. Oh, never mind. She instead jumped into a pile of snow.
What? What's going on here?
Julie shouted. What was right? All of home was still covered in a blanket of snow. What should have been a beautiful and sunny day was instead just as cold and dreary as the day she went into her sweet winter slumber.
Damn it! It's still beginning of March!
You're telling me this is outrageous! Outrageous! Outrageous is of every sort!
With that, Julie stormed back inside. This rainbow monster wouldn't take this unexpected snow day sitting down. No, sir. When she came back out, she knew just what to do.
I know just what to do. But first... Frank!
Of course. Julie called for the grouchiest, grayest grump in all of home, Frank Frankly. Julie ran up to his door and gave it a hearty kick-in. She galloped up the stairs and leaped onto his bed, scaring him awake.
Ah! Ah! Oh, Julie, it's just you. Springtime salutations, Julie.
Hold on to those salutations, Frank. There's no springtime to see.
Julie said. She grabbed a hold of Frank's head and turned it towards the window.
Look!
It was just as Julie said. The neighborhood was covered in snow. Frank could even see it covering the clock tower in town. He got a gander at his poor garden. Frank even got a glance at Eddie.
Morning, Mr. Frankly. Morning, Miss Joyful. Whoop.
My tomatoes! Look at how terribly cold they are.
Frank said.
Julie, how are you already awake if spring hasn't sprung?
It's a rainbow monster.
Okay, I will comment that is a decidedly lavender tone of color for what he's wearing for pajamas. And yeah, Jack Jackson over on YouTube. Do you see the corner? The Opera GX bit in the corner? That's why. Yeah. Yeah, that's the only reason why.
There's intuition to know when it's time to spring into spring, but if springtime hasn't sprung, I can't spring! Missy?
Barely. I just woke up.
Frank grumbled.
This hasn't happened before, has it? What do we do now? The bugs are expecting a wake-up call soon, but instead of flower fields, they'll just see snowy sleets.
Fret not, Frank Frankly. Your Julie Joyful will uncover exactly who the real culprit is of this unsprung spring.
Julie said.
Culprit? What do you mean, culprit, Julie?
No time to explain, Frank. We got places to be and folks to see.
Julie insisted.
What? But where are we going? It's chilly outside.
Always with the questions. We don't have time to lose. I'll meet you outside.
What?
As quickly as she came inside, Julie ran off Frank's bed and leaped through the window of his home and fell down onto Eddie below.
Thanks for breaking my fall, Eddie.
Oh, happy to be of service.
Once Frank had put on his winter clothing, he and Julie set out to uncover who was to blame for the delay in springtime. While Frank seemed to be lost in thought over how they would solve this problem, Julie was happily skipping along, almost as if she knew exactly where to go. As the two ventured deeper into the forest, Frank began to ask questions.
How will we get rid of all this snow, Julie?
Frank asked.
You'll see, Frank.
Julie said.
What do you think caused the spring not to spring, Julie?
Frank asked.
You'll see, Frank.
Julie said.
I will. When will we get there, Julie?
Frank asked.
You'll see.
Julie said.
Julie, you haven't answered any of my questions. Could you at least tell me where we're going?
Frank asked.
You'll see. Oh, wait. We're here, Frank.
Julie said.
Here? Where is here?
Frank asked.
This is my family cave.
Julie cheered. Indeed it was.
Lore! Hooray! Everybody who was holding out for Julie Lore, here we go.
Julie and Frank had arrived at the entrance of a cave that sat atop the nearby mountain.
It's where I bloomed when I was just a rainbow monster blush. Let's go inside. My brother and sisters are going to fix all of this.
Frank was in disbelief over how far they had traveled as they both walked inside to greet Julie's siblings.
Your brothers and sisters?
That's right, Frank. They're the Joyfuls.
Julie exclaimed.
That's my tough sister Franny, my groovy brother Jonesy, and my sister Bee, who is as sweet as honey. Don't they just look like the flower's petals?
They look asleep.
Frank was right. There, the Joyfuls were all still nestled in their nests, fast asleep.
Oh, that explains why they didn't say hi. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Julie said.
Uh-oh, I'm feeling bombed out.
Don't be frantic.
Ever Jonesing for a good time.
Just remember to be
joyful. I'm too tired for this.
Great.
The three rainbow monsters shot up in their nests as they looked at Julie and Frank. Julie, is that you? What are you doing barging into our cave unannounced? We need our sleep.
Why all the yelling, sis? Jules is just throwing a surprise party for us. You're making my leaves wilt with all this commotion.
You two are talking over her. I bet she has a very good reason to wake up. Isn't that right, Julie?
I do. But first, I want you all to meet Frank.
The three looked unimpressed. Awful gray, isn't he?
Have you tried wearing more purple? A pop of color's where it's at, man. After a few hibernations, I'm sure you'll get there.
Like, I don't think he's a rainbow monster, Jonesy. He doesn't have any horns.
No style.
No flair.
Nothing but a joy to be around.
Enough! We're not here to meet me. Julie says you all can fix what's going on with our neighborhood.
Oh, that place called home.
Yes, home's covered in snow. How can I make the flowers bloom in those conditions, my dearest siblings? I can't. I shan't. I shan't.
You won't.
I wouldn't.
What? Julie, I always set my alarm clock precisely. I'm never wrong.
She's right, Julie Bean. She's never wrong. She always sets my alarm clock precisely.
Because someone here doesn't.
Yeah, someone here doesn't.
I believe what they mean to say is that it sounds like you're here early, Julie.
What? But how can that be? My rainbow monster intuition woke me up and told me to spring into action.
When doesn't it? You spring into everything, even when spring is fall.
Julie, don't tell me.
Looks like you two are your whole 2 clock turns early.
Oh, man. Those are 2 terms I could have used to dream about the color green.
Oh, wow. You're right, sis. I am early. I must have been so excited for springtime that I woke up even earlier than usual. Frank, isn't that funny?
That's all right, Julie. I like springtime, too. I just can't wait to burst from my burrow and greet the sun.
Yeah, and I love getting up and getting down with the seedlings and the sprouts. It's everyone's turn to be in the spotlight.
Yes. I suppose I'm fond of turning snow into morning dew so everything can grow. It didn't take long before the beautifully voiced leader of the band of rainbow monsters came to a conclusion. It settled then. Joyfuls, we are bringing spring early this turn.
Oh, goody.
Groovy.
All right.
Finally.
Yeah, fourth wall break.
And bring spring early they did. The Joyfuls emerged from their cave and set to work. Franny played on her keyboard and watered the frost down to a gentle drizzle. Jonesy strummed on his bass, awakening the once sleeping greenery from their slumber. Bee blew into her flute, calling forth the rays of sunshine to beam down on all of home. Julie, however, was her own instrument. As she and Frank bid the siblings both farewell and thanks, Julie began singing the flowers into bloom.
It's time to spring, sprung, for our springtime salutations. It's time to bloom, blossom, flower, with melodious vibrations.
And all it took was some careful family collaborations.
That's right, Frank. And now it's time for our springtime salutations. Come on, Frank. Let's go wake up everybody
Julie and
else.
Frank both ran through the flower fields as they made their way back to home. They just knew everyone would be overjoyed to see how beautiful the neighborhood had become after such a long, cold, dark winter.
Okay, little touches of spooky. $15. All right. Okay, just a second.
There's a post on YouTube? What does that mean? Oh, all right. Okay, I'm not gonna fight with this anymore. I'm just gonna shut it down and figure out what the hell's going on with this thing. I'm gonna go talk to tech support and see what the hell's going on with this, because I'm not gonna fight with it. Okay, guys, I'm not even gonna bother playing the songs, because if it's just gonna keep crashing, then fuck that. Like, I'm not doing it. So. Okay. Everybody have a good one. I'm gonna go do, I guess, tech support. Should be fun. Okay, cool. Oppo got the link up there. Alright, like I said, not even doing the songs today, because fuck that. I need to go figure out what the hell's going on. So, love you guys. See you all tonight. Bye.